Hello, my good friends. Welcome to this video where we'll be reading the introduction and chapter 1 of Caleb Maupin's book, BreadTube Serves Imperialism. And I'm so glad that you've been able to join Caleb and myself for this. This is a recording of a stream that I did. The video quality is not great. My internet is terrible, and so it's recorded basically using a toilet roll, but hopefully you still enjoy it. Before we get into it, I just want to thank my wonderful patrons. In Puppy Preschool, Ben Snow and Extremely Online Left, my guard doggos are Jordan Mark and Tristan Hennessy, and to A. Zeitlo, Dangwin and Jackson Orville, you are very good boys. If you're interested in supporting the channel, please head on over to patreon.com/onlydog-on-the-left. Without much further ado, let's get into BreadTube Serves Imperialism. The events of January 6, 2021 will go down in history. The images of supporters of President Donald Trump and adherents of the QAnon conspiracy theory bursting into the US Capitol building shook the world. While US media presented it as simply an example of the criminal and violent nature of Trump supporters, to any observer with an astute political understanding, it showed much more than that. The extent to which FBI informers and other infiltrators were involved in helping the events to happen as they did has not yet been fully revealed. Such an occurrence was only allowed to happen because deep divisions exist within the US power structure. Within the circles of wealth and power, the intelligence agencies and the military, there are serious divisions. The pandemic, the bumbling government response at local and federal levels, and the resulting economic fallout has only exacerbated those differences. US society is in a deep crisis. The crisis is rooted not in multiculturalism, a lack of patriotism, or a lack of virtue signaling and woke sentiments, but in the fundamental problems of capitalism. Capitalism, the system of production organized for profit, is reaching a breaking point. A prolonged crisis of overproduction spawned by the computer revolution has made the long-standing problem of workers' competition with machines and poverty resulting from abundance far more deadly. Workers are suffering, the economy is stagnating, unrest is rising, and the influence of the United States around the world is in decline. Divisions in the ruling class. The trend which Karl Marx described in his pamphlet The 18th Brumaire of Louis Napoleon, in which one section of the capitalist class seeks to suppress other sections in an attempt to stabilize society and liquidate the crisis, is very much alive. The Obama administration, in an alliance with ExxonMobil, the Rockefellers, and the Silicon Valley tech giants, attempted to carry out strategies put forward by the Council on Foreign Relations and introduced measures to better control the US economy and strategically roll back the influence of Russia and China. Trump, aligned with capitalists like Betsy DeVos, Sheldon Adelson, Mike Lindell, the fracking corporations and military contractors, took moves to push back against these moves. What? Poorly written. The goal was to maintain a more libertarian economic model and secure the profits of those who lost out from Obama's maneuvers. In the 1980s, the US ruling class seemed to be in a state of near unity, and the US economy was strong. Ronald Reagan remarked, "We are all friends after 6 o'clock," when speaking of the elected officials in Washington, D.C. The events on January 6th indicate pretty clearly the opposite state of affairs. The January 6th events reminded many of the events of August 11th and 12th, 2017 in Charlottesville. A crowd of white nationalists and conservatives assembled for a torchlit march, and the following day held a public demonstration to oppose the removal of a monument to the Confederacy. At the demonstration on August 12th, left-wing activists mobilized to counter the racists. Scuffles took place and a white supremacist activist plowed his car into a crowd of leftists, killing Heather Heyer. A police helicopter also crashed, killing 2 state troopers. In other writings, such as my book Kamala Harris and the Future of America, I have provided extensive analysis of the divisions within the US ruling class. I focus on how these divisions have evolved over the course of the last decades and what the various factions want. This text will focus on another aspect of the conflict. The Marxist composer Cornelius Cardew penned these lyrics describing the process of capitalist decay. The capitalists fight with one another to corner the markets and divide up the world. Their quest for maximum profits is the cause of war and puts us on the dole. Their greed leads us into a crisis, which they try to resolve with a more fascist state. Our struggle is against the capitalist system, so strike at the fascists as well as the cuts. I don't know how anyone takes Caleb seriously. Yeah. Look, I don't think I've watched anybody reading through or reacting to this book, so it's all going to be new to me, which is great. And I can only hear this in his voice, which is excellent. It has long been understood that as the capitalist crisis emerges, the various factions in the ruling class form political movements to serve them. These political movements target one section of the capitalist class on behalf of the other, while also mobilising against revolutionary forces that seek to overthrow the capitalist system. British intelligence officer Frank Kitson described the practice of forming counter-gangs in Kenya to fight against the Land and Freedom Army. These were pseudo-revolutionary groups that collected intelligence and helped the British Empire to defeat the Mau Mau uprising. Kitson later pioneered the British intelligence strategy of arming Protestant fanatics to target the Irish Republican Army during the 1980s. William S. Lind, the Pentagon strategist and military analyst, has developed the concept of fourth-generation warfare, in which non-state actors are utilised by great powers in their efforts to undermine rivals. My general view of him, I know the online left take the piss. So look, the two reasons that I think people take the piss, one is obviously the Thought Slime videos where, Thought Slime mispronounced Burger King as Borger King in an effort to be, funny, and Caleb took that as some weird notion that that Thought Slime was some, bougie, never worked a day in his life, and, whereas Caleb was, down with the working class. So that kind of strange, like he's a millennial, basically. Like, I think he's about my age, but he's a little bit disconnected from internet stuff. Like, he's not terminally online, and so he misinterprets things. And the other thing, and I think it's kind of linked to that, is he seems too sincere all the time, and like everything, he's just always a little bit too serious. And so I think from that, people, take the piss of him as well. Look, and I've only been exposed to him through really other people's stuff and some of his things on Twitter, which, again, he's really self-righteous and self-assured and a little bit too serious, I would say. So, that's my general impression of him. And already reading the first few pages of this, I feel as though he has kind of a reductionist view of the world, almost like a mechanistic view, like everything is planned out, everything is strategized, everything is, important players moving behind the scenes. Which I guess is why he's a tanky, All right. Endless pages have been written about how the right-wing faction of US Capitol is utilizing white nationalists, QAnon, libertarians, the Tea Party, and other rightists as a counter-gang of non-state actors to fight on their behalf. However, very little has been written about what is obviously retaliation from the rival faction. The internet culture of social justice warriors and the emergence of a group of pseudo-leftist internet voices called BreadTube is an attempt to counter the influence of right-wing voices among the US population with a covert backing of the rival faction of imperialists. Kind of self-explaining, it's Caleb Maupin, who works for RT. And so that's the other thing, is that, he clearly has a bias there. That kind of left, I guess, tanky section of the left that view anything that, RT do as ideologically neutral or ideologically beneficial or something. It's always, they're super critical of the US and the US media landscape, and they're not at all critical of the people that they, support, which irks me, I guess. he is such a tanky, the kind of person who calls criticism of communist countries CIA propaganda. Exactly. And that kind of goes to that whole, when I described him as really reductionist and like mechanistic or something, like he has this view as everybody that, opposes anything in Russia or in China as some CIA psyop instead of people just sitting back and being able to analyze things. BreadTube has covert backing. Covering. Yeah, I know. I'm waiting for my CIA dollars to come through as well. Countering the right wing is certainly a noble effort, as the racism, destructive economic ideas, and delusional conspiracy theories coming from the Trump faction are certainly problematic. However, the BreadTube current are loyal servants of the more liberal faction among the imperialists, and as such they have engaged in a second mission. In addition to countering the right-wing faction, the second task the BreadTube milieu has engaged in is an effort to purge left-wing circles of all illiberal, anti-imperialist voices, and to some extent, all voices that are genuinely anti-capitalist. In order to transform leftism into nothing but lockstep servitude of their preferred faction among the ruling class, they seek to equate Marxist-Leninists and 21st century socialists with the far right. This is going to be wild, how he chooses to justify this. Sorry if that sounded rude. Just joined the stream, and after you talked about that, it just came to mind. No, that didn't sound rude at all. Don't worry. We know the CIA told you to review this book. Oh my God, Ryan, shut up! You're gonna blow my cover. There's literally some dude behind me with a gun right now. It's like got it cocked at my head. Make Caleb look stupid. All right, lessons from the 1930s. Okay, and this, so apparently I do have lots to say about Caleb Maupin. So I'm a modern history teacher and I teach, Nazi Germany, where we look at kind of the experience for normal people in Nazi Germany. But he is so ensconced in historical socialism that I think he tries to carry that narrative through whatever is happening currently. And so he always seeks to turn whatever, he's dealing with or whatever he's analyzing, he kind of tries to contort it and fit it into this neat narrative where he can look at all the historical stuff that happened and say, see, it's just exactly like that. So, BreadTube's efforts are reminiscent of the efforts by the Social Democrats following the Russian Revolution. During the 1920s and up until the mid-1930s, the various parties that had once made up the Second International said our main enemy is on the left. In the name of opposing communism, the Social Democrats, including the Socialist Party of America, sought to have communists banned from labor unions, suppressed by the government, and thrown in prison. In Weimar Germany, the Social Democratic Party formed its own militia to suppress the German Communist Party. In events like the infamous Bloody May of 1929 in Berlin's Wedding District, police officers and others associated with the Social Democratic Party killed 33 communists while suppressing an uprising. In response, communists across the world accused Social Democrats of being social fascists. British communist theoretician R. Palm Dutt composed an important book entitled Fascism and Social Revolution, arguing that Social Democrats ultimately served the same purpose as Italian fascisti, brutally suppressing communists and stabilizing capitalism. In 1935, the Soviet Union faced the threat of Nazi invasion and global politics had significantly shifted as a result of Hitler's seizure of power. The communists of the world reoriented to building a people's front. They aligned with Social Democrats. In the lead-up to the Second World War, Social Democrats dropped much of their anti-communist fanaticism and embraced communists as anti-fascist allies. The various People's Front alliances, including the Roosevelt Coalition in the United States, won many great victories for working people and set the stage for the defeat of fascism. During the 1920s, German communists fought against Social Democrats who raised the slogan, "Our main enemy is on the left." The anti-communist violence of Social Democrats eventually set the stage for the Nazi takeover in 1933. Okay, so that is a reach. Wow. That... Whether... So he is very clearly well-read and very clearly has a really good understanding of history. So I can't help but think that this is a deliberate misrepresentation. Like, if I'm going to steelman him, this is, at the very least, a deliberate misrepresentation of what happened to the incredibly varied... the incredibly complex, rather, turn of events over the 20 years from World War I to World War II in Germany, and what led to the Nazi takeover. So, all right. Many observers have noted the historical irony of communists and social democrats. Leftist infighting definitely contributed to fascism rising. Yes, but to say that eventually set the stage for the Nazi takeover ignores so many of the other kind of material conditions that were happening. The SDB imploded. Absolutely, they turned out to be ineffectual. But whether that was like directly linked to them, not liking communists. Many observers have noted the historical... Many observers have noted the historical irony of communists and social democrats who literally killed each other in Germany, France, Britain, and elsewhere, joining arm in arm shortly afterward. However, circumstances had changed. The realignment resulted in a convergence of interests. The Social Democrats faced the threat of extermination from fascists who were aligned with industrial capitalists and militarists. Communists also faced extermination from fascists, and the Soviet Union realized a Nazi invasion was inevitable. This common interest in defeating fascism brought the two trends together during the Popular Front era and the Second World War. More dangerous than social democracy. While many lessons can be learned from this period, it must be noted that much of BreadTube's ideology is fundamentally more dangerous to those who seek to overturn capitalism than social democracy was during the 1920s and early 1930s. While the Social Democrats of the 1920s and 30s opposed the Soviet Union and the Communist parties, they accepted the overall Marxist analysis of capitalism. Social Democrats worked in labour unions and sought to increase the living standards of working people. Social Democrats believed history was moving forward and that technological progress was a good thing. Social Democrats sought, through gradual reform, to eventually establish a society where the means of production operated according to a rational central plan. The prevailing voices on BreadTube do not share these goals with Marxists. The prevailing BreadTube view is that the living standards of working people in the United States and throughout the world are too high and that consumption must be reduced. What? BreadTube voices generally argue that advocating for living standards to increase or analysing society in terms of wage workers and capitalists is an ideological crime known as class reductionism. BreadTube voices generally believe technological progress is an affront to Mother Nature and that societies around the world that are kept in a state of deindustrialization and underdevelopment are more pure and beautiful, close to some kind of spiritual ideal. BreadTubers generally reject the need for a centrally planned economy, but instead favour gradually transitioning to a profit-centred economy where workers receive a share of the profits rather than a set hourly wage. What the hell is he talking about? Deindustrialization more pure and beautiful? Like, I hope the reason that he's put those in commas is because he's going to give sources for that. This is ridiculous. Like, the only thing that I think here that he's kind of grabbed onto is Richard Wolff and the notion of co-ops is relatively popular, I would say, on the left on YouTube. And as kind of like a next step after, militant unionization. Never heard of BreadTuber being an anarcho-primitivist. I know, right? Like, who was that? Was it the Khmer Rouge? Was it those dudes that were like super? They weren't like anarcho-primitivists. They were like Marxist-Leninists, but like got rid of basically everything that he's saying here. What is he talking about? This is truly bizarre and hilarious, and I love this book already so far. All right. While social democracy in the 1920s and even today generally represents a watered-down pro-imperialist interpretation of Marxism, what BreadTubers believe in is fundamentally antithetical to Marxism. Marxism seeks to advance historical progress and create a society of vast abundance in which all inequality and the need for a state itself can fade away. Contrarily, BreadTube seeks to roll back the wheels of history, reduce the human population, end growth, and restore humans to some kind of primitive state of existence deemed to be moral and sustainable. Like, I'm. This is going to be wonderful when we actually get to his evidence. But all BreadTubers, like, not only do they make their living, or like the popular ones, with the internet, with computers, with technology, I would go so far as to say it's also their interest and their hobby and their vocation, like utilizing all of these kinds of technology. Like I don't know any kind of anti-technology. Like, this is just weird as hell. Okay, so while social democracy in the 1920s tended to oppose illegal activities and militant labor activism, BreadTube has taken the opposite extreme. BreadTubers tend to favour an escalation of street violence against the right wing at a time when these forces are much better armed and have a much better organised base among the population. Is this just them because they're in favour of like BLM and stuff? If the eventual escalation that BreadTubers seem committed to inciting were to occur, the result would most likely be a huge crackdown on all political activism by the state, if not an outright victory for the right wing. So much wild speculation here as well. All BreadTubers hate technology. That's why being online is their job. Absolutely. And terminally online. Like, online too much, I would say, particularly going on Twitter. Like, they need to get out into pure nature. Furthermore, BreadTube often seems to almost incite lawless violence and hooliganism against Marxist-Leninists, 21st century socialists, and anti-imperialists at the same time that they call for mob violence against the right wing. BreadTube is actively working to change the political discourse, labeling anti-war and anti-imperialist voices as red browns and Nazbols. That's because he's with the Nazbol guy. Equating them with Nazis and setting the stage of mob violence and state repression against them. What is he talking about? I mean, man, I was going to skip over this introduction and just go straight to like chapter 1 because introductions are usually not worth it. I am so glad I did not do this. This is the most compelling introduction I've ever read for a book. It may have been incorrect to label the Social Democrats of the 1920s social fascists, despite the fact that they advocated and engaged in violent repression against revolutionary forces. However, a much more explicitly fascist streak can be found in the BreadTube milieu. BreadTube's opposition to historical progress and growth evokes fascist Julius Evolar's references to the demonic nature of the economy and carries with it the genocidal legacy of eugenics and Malthusianism. BreadTube's fetishization of street violence and action over ideology, pushing left-minded youth toward a premature violent confrontation, also parallels Mussolini's political trajectory as described in his autobiography. BreadTube's implied calls for violence and political repression of anti-imperialist voices certainly brings forth memories of the Nazi stormtroopers. Oh my God. Yeah, this was written by an obvious fascist. No one else could get so many things wrong, even if they tried to. This is hilarious. This is the most wild take in the world. So, because I put up that thing recently where I was like, look, I'm going to pivot and focus on Australian content. And somebody recommended that I respond to this book. And I thought, okay, it's obviously, you know, American focused, but part of my, you know, pivot was away from what, you know, some of the criticisms that I have of the online left. And so I was like, oh, maybe Caleb has also, in his analysis, identified some of the same things as me. But wow, not at all. This is so much better. I mean, this is why he's a published author, isn't it? This is why he's getting flown to all these different countries. I got to up my game. Okay. Whether or not BreadTube ideology constitutes a modern variant of fascism is not the focus of this book. Oh, dude, I'm almost positive it is. BreadTube, after all, is merely an internet community engaging in propaganda work. The ties of BreadTube to the Antifa street fighters are most likely extensive, but cannot be confirmed. Does this dude get all of his... Like, is there a Marxist equivalent for Fox News? Like, what is this guy talking about? So far, the actual violence against rival leftist voices has been rare, though cyberbullying, intense harassment, and intimidation has not. The purpose of this book is to debunk and expose the dangerous pseudo-leftism which BreadTube espouses. Genuine leftism and Marxism is the only way out of the crisis. The primitivist worker co-op, oh, there you go, non-authoritarian society BreadTubers advocate is not really achievable or desirable. There's like only a few popular anarchists. Like with the non-authoritarian, he must be referring to anarchists, right? I have criticism of the left in general. Pride stops too many of us from voting, leaving the rest of us to do the dirty work. Yeah, I mean, and see, that's the thing, is there are so many legitimate criticisms that you can have of either like praxis, like ideology and purity versus like pragmatism and how you go with that, or like optics and all this kind of stuff, to know like different preoccupations that people have, you know, focusing on maybe what we think are the wrong things, but none of that is whatever he's talking about here. Like, it is just so... I got to treat it as hilarious. Otherwise, I'm going to get, like, just too blown away. Yeah, absolutely. So, the distorted and confused worldview of BreadTubers ultimately serves the ultra-rich and globalist-oriented factions of the capitalist class. While it has very little to do with Marxism, it is highly reminiscent of the occultist worldview of Marilyn Ferguson, a spiritual guru who is highly influential among American intelligence operatives. It's all CIA. She served as spiritual advisor to Al Gore. This book will show that the BreadTube perspective is a mishmash of old, deviant, pessimistic trends among the middle class utilized to combat the socialist movement. What? Okay, well, there we go. That was the introduction. Now that we have wet our tongues, let's head in there. Chapter 1. What and who is BreadTube? The nature of the counter gang. As of this writing, the current Wikipedia article on BreadTube opens by defining it this way. BreadTube or LeftTube is a term used to refer to a loose and informal group of online content creators that provide editorial opinions and educational lectures from socialist, communist, anarchist, and other left-wing perspectives. BreadTube creators generally post videos on YouTube that are discussed on other platforms such as Reddit. BreadTube creators are known to participate in a form of algorithm hijacking. They will choose to focus on the topics discussed by content creators with far-right politics. This enables their videos to be recommended to the same audiences consuming far-right videos and thereby expose a wider audience to their perspective. I mean, I guess I would say that. Like, I've never heard of algorithmic hijacking, but yeah, like, talking about Ben Shapiro and talking about Steven Crowder is gonna get you more clicks. It's unfortunately a sad reality of being on the internet. But you know, with all the millions of dollars of advertising that those guys, and PragerU, etc., are putting in, I think there's also some kind of responsibility to provide pushback or, a different perspective on these things in the off chance that somebody that watches that stuff is going to stumble on your video. This Wikipedia definition of BreadTube seems to almost confirm the thesis of this book, that BreadTube is an entity that is being utilized by the more powerful liberal globalist wing of the Western capitalist power structure to beat back the emerging right-wing opposition. What? It is worth examining a few of the major players in the BreadTube universe. So wait, does Caleb not view the right wing as his opposition either? It seems like from what he has been saying, it doesn't seem like he's particularly concerned about the right wing. He said, that racist and blah, blah, blah. But he kind of, this is weird. Or does he view right wing as like neoliberal and globalist? And he's on the other side of that. And so if you're not on his side, that must mean that you're just in cahoots with the neoliberal globalists. Natalie ContraPoints Wynn. Probably the most level-headed and articulate voice among the BreadTube community is Natalie Wynn, who uses the moniker ContraPoints. Natalie is a transgender college graduate from Arlington, Virginia. She studied at Berklee College of Music, Georgetown University, and Northwestern University. ContraPoints has college graduate. Doesn't she have a master's in philosophy? Wasn't she going to do her PhD and then kind of said, screw this? ContraPoints has received advertising from mainstream US capitalist media, with outlets like the New York Times and the New Yorker giving their stamp of approval for her supposedly anti-capitalist rhetoric. The Southern Poverty Law Center, which equates black nationalists with Nazis and has pushed the narrative that anti-war leftists are red-brown crypto-fascists, has approvingly cited Natalie Wynn in their reports and praised her efforts. This seems like... So, ContraPoints has received advertising. Do you mean they've written articles on her? I don't know if I would say that is advertising. In a very kind of... yeah, you can say that, but then everything like that is advertising, right? Has received advertising from. That's just a very... Again, disingenuous way, I feel, to put that. Yeah, right. Yeah, no, exactly. She got her master's. Just to say she's a college graduate, then I feel, yeah, exactly. And so already, what are we? We're 10 pages in, and I'm identifying these trends where the language that he is using, like up here where it says, the Southern Poverty Law has pushed the narrative that anti-war leftists are red-brown crypto-fascists. He doesn't state who they are. What group is he talking about here? Because, and I feel like he knows that if he puts the group there, people will go and Google it and find out that analysis is probably correct. And so he's intentionally just kind of said it as anti-war leftists. Dude, understatement may be an understatement. Yeah. All right. ContraPoints has produced a number of high-budget videos intended to refute right-wing ideas and urging the left to be more coherent in presenting an alternative message. Only just jumped on, but ContraPoints anti-capitalist, really. Oh, we will see. Urging left to be more coherent in presenting an alternative message. While her content is certainly of a much higher quality than other BreadTubers and contains a level of intellectual depth and engagement most BreadTubers are incapable of, ContraPoints is not particularly loved. ContraPoints has been targeted viciously by her own BreadTube community, accused of empathizing with bigots. Trying to understand right-wing views and why people adopt them is deemed an unforgivable crime by those who argue that only violence and cancel culture should be the response. This is I would not be surprised if Caleb works for Fox News. This is the most hilarious view of the left I have seen. So Caleb is he's a Marxist. He's an activist. Like, he, for over a decade, has been super active in the American political sphere, like Occupy Wall Street, all anti-war rallies. He really has been, like, you know, out doing his thing. And yeah, but he's kind of fallen ass backwards now into BreadTube, and it didn't work out so well. And now he's written this whole book about it. And instead of, like I was saying before, you know, just talking about how that there are some criticisms that you can have about LeftTube that I have about it. He's saying that they're, like, almost worse than Nazis. It's so great. All right. This is a common viewpoint among BreadTube voices. ContraPoints, herself transgender, has been critical of the ideology advocated by much of the trans movement, deconstructing some of the prevailing interpretations of what transgenderism means. This has also made her the target of lengthy harassment campaigns. And so that's that video with Jyoti Brar, the head of the British Communist Party, and where she was talking about transgender ideology. And again, it's his specific and particular use of language that is now, yeah, okay. And up here, like, accused of empathizing with bigots. Now, I thought he was going to have a few different, bit of a troll. Yeah. True. Okay, there you go. I thought he was going to have some more stuff there. But no, he just had one thing. I really like ContraPoints in her work, but she's a reformist liberal at best politically. Probably. Like, I think, you know, and there's a spectrum on YouTube. There's a spectrum of, like, reformist liberals to, you know, anarchists, anarcho-communists, Marxist-Leninists, and so the whole BreadTube thing, you know, because someone like ContraPoints, yeah, is a reformist liberal. You know, probably a sock dem or a dem sock. Whereas then you have, like, Marxist-Leninists also on YouTube, or, yeah, narco-communists. And they sort of occupy the same space and they kind of do the same thing, but lumping them all in together like Caleb's trying to do here just doesn't work. And it ends up, apparently, where you have to just call them all Nazis. ContraPoints generally puts forward the view that the US government has been infiltrated by a secret Nazi conspiracy and that the role of leftists is to protect the establishment by rooting out this conspiracy. Wynne urged leftists to vote for Joe Biden in a video where she compared advocating socialist revolution to suicidal ideation. That is a lot. Those two sentences have done a lot. ContraPoints generally puts forward the view that the US government has been infiltrated by a secret Nazi conspiracy and that the role of leftists is to protect the establishment by rooting out this conspiracy. I love that there are no footnotes to this. No, or maybe at the end of each chapter, he is going to have a list of sources. Like, link to those videos. That's the easiest thing. Link to the videos. Yeah, exactly. Source. Like, what? But if it's on YouTube, like, if these things are in videos, link to the videos. All right. Okay. Harris Bomber Guy Brewis. So I got to say, H Bomber Guy was one of the people, one of the first people that got me like into the left, and it was because of his like gaming and it was the Davis Aurini shit that he was doing. That is what like got me into his content, and then got me into more like left-wing content online. Okay, but let's see what Caleb thinks about him. Harris Michael Brewis, who uses the internet moniker H-Bomber Guy, much like ContraPoints, devotes much of his content to debunking the views of right-wingers, not to promoting Marxism. Okay. Brewis is based in Britain and is a member of the Labour Party and a supporter of Jeremy Corbyn. His videos largely focus on debunking the claims of pickup artists, flat earth conspiracists, and those who allege that soybeans reduce testosterone. I love that. He also comments on video games, movies, and other cultural topics. One of Brewis's greatest achievements was a fundraising stream for the British transgender advocacy and charity organisation known as Mermaids. On this stream, which continued for 57 hours and 48 minutes, Brewis was joined by US Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Chelsea Manning, as well as a number of Hollywood actors such as Colin Mockery and Mara Wilson. Oh wow, I didn't know that Mara Wilson was on there. Does everybody know that Mara Wilson is Ben Shapiro's cousin? Isn't that just hilarious? I feel like he should have said, because didn't they raise over $300,000 for that? I feel like that is something that he also should have popped into there. All right. Ian Vash Koczynski, a video game playing child of wealth. From Beverly Hills, named Ian Koczynski, has taken on the moniker Vash. He has been appointed by YouTube algorithms as the unofficial spokesperson for Marxist, socialist, and leftist thought. Vash's father is Mark Koczynski, a figure in Hollywood who describes himself on LinkedIn as director, visual effects artist, and supervisor with 20 years of experience in production. I feel like if he was really famous, Caleb would have put in some of the movies he's worked on, and so I don't feel like he's... Anyway, I might be wrong. Maybe Vash's dad is great. So wasn't Jim Sterling on that stream, or am I thinking of a different stream? I'm not sure. So I never watched the stream. That was the Donkey Kong 64 one, though, right? Where he just went through Donkey Kong 64, like, for, 57 hours or something crazy. He thinks H-Bomber Guy is bad because he makes videos that he finds interesting instead of videos just praising Marxism. Yeah, and that's the other thing. Like, earlier when I was saying how, for YouTubers, I would say that, video as a medium and the technology surrounding it and all of that kind of stuff is also their hobby, is their interest. Caleb's interests are ideology. Like, he said something earlier, like that, convincing them to be entertaining instead of pursuing ideology or something like that. Like, Caleb loves books and ideology and blah, 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 blah. So, yeah, he's like kind of, he's basing all of these assumptions on, or his appraisal rather, on what he views as valuable or as important, but he never really explicitly states that or explicitly states why that is important or valuable. All right. In earlier years, Vash used the moniker Irish Laddie. He appeared on the streams of internet video game enthusiast Stephen Destiny Burnell to argue in favour of his interpretation of anarcho-communism. He eventually set up his own Twitch and YouTube channel on which to play video games and urge listeners to vote for Joe Biden. On his streams, Ian often claims there is a secret Nazi conspiracy that has infiltrated the US government. What does anybody know what he's talking about when he's saying a secret Nazi conspiracy that has infiltrated the US government? Because he said that now about Vash and about, or Vosh, Vash? I don't have much to do with Vosh. And ContraPoints. Like, what is this secret Nazi conspiracy that he's thinking of? All right. Misinterprets key Marxist concepts, equates critics of US foreign policy, for example, tankies, with Nazis, all while using excessive profanity. In the aftermath of the January 6th Capitol riot, Bosch appeared to call for mass totalitarian-style disappearing of Trump supporters, tweeting out, "Democracies cannot coexist with these people. They disappear or we all do." All right. Okay. Kaczynski seems to have an odd fascination with pedophilia. In one debate, he argued that purchasing a laptop computer was morally equivalent to purchasing child pornography. Oh, that was when he was debating vegan gains. So I'm vegan, and occasionally, so I don't know. I have a kind of little soft spot for vegan gains, although I would never, stand behind him, and back him up, basically. But, he's interesting. The kind of thing that happens to these debate bros is that they have to save themselves from, quote unquote, losing a debate. They have to go to these weird extremes where, saying that purchasing a laptop computer was morally equivalent to purchasing child pornography, because I saw that bit and it was fucked. It's just dumb, and that's a reason why I really dislike the whole debate, sphere thing, because it's not about the position or the ideas. It is just about their ability to use rhetoric and semantics and create these little scenarios where you have to kind of choose a really terrible topic to stay consistent, and I hate that. Okay. In other instances, he's argued for ending age of consent laws, though he has since claimed to have changed his position. The website Drama Report... wait, isn't this the first... in all of these YouTubers he's covered so far, this is the first source that he's given, and it's a website called Drama Report. All right. The website Drama Report published an article on September 8, 2020, featuring claims from a former friend of Vosh who said he had admitted to her that he viewed child pornography and that she had reported him to the FBI. Ian Kaczynski has admitted that he did indeed sexually harass at least one woman while he operated under the moniker Irish Laddie, sending them inappropriate messages, including statements about and photos of his genitals, and threatening to dox the woman if she went public about his behaviour. Vosh has acknowledged and apologised for such actions. A larger number of unconfirmed rumours about other sexual misconduct allegedly perpetrated by Vosh can be found online. The personality of the 25-year-old indicates signs of narcissism and sex addiction. Caleb Maupin be like, from the respected academic journal Kiwi Farms comes this revelation. Look, that would be the second source that he's a reference that he's given so far. So, look, if it's if he's going to give Kiwi Farms, at least he's citing his sources. Never mind, I was thinking of Philosophy Tube. Oh, okay, yep. All right. Some have speculated. Oh, this is like the laziest. This is like a news article. People have stated, or reports have been. Concerns have been raised. It's like the weediest. How can you write it? Oh, okay. I'm getting away with it. So, some have speculated that his blatant rudeness and inability to comprehend other people's views indicates he may be in the autistic spectrum. Well, that is not where I thought that was going. Vosh seems to have a bigoted view of Midwestern and Southern Americans, viewing them as inferior rabble, not as sophisticated as he and his wealthy neighbors in Beverly Hills. In his perspective, the calls for economic justice from working people in the Rust Belt are class reductionism and fascist populism. I would love any source for any of this. This is the laziest writing in the world. Okay, Kaczynski has lied excessively about this author, claiming he which might be why so far Vosh has had about 5 times the length that the other people have had. Okay, claiming that he is a literal Nazi and that he supports US billionaire capitalists like Jeff Bezos, statements he clearly knows to be false. He also baited this author for allegedly being anti-American, which is a very odd accusation for a supposed Marxist and anarcho-communist to make. Why? In many streams, it seems apparent that Vosh has handlers or advisors who are more familiar with Marxism than he is? What? In many streams, it seems apparent that Vosh has handlers or advisors who are more familiar with Marx. Oh, is this because he thinks everyone's paid by the CIA? Often Vosh will be seen stuttering his way through explaining concepts that he does not clearly understand, clearly quoting someone else, most likely an individual who learned the concept in an academic, not activist setting. Oh my God, we're still going, CIA confirmed, 100%. His handlers. In one embarrassing stream, Vosh read aloud quotes from Mao Zedong, Lenin and Marx, which he said justified support for the Democratic Party of the United States in the 2020 election. It became clear to many viewers that the list of quotes had been prepared by someone else and that Vosh knows very little about Russian or Chinese history. Oh. However, this has not stopped this smug video game player from occupying the position of being the primary Marxist voice on the internet. What are you... Oh my God. That's Richard Wolff. Richard Wolff is literally the, biggest Marxist. Marxian, as he says. What is he... But again, he doesn't even... He didn't say that the quotes didn't support his claim. He just said that, but I don't actually think he wrote those quotes. He didn't even... Oh, man. Okay. All right, we're going to keep going. Vosh, how long is this Vosh bit going to go for? He really hates him. Okay. Can't believe my autistic ass gets lumped in with Vosh. No, that just means that you can now go and get money from the CIA, I'm pretty sure. All right. Vosh routinely quotes from Radio Free Asia and other US State Department propaganda outlets, treating them as reliable sources of information while deeming all media from anti-imperialist countries or putting forward an anti-imperialist perspective to be non-credible. Do you have evidence of this? Just so many wild assertions, and they are wild assertions. If you had said BreadTubers seem to focus on a lot of social issues rather than materialist or economic issues, I would go, yeah, okay, that's not a wild assertion. But if you're talking about how they've got CIA handlers and shit, I feel as though you need to be providing evidence. But this is a book. This is a published book. Okay. One of Vosh's favorite talking points is to accuse all who question US media allegations against China, Iran, Russia, and other anti-imperialist states of being the equivalent of Nazi Holocaust deniers. Okay, I'm going to guess here that it's the Uyghur thing in Xinjiang province that tankies hate talking about. Right? Tankies hate talking about that. And I think it was there's some... Caleb was recording himself on the street somewhere, and he was addressing it and basically saying, oh, it's all US propaganda, blah, 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 blah. That whole thing of, if you're against my position, you're the enemy. Anything from my position is perfect and true. According to Vosh, if US media says that Saddam Hussein has weapons of mass destruction or that the evil Spaniards have sunk the USS Maine, you must believe it. What? Okay, I'm sorry, but Caleb would be a great debate bro. Why doesn't he get into that sphere? Why is he not... Oh, man. I also, because I feel like he has this in his head. I'm guessing that it didn't take him long to write this book at all. I mean, not just because there's not a lot of citations, but I think he's I think he's a quite intelligent person. And he knows, like I said, his history and his ideology. He's not talking about something equivalent to hating talking about that something. Yeah, exactly, right? All right. We'll see. Maybe you're in there. I mean, are you, Radical Reviewer, are you getting your CIA kickback money? I hope you are. If you're not, you need to hit up Vosh's handlers. Yeah. Okay. Evil Spaniards. Oh, man, this is the best book I've ever read. Okay. If you do not, you are the same as a neo-Nazi and deserve to be beaten up by Antifa, if not disappeared in order to protect the great American democracy. You deserve to be beaten up by Antifa. Oh, Caleb, my sweet, sweet boy. All right, Socialism Done Left. An individual using the name Socialism Done Left on Twitter and YouTube grabbed some widespread attention when it was revealed that they may not actually be a leftist at all. What is this, a year 8, journal art, magazine article that... okay. According to an article published by Vice News... Oh, okay, here we go. We've got our second citation of the thing, and it's Vice. So we've had Drama Alert, and now we've had Vice. Excellent. Anti-imperialist Vice, I guess. Okay. Socialism Done Left is a socialist YouTuber in the broad, loosely categorized group of YouTubers that's been dubbed BreadTube by fans. While Socialism Done Left normally pushes for progressive policies, the leaked Discord messages, which include dozens of overtly racist comments about black people, anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, and Islamophobia, show that the public personas of some BreadTubers are at odds with what they say behind the scenes. It has also raised questions about whose side some of these streamers and YouTube personalities are really on. The messages, some of which Socialism Done Left has admitted to posting, apparently come from the YouTuber Destiny's Discord channel and were largely made in 2019. Okay. Beaten by Antifa. I mean, that sounds like an excellent hardcore band name. Like, Beaten by Antifa. I love it. Okay, while Socialism Done Left is a much less well-known BreadTube personality, the revelations about them grabbed attention due to widespread suspicions about various BreadTube voices, their origins, and their sincerity. The Vice write-up goes on. What is he's still quoting Vice. What? Okay. Socialism Done Left has since apologized for these messages on a Twitch livestream, saying that some of these statements were jokes made for shock humor and that he does not use this language anymore 3 years later in 2021. He also said that in some cases he was mimicking the language of racists and emphasized that he doesn't find this language acceptable. Despite Socialism Done Left's apology, leftists on Twitter and elsewhere don't seem to be buying it. This is it's like the first thing that I'll agree with. I 100% think that leftists on Twitter would go off. Okay. Or at least they don't feel obligated to trust or listen to this person any longer. Okay. Naming my next band Beaten by Antifa. Excellent. CIA doing extrajudicial rendering to black sites. Now, the real problem with the CIA is creating lefty Twitter accounts who are occasionally mean to me. Complains about CIA sites Vice. Oh, Caleb. Wow. Okay, the claim that such statements were intended as jokes doesn't seem to hold up when examining their context. The Vice report quotes one of the whistleblowers who said, "Why the fuck are black people, Jewish people, and trans people always at the butt of these shitty jokes? Who were you parodying here? Punchline?" What? Report quotes one of the whistleblowers. Oh. Oh, I thought that... Sorry, I just totally misread that, and I thought it was going to be one of the things that he had said. Okay. It's worth noting that Socialism Done Left echoed the anti-tanky narrative, equating leftists who do not echo US foreign policy rhetoric with the far right. If you don't agree with me, you echo US foreign policy rhetoric. Oh. It seems that inciting leftists against China was a primary focus of Socialism Done Left content, much of which has been removed in the aftermath of the leaked messages. Oh, here we go. Matt Thoughtslime. Wait, what? All the other people that got their name also had their last name there. A Canadian comedian who whose legal first name is Matt. Thoughtslime needs to change across all platforms. That should be the first thing on any of their sites. A Canadian comedian whose legal first name is Matt. Doctor in internet drama. Well, then he'll be able to write for Drama Alert. Okay, is one of the primary voices on the internet purporting to be an expert on Marxism and anarchism. I don't think Thoughtslime does purport that. Matt identifies as non-binary, meaning they do not identify with either the male or female gender, and prefers to be referred to as they rather than he or she. Matt uses the YouTube moniker Thoughtslime, and their video background features a green snot-looking sludge. Matt is essentially a cyberbully who wraps their comedy in pseudo-leftist ideology and 90s goth-style edgelordism? What? I want to know their first illegal name. Well, it's Mildred. Oh, 90s goth-style edgelord. Oh, maybe Caleb is older than me. Does anybody know how old Caleb is? I actually have to check. I'm sorry. All right. Okay, Caleb. No. Jimmy Dore. People also search for Jimmy Dore. Of course they do. Okay, I don't know. Age. Caleb Mappin age. Age. Not publicly available. Okay, well, that was kind of useless. Y'all thought Leafy is a Keemstar and such were mean. Wait until you hear about this Thoughtslime character. The biggest bully on YouTube. Oh, especially with the 90s goth-style edgelordism. I'm certain I'm older. Matt seems to have had a very difficult life, something they frequently remind viewers. Oh, that's the grossest way to put that. Something they frequently remind viewers of. Not something they frequently reflect on. Not something they frequently talk about. Something they frequently remind viewers of. Topics like suicide, depression, child abuse, bullying, and mental health are frequently discussed. After a failed comedy career, Matt turned to making movie reviews for YouTube and somehow seems to have stumbled into politics. All the early Thoughtslime, like Thoughtslime 1.0, with the little cartoons, were all politics. Like all the intro to anarchy and they are some of the I love all of that earlier Thoughtslime stuff. It was only maybe 2 years ago that Scaredy Cats got up off the ground. Wow. Stumbled into politics. According to YouTube Wiki Fandom, Matt's mother is Colleen Estevez, a convicted white-collar criminal. Oh, what is this? It's like going through all of Vosh's stuff. I thought the whole thing was about the kind of ideology that they're pushing. Not trying to dig up dirt on them. According to a CBC report dated September 26, 2013, Estevez worked with, hell yeah, Old School Thought, Simon Comrade Maxwell and such. Yeah, that was super good. I still go back and watch a bunch of those every now and again, and I'm consistently, maybe not surprised, but in awe at the conciseness that he's able to use, as well as the great analogies and the like narrative that is weaved through them that makes them so easy to take on. Maybe TS had some now deleted videos at movie reviews. Possibly. How would Caleb know? Oh, I've just realized that we've got another source. YouTube Wiki Fandom. Oh, and a CBS report. So wait, has he done more research about Matt's mum than everyone else? I'm not reading this cringe white supremacist book. No, that's why I am. And we're all laughing at. I also found it online. I did not buy it. Okay. Estevez worked with Human Resources and Skills Development Canada, as well as Service Canada, and deposited unauthorized funds into a joint account she held with her partner. The court was told during an earlier appearance that approximately $75,000 was deposited between January 27, 2007, August 2010. The court also heard that Estevez's partner had a gambling problem and that he would inform authorities if she stopped taking money. He eventually did when their relationship ended. The report states that Colleen Estevez pleaded guilty to fraud and breach of trust by a public official. Well, I don't think you can say that while Radical Review is here. A favorite dog on the left. No record exists of Matt ever being involved with any anarchist or communist organization or any activism aside from their online comedy screeds. Yeah, Tristan, I am. So I want to try and stream more. So I figured, but rather than trying to, go through and record a video where I'm reading through this, because every time I stuff up, I stop the recording and go back and do it over, which takes forever. I might as well read it like this and then, be able to do a video on it at the end. And wow, it is exceeding my expectations absolutely tremendously. It's just the wildest shit that I have ever read. Honestly, this is just so off the chain. Okay. Or any activism aside from their online comedy screeds. So good. Matt's followers tend to target whoever Matt has chosen to unleash their rage on with absurd personal attacks and harassment. Matt routinely takes the statements that people make out of context. Is this the Burger King? Distorts opponents' positions and makes statements that they most likely realize to be false. Like what? Oh, here we go. For example, Matt has claimed that this writer's father was a Wall Street banker and that this writer has never criticized the right-wing YouTube channel PragerU, among other statements that are obviously inaccurate and could be debunked by a simple Google search. Caleb, talk about the pot calling the kettle black. Could be debunked by a simple Google search. Maybe you should try it sometime. Oh. Wall Street banker. Dad? What? I've watched, I think, all of Thought Slime's. So I rarely watch their live streams, but I've watched every Thought Slime video that is up on the channel. And I cannot remember that ever happening. I remember Matt talking about the whole Burger King thing because Caleb said, when I was in college for a summer, I had to work at a sandwich shop. And he talked about, kind of slum tourism, like a middle class Caleb, going and working for a summer while at university instead of having to work those service jobs like Matt did for, over a decade out of necessity. You sound like you have a cold. I have really bad hay fever at the moment. And so I'm in, obviously, Australia, in Queensland, and it's summer, and everybody's mowing their lawns, and I've just got the worst hay fever and I'm going through so many different kinds of tablets currently. And, oh yeah, okay. Sorry, I'm coughing heaps. I've only just realized. I'll try and tone it down. I read this book. It's a disaster. Yeah, it's wonderful. Matt's videos tends to fixate on things like slime, feces, genitalia, and other things deemed to be ugly. What? Deemed to be ugly. Oh, thanks, man. Deemed to be... Matt's channel is much like the Netflix show 13 Reasons Why, in that while it appears sympathetic to the mentally ill, what? It more or less encourages and enables people to fixate on their depressed, rageful, and suicidal feelings, wallowing in self-pity, anger, and hopelessness. What? What are you talking about? Again, this would be really easy if you just linked to the videos. Go and watch this video. Go and watch this video. This begs a fair question. How many of Matt's mostly teenage and largely transgender audience have actually committed suicide after stewing with Matt for hours on their dark feelings? Holy shit. What the fuck? I was going to try and not swear in this. What? Oh, this is gross. Wow. The answer is, of course, unknown. The answer to this wild fucking question that I just made up out of nowhere that's super disgusting. Oh, it's just unknown. Of course, unknown. Matt is kind enough to often provide a trigger warning in front of their more depressed or grotesque screeds. Yeah, he's literally trying to blame ThoughtSlime for suicide. Yeah, wait, what? Okay, Radical Reviewer said it. There are so many ThoughtSlime videos about feces and genitalia. What? I can't think of any videos where ThoughtSlime has talked about feces or genitalia? What? This is wild. Okay. Maddie's often... Okay. Stephen Destiny Bennell. Okay. Yeah, I was about to say, why is he... Okay, in addition to these prominent voices, he's... Yeah, well, Caleb is a Marxist. He says he's a communist. He's, like, trying to currently with infrared. He's joined up with Haz, like that total... If he wants to get on here and talk about all this, like, gross online stuff and cyberbullying, Haz is, like, the most broiest dickhead that does all of that shit. Anyway, okay. In addition to these prominent voices among the BreadTube universe, there are a couple of other individuals who are worth mentioning. While they are not all technically BreadTubers by definition, they are part of the sphere from which this crop of bizarre pseudo-leftist influences have originated. In 2011, a compulsive video game player from Nebraska quit his job as a carpet cleaner because he had figured out a method of making money entirely from playing the video game StarCraft 2. He also writes this. I mean, who is the audience for this? It's the way, because the way he's laying it out and how he talked about Matt being non-binary and then going on to do a really rudimentary explanation, it's clearly not for an audience. It's not for, like, LeftTube audiences or people who understand LeftTube or BreadTube, rather. I don't know. And this, like, a compulsive video game player, he's gonna make money from playing video games? Like, such boomer vibes. All right. Stephen Destiny Bennell had been live streaming his playing of the game online and made enough money from the advertising revenue that he was able to make a very sizable income and stop working elsewhere. This achievement made him quite famous among the internet video game community. For many gamers, being able to quit their jobs, give up going outdoors or making real social connections and live entirely by gaming seems like a dream come true. Oh, just got to get the digs in there. This is hilarious. Already in Japan, there has been widespread discussion of hikikomori, acute social withdrawal, where technology enables young men to live as modern-day hermits. Destiny is very much a celebrated hero among those attracted to such a lifestyle. Is he? I don't know. I don't think I've ever watched any Destiny videos. Is he... Do the online hermit boys love him? Caleb is actually worse than I thought. This is the first time I've seen a YouTube personality get so fixated on a person to the point of accusing them of causing suicide. Yeah. I like I said a bit earlier, my views on Caleb were just, he seems like a bit too serious, but he seems, I was going to say unhinged. I don't think he's unhinged at all. I think he purposefully understands what he's doing. He must be disingenuous. Yeah, Destiny's not a leftist. No, 100%. Yeah, from reading this part and I think he's purposefully disingenuous. And yeah, particularly all this gross stuff, like throwing in the fact that Matt's mum, stole money and all that shit about Vosh and Vosh's dad. Especially has thought slime caused people to commit suicide? I guess we'll never know. What the fuck? No, yeah. Destiny is literally just a debate, bro. I mean, he has the omni-liberal. He's super centrist. Destiny was known to make political comments during his video game live streaming sessions. He generally classified himself as libertarian. However, in the aftermath of Donald Trump's election in 2016, Destiny shifted toward advocating more social democratic policies. He began having debates with white nationalists, conspiracy theorists, and others deemed to be the more dangerous segment of Trump's political base. I just thought he was cringe but still amusing in a harmless way, but he's needlessly malicious. Yeah, he really... But I think it comes... you see the Vosh thing, how big a section Vosh got. ContraPoints and H-Bomber Guy, 2 to 3 paragraphs each. Vosh, huge section. I imagine that Vosh has criticised him. Oh, no, he did. He called him a Nazi, and so he has to do a huge screed against Vosh. ThoughtSime has done a video on Caleb. So, obviously, huge screed against him. It's very clear that it's personal with him. Destiny's sudden shift away from video games and cynicism with libertarian individualism mixed in toward the vague liberalism of the anti-Trump movement was widely heralded in mainstream US media. An article from Wired, published January 15, 2020, was entitled, "Can This Notorious Troll Turn People Away from Extremism?" Again, just more citations from US propaganda. There, Caleb, good job. Destiny is not technically considered to be part of the BreadTube community. While he supported Joe Biden and advocated some left-wing policies like national healthcare, he explicitly rejects any form of communism, anarchism, or Marxism. Destiny is also known for having occasional right-wing turns. During the upsurge of Black Lives Matter protests in 2020, Destiny spoke with approval of right-wing activists and white supremacists who shot and killed protesters. Sorry, are these the violent protesters that the BreadTubers are urging to go out? The street-fighting Antifas? Amid a rant condemning the property destruction of Black Lives Matter activists, he proclaimed, "Are you kidding? Now we're getting..." So, this entire book is about BreadTube. How BreadTube serves imperialism. BreadTube serves imperialism. It's right there on the page right now. All of the BreadTubers that he has just talked about, he quoted none of them. But now, Destiny gets a quote. He quotes a line from a Destiny stream. If that means white redneck militia dudes out there mowing down protesters who they can torch buildings at 10 p.m., then at this point they have my blessing. The BreadTube community was quick to denounce him for such comments, and he suffered a significant financial loss as many former patrons were horrified. It is a bit of an embarrassment for the BreadTube community that he has functioned as their kingmaker. Ian Vosh Koczynski, for example, you've already said, you've introduced him. You don't have to say it like that anymore. You just say Vosh. We know, like, you've written other books. How can you be a published author and not know this? For example, launched his career by being a frequent guest on Destiny's live streams. Most of BreadTube's big names can be traced back to some connection with Burnell. Like who? Who? Again, wow, your wild assertions would have been made better with, like, some evidence, with some justification. It should be noted that the author of this book's entire introduction to the BreadTube universe came from an invitation to debate Stephen Destiny Burnell. It should be noted that the author of this book's entire introduction, he is bad at writing. So it should be noted that the author of this book's entire introduction to the BreadTube universe came from an invitation to debate Stephen Destiny Burnell. Just say Destiny. You've already introduced him as Stephen Destiny Burnell. We know now that when you are referring to Destiny, that it means Stephen Burnell. Oh my God. Burnell, was entirely blown away by this writer's citing of actual data in defense of the existing socialist countries, and the debate resulted in a huge expansion of his social media following. Whose? This use of pronouns here is so confusing. A huge expansion in his social media. Burnell was entirely blown away by this writer's citing of actual data, and the debate resulted in a huge expansion of his social media. Who? Burnell approached the debate in a very smug manner. Much like this book, Caleb, one might say. Assuming that nowhere had socialist central planning, assuming that nowhere had socialist central planning ever had economic success. Among the debate at one point, Stephen sputtered out the phrase, "What does life expectancy prove?" revealing a darker Malthusian undertone in his worldview. Sargon, Dankula, Fuentes are also tied to Destiny, so what does that mean? Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you want to make a critique of YouTube as like the medium, and then the kind of things that it entails, enables and constrains based on the technology, based on like the institutional levers, based on all sorts of things, that's fine. And that would go into it. The fact that, someone as successful as Destiny, basically you make people's careers by getting on there. And then that kind of, demonstrates, you use from that analysis, you take from it whatever you will. But you can't then just say, yeah, he's the kingmaker for BreadTube. Like, what is he talking about? I mean, he's talking about shit, absolute shit. All right. Caleb Faraday Speaks Kane. I've never heard of this guy. Caleb Kane was made temporarily famous. That's a brutal way to put it. That's so good. By a New York Times article published on June 8, 2019. The article is featured on the New York Times website. Wait, temporarily made famous. What did he say about ContraPoints? ContraPoints received advertisement from US media sources. Wouldn't this be advertisement as well? By that case, wouldn't Caleb's debate with Destiny have been an advertisement by the US propaganda function of the YouTube state? Anyway, with an intricate graphic and text that sounds almost like a movie trailer. Okay. Caleb Kane was a college dropout looking for direction. He turned to YouTube. Soon he was pulled into a far-right universe, watching thousands of videos filled with conspiracy theories, misogyny, and racism. I was brainwashed. That does not sound like a movie trailer. That sounds like the header of a news article that wants to get you to read it. It's short, it's succinct. Okay. The article seems on its surface to be a telling story of how an impressionable young man can be seduced by extremism and become a violent radical. The article opens with an account of him buying his first firearm. However, the actual details of Kane's story are quite disappointing. What? That's a strange way to put it. One source of this book's incohesive format is that it's clearly an excuse for him to just go after people he doesn't like. For example, Destiny isn't BreadTube, getting mentioned. Yeah, exactly. It's ticking off the 14 characters. Faraday speaks still identifies as a conservative, though he is known for escaping the pipeline. Right. Okay. So he went down like the alt-right pipeline, escaped it, but yeah, is just a conservative, but didn't want to like go and... Okay. Why is he talking about him? What? Okay. Caleb Kane was a young man. Why does he say the first and last name? I will edit these books for you, Caleb. Caleb, if you're watching this, I don't know if you are going to like think I'm hating on you. Actually, after the last like hour and a half, yeah, I definitely have. But that's your fault. But I will edit these books for you, Caleb. This book better have pictures of Maupin's wall of photos with pins and red yarn explaining all these connections. Yeah. I'm sure it is somewhere. But I mean, everything's just CIA. That's it. And this person I don't like, CIA. All right, Caleb Kane was a young man in West Virginia who had grown up in a conservative Christian family, but became more liberal as he matured. According to his own account, he dropped out of college following some psychological problems and began supporting himself by working at a warehouse. While working at the warehouse, he had lots of time to listen to YouTube videos and soon became a regular listener to Stefan Molyneux. Stefan is the anarcho-capitalist internet guru who is known to flirt with misogynist and racist ideas amid his overall libertarian perspective. He does not flirt with them. He does not flirt with misogynist and racist ideas. He is a racial IQ white supremacist. Now I'm not a white supremacist, but I am an empiricist. Fucking Stefan Molyneux. Okay, after listening to Molyneux regularly, he also consumed content from other racist and far-right commentators. Kane's story might be more compelling. What are you talking about? If from there he had become a terrorist or committed hate crimes, but it stops there. The New York Times narration has one expecting that Kane became a suicide bomber or mass shooter or joined armed attempts to overthrow the government. However, he did none of this. The extent of Kane's brainwashing was listening regularly to right-wing voices online. Holy shit. Just that, okay, that's why he was downplaying Stefan Molyneux's ideology and his associations, because he's just saying right-wing voices. Wasn't Caleb the one that was talking about like the importance of ideology earlier? Like, but also he does not see the right wing as dangerous, as his enemy. His enemy is not the right. Clearly, because he's like, oh, this kid needed to be a fucking suicide bomber or a mass shooter. But, oh, what? This, oh man. Because okay. Kane eventually shifted his political views. A new girlfriend who had a more compassionate worldview and his changing life circumstances enabled him to de-radicalize and unbrainwash himself. Yet in Kane's interviews, he speaks as if he is repenting from the heaviest of sins. In one interview, he says with deep regret that at one point he considered going to the Charlottesville protests in 2017 but decided not to. What? Earlier on, Caleb talked about Charlottesville, and he talked about like the white supremacists killed, leftist activist Heather Heyer. Like he said that. Sorry, this book started out fun because it was just like this wild traverse through the weird landscape of Caleb's like funny thoughts. But now it's just his gross, like disingenuous heart, it seems. Like the reason, in Kane's interviews, he speaks as if he's repenting with the heaviest of sins. That's because the reason he was going to go to Charlottesville is because he would have wanted to like put bullets in the heads of the SJW leftists who are destroying America. Probably. Knowing, going down that pipeline myself a few years ago, you do start thinking in these really black and white terms. No pun intended.
And Caleb's just like, oh, we didn't kill anyone. What? After the advertising of the New York Times article. Oh, man. I can't believe Caleb got advertised all over Destiny's stream. Okay, Kane launched his own YouTube channel, Faraday Speaks, celebrating his status as a former extremist who had been de-radicalized. However, the extent of Kane's radicalism was nothing more than listening to YouTube videos, becoming more distant with his family, and at one point considering going to a demonstration, but deciding not to. You literally, if I could go back to the page and find where he talked about Charlottesville, like, he recognized the gravitas of Charlottesville. Ah. Yeah, disheartening. Yeah, it is. And disingenuous. That shit with Thought Slime really fucking got to me. All right. Kane has collaborated with Destiny. With Destiny, oh, there you go. In efforts to combat the extremism that sucked him in. He has done interviews about how to deprogram one's friends and relatives. But what exactly are they being deprogrammed from? Listening to videos online? How can you have... Oh, wow, this is just turning into a wild rant. Oh. No, sorry, I'm just going to keep reading for a while. Having political views that change with a new romantic relationship, considering maybe going to a demonstration, Caleb Kane has made clear in interviews that he advocates for social media to censor and remove ideas he considers to be conspiracy theories in order to prevent others from being brainwashed, as he was. Like what? I bet it's things like racialism and shit like that. Particularly if he was following Stefan Molyneux. Like that African Americans' IQs are just too low. Caleb Kane's emerged. Just say either Caleb or Kane. We know it's Caleb Kane. Caleb Kane's emergence as a minor figure in the BreadTube universe, initiated and promoted by mainstream media voices like much like Destiny and ContraPoints, is almost comical. The nature of BreadTube as a poorly executed de-radicalization effort by the most powerful factions among the Imperialists is made quite apparent. What? Oh, God. Okay. Dr. Steve Hassan. One figure who is definitely not part of the BreadTube universe, but certainly lurks in the background of discussions about deprogramming, is psychologist Dr. Steve Hassan. Over the course of many decades, Hassan has carved out for himself the position as America's leading cult expert. His books on what he calls cult mind control are widely circulated, and he appears on CIA propaganda news and other CIA outlets as an expert on the topic of brainwashing. He said CNN and MSNBC, though, sorry. As a 19-year-old, Steve Hassan was recruited into the Unification Church, the Moonies. This is an anti-communist religious cult imported to the United States by the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency to work against the growth of the communist organizations on college campuses. In the 1970s, many young people were involved in protesting the Vietnam War and in support of black liberation. College campuses were a hotbed of recruitment for the Revolutionary Union, now the Revolutionary Communist Party, Youth Against War and Fascism, Youth Wing of Workers' World Party, and the Youth Workers' Liberation League, now the Young Communist League, Youth Wing of the Communist Party USA, and other anti-imperialist and revolutionary organizations. The Unification Church, a strange religious sect that worshipped a Korean pastor named Sun Myung Moon. So here we've got a picture. The rise of religious cults, such as the Unification Church during the 1970s, was intentionally fomented by US intelligence to counter the influence of Marxist Leninist groups on college campuses. Oh, all right. See what's happened. He's become really paranoid. The driving emotion of conservatism is fear. That's why I keep mistaking right wing on my back. Yeah, I mean, yes, he's super paranoid. Everything is the US's fault. Like, obviously, the US I'll be the first to talk about the US and criticize them. But, like, not every single bad thing in the world is because of CIA propaganda. And yeah, the fact that he is so willing to just dismiss offhand, like, the potential effects of radicalization from the right, it's weird. All right. So it began rapidly expanding in the United States during the 1970s. The group believed Moon was the new Messiah, sent to Earth to unify the Christians of the world in a global crusade against communism. Moon's cult had started in coordination with Korean intelligence as a way of deprogramming... Oh. Does he just not like the word deprogramming? So now he's like... everything that's deprogramming or de-radicalizing is like against communists? A way of deprogramming Marxist political prisoners and student activists. The Moonies became infamous for their predatory nature. They financially exploited members, demanding that they hand over all their possessions and spend each waking hour as unpaid labourers raising funds for the group. Sorry, but I gotta say again, the pacing of this book is terrible. Like ContraPoints, I would say one of the biggest BreadTubers got a couple of paragraphs, like half a page. Now we're going off, and this is in the same chapter as this. The ContraPoints thing and this is the same chapter. And he's going off, like, he gives an entire background about destiny. Nobody cares. He's giving this huge background about this cult. Like, it's interesting, but for the pacing of the book, it does not serve. This is why he should have used footnotes. He could have chucked some footnotes in there, little bits about what the cult was about, and then continued on talking about Steve Hassan. Steve Hassan admits that the cult he spent roughly 2 years as an active member of was set up by American intelligence. In his appearance on the podcast of Jordan Harbinger, he said, post-World War II, Korean War, South Korea was very unstable. North Korea is a version of what it is today, and some people in military intelligence in the United States decided, well, the North Koreans are brainwashing. We need to create a program in South Korea to stabilize the regime. They taught... Did he just make up that quote? He just made that quote up. Okay. Okay. They taught the South Korean president, you need to set up a Korean CIA. They taught the South Korean president, you need to set up a Korean CIA, we'll help you? That's such a strange phrasing. They taught that... Anyway, and they set up a re-education program for dissidents in South Korea, and they decided to use a front person, so it was not looking like a government operation, and it was the Moonies that were chosen to do that. The Moonies had, nobody knows why or how, the patents for manufacturing M16 rifles and other American military hardware. Why? Because America was leaving Vietnam. Still at the height of the Cold War, we have to stop the commies. And then somebody said, let's bring the Moonies to... Who said that? Let's bring the Moonies to the United States. This is just fanfic. This is just fanfic about everyone and everything that Caleb hates. That is all that this book is. Okay, and set up counter-communist programs on college campuses, and that's where I got recruited. I was sent to fast for Nixon during Watergate because God loves Nixon. God wants Nixon. The US government has never acknowledged the existence of these things. They don't want to talk about it. As a young man rising up the ranks of the Moonies, Hassan eventually got into a car accident, and in the hospital his parents were able to lure him away from the group to their home, where he was successfully deprogrammed by other former members. Eventually Hassan got involved with the Cult Awareness Network, an organization run by Ted Patrick. Hassan worked with Patrick's... This is also boring. How BreadTube serves imperialism, and we're going off on this whole other tangent about a guy who's not even BreadTube. Hassan worked with... Okay. Speaking of the CIA's actual BS, though, Viva Chile. Now leave them alone. Yeah, I mean, that's a huge thing, that Chilean stuff. Okay. Hassan worked with Patrick's organisation, which charged lots of money to families for the service of kidnapping relatives believed to be in Moonies or other groups labelled as cults. Affiliates of the Cult Awareness Network are widely accused of having held these young legal adults against their will and deprogrammed them. Individuals who were deprogrammed by Patrick and his associates testified that the deprogramming sessions involved brutal interrogations, sleep deprivation, and the very techniques the cults were accused of using. Hassan has admitted that he was involved in involuntary deprogrammings, but has not gone into detail about this. Ted Patrick was convicted of kidnapping and false imprisonment in 1980 after he and other members of the Cult Awareness Network, the organisation which Stephen... We know! You've said it like 10 times! Oh my God. Okay. Kidnapped a 26-year-old waitress in Tucson, Arizona. Kidnapping and false imprisonment are both very serious crimes. Thank you, Caleb. Thank you. I didn't know that. But Patrick only received a year in prison and a $5,000 fine. Why? That would be an interesting, go into the court case. Why? Patrick also faced charges in later years after he kidnapped an Amish woman whose husband disapproved of her joining a more liberal sect. These charges were ultimately dropped. US media often highlights Steve Hassan as a cult expert, but rarely mentioned his ties to the Cult Awareness Network and accusations he engaged in involuntary deprogramming, i.e. kidnapping. Is this him? Or is this just like a recreation? What is this? Cite your sources. The Cult Awareness Network was eventually shut down in 1995 after a jury ruled that Jason... This is like 4 pages so far. ContraPoints, 3 paragraphs. Eventually, blah, 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 James Cut has civil liberties and religious freedom violated when Can affiliate Rick Ross kidnapped him and attempted to do deprogramming. Can was ordered to pay $1 million to Scott and ultimately went bankrupt. Accounts from various individuals describe Hassan as being directly involved in kidnappings, and an individual named Arthur Russell put forward a signed affidavit describing Hassan's methods. Russell said he was forcibly kidnapped by several men in prison, hands and feet bound, with his hands tied behind his back so tightly they were badly swollen and colour of a bruise. Deprived of sleep for 3 days, he was not allowed to shave or wash and was denied all privacy even when using the toilet. Hassan subjected him to methods the victim later described as brainwashing and mind control techniques. God, Caleb, you're either wildly off the chain or just so boring. Russell described the experience, saying he felt like a captured animal in a zoo. In more recent books, Hassan has denounced kidnapping and forced deprogrammings, but he has not directly addressed most of the allegations about what he's alleged to have done with the Cult Awareness Network. One would think that Hassan would be discredited due to his involvement in an organisation that was widely reputed to have been involved in criminal activities. Hassan has not only avoided prosecution, but frequently appears on mainstream US television as a cult expert. Hassan composed a book entitled The Cult of Trump in 2019, declaring that the US president was much like Reverend Sun Myung Moon and had brainwashed his supporters with hypnotic mind control methods. Hassan made headlines in January of 2021 after an appearance on CNN in the aftermath of the events on Capitol Hill. Hassan said, "So in studying all the thought reform brainwashing models, I developed a BITE model of authoritarian control, and it basically talks about controlling behavior, information, thoughts, and emotions to create a new identity that's dependent and obedient. And this is a radical personality change in the mental health literature. In the APA DSM-5, it's called the Dissociative Disorder Question of Identity. And the bottom line is all of America needs deprogramming because we've all been negatively influenced by Donald Trump. Congresswoman, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez echoed his calls for deprogramming. By the way, that is pretty much everything he says about BreadTube. Soon he just starts to just summarize his international politics, education in short essay form, as he does with all his books. Are you kidding me? That's the end. Oh, what? It's like a 200-page book. What? Although, actually, that makes sense. Like, the BreadTubers that he hasn't had personal beef with, really short stuff. The couple that he's had beef with got really long write-ups. And then, like this dude, obviously this is something that he knew about. You know, the Moonies, clearly he knew about them prior to this book because they're anti-communists, and this is where he's going off on his own tangent. It has nothing to do with BreadTube. Oh my God. Okay. Hassan has been a mentor to Caleb Cain. and according to an unnamed source, appears to be advising other members of the BreadTube community in their efforts to de-radicalize Americans on the far right. Who? According to an unnamed source. Caleb, oh my God. Are you part of the CIA? Okay, Hassan describes Donald Trump as the leader of a cult and also refers to the internet conspiracy theory QAnon as a cult, despite the fact that they do not fit his own criteria for what a cult is. Hassan's BITE model of authoritarian control simply does not hold up. The behavior of QAnon adherents and Trump supporters is not restricted, and they are not told what information they can consume online or in the media. Trump's... that's an interesting proposition. There's a lot to be talked about there. I mean, but no, Caleb just waves it away. Trump supporters do not change their names or undergo hypnosis. The emotions of Trump supporters and QAnon are not subject to regulation. I feel like he's just looking at dictionary definitions of these things. It's like, oh, well, they're not told what to watch. Trump supporters are not going to watch CNN. They're barely watching Fox News anymore. Like, they're onto One America Network and all of those kinds of fucking things. They're not being... Okay, as bad as he is, Donald Trump is merely a demagogic politician with many fanatical supporters. As inaccurate and delusional as it is, QAnon is an internet conspiracy theory with all kinds of different interpretations among adherents. What? So it's the political movement behind Donald Trump, or the internet conspiracy theories known as QAnon, have very little in common with the Unification Church. However, while media overlooks his own shady past, Steve Hassan has been given a platform to declare Trump and QAnon to be a cult and has suggested that mass deprogramming might need to take place. So he just has a thing against Steve Hassan, right? And the Moonies. What? Oh, man. A few spare paragraphs about here and there, but he's basically just saying that these BreadTubers are CIA through false equivalency. I don't know if he's a plant or an actor or what, so confused. He's always complaining about, like BreadTubers making the left look dumb. Dude, you are doing a bang-up job of that without anybody else's help. The fact that you wrote this and then published it as a book, like what? There's no analysis that's taken place. And you can tell he just has... It's like a poorly written YouTube video. Like he's had a few little thoughts... But, I mean, in a YouTube video, at least, you would then go, you would write the script, you'd record it, and then he'd be going and finding, like, examples of all this shit that ContraPoints and H-Bomber Guy and everything is doing in videos to play it during, after he's said all this stuff about them. Some other aspects of Steve Hassan are worth noting. Who is Steve? Oh, Caleb. While Hassan occasionally will admit that the Unification Church, which he joined and feels horrifically victimized by... Oh, what? Was facilitated by the US government, he seems to hold no resentment against the CIA or the US government. In fact, in his anti-cult lectures, he often makes statements like, China is the biggest political cult in the world. Oh, here we go. Okay, he's critical of China. He's the enemy. He seems to have a particular vendetta against the Russian government, claiming that Russian President Vladimir Putin leads a political cult. Wow. So I knew he was pro-China. Is he pro-Putin as well? And is it just because Putin is like not America? They're on the other side of America, so they're an anti-imperialist fucking country and you have to stand up for them. Hassan attributes much of his success to Robert J. Lefty, a US... Why are we still talking about this guy? Oh my God. His City Builders book is literally just pieces he had previously published in some very real, not funded by weirdos or covert online magazines cobbled together in sporadic order. He's paid by Sputnik and RT, which are funded by Putin. Oh, yeah, of course. Okay, yeah. He's on RT all the time, isn't he? Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Okay. So then he talks about... I better read it. Hassan attributes much of his success to Robert J. Lefty, a US Air Force psychiatrist who conducted research in Japan and Korea on US soldiers who had been converted to communism in POW camps. Hassan admits that much of his understanding of brainwashing and cult mind control comes directly from Lefty, an individual who's very widely known to be involved with US military intelligence and its psychological operations against communism. It always comes back to that. Hassan's avoidance of prosecution for kidnapping, his celebration of mainstream media, you mean his advertisement in mainstream media, his working of US foreign policy talking points into his cult lectures, his hinting at inside knowledge about the Unification Church's intelligence connections, and his close association with a high-ranking US military psychiatrist all indicate that Hassan is much more than a typical psychologist or anti-cult lecturer. Does it? Hassan appears to have friends on the inside who enable him to do what he does and see him as useful in carrying out their political goals. Does he still have like a kind of Cold War mentality about everything? That's actually what it's kind of feeling like. Like everything is, done in the shadows and it's all, the different governments, regimes fighting against each other, and there's only two sides. It's just diametrically opposed. It's good to hear someone confirm this guy's insane. I felt like I was going bonkers doing research on these freaks. He's bizarre, right? Yeah, wow. I had no idea from the few things that I'd seen online. Wow. I'm glad that I trolled him a bit on Twitter now. Anyone who criticizes Caleb or anything he likes is imperialism or tool of imperialism. Yeah. Well, yeah, because he's like, no, I'm anti-imperialist. So if anyone's against me, they must be imperialist. Wait. Hassan appears to have friends on the inside who enable him to do what he does and see him as useful in carrying out their political goals. The same can be said for BreadTube, which appears to be some kind of cyber age deprogramming operation aimed at the US right wing, but also targeting legitimate Marxist-Leninists and anti-imperialists. What? And that's it. That's the end of... Oh, man. Counter-gangs in the late Cold War. Understanding BreadTube's emergence as a brand of establishment-approved socialism while observing the lingering influence of a deprogrammer named Steve Hassan. What? How is that How has he suddenly just linked those two together? Man, his brain is a conspiracy theory. Damn it, I'm an imperialist. Yeah, we're all imperialists. I'm sorry to have to tell you, but the good thing about that is that your CIA money will be in the mail. So just hang out for that. Forces us to discuss the 20th century Cold War and how the Soviet Union and its allies were defeated. Oh, there you go. Like a minute ago, I'm talking about the Cold War, and he's like, well, I guess this forces us to talk about this thing that I love. Below is an overview of the facts about... Oh, God. No citations, I'm guessing, for these facts. Okay, below is an overview of the facts about how American intelligence was able to maneuver events toward the ultimate collapse of the Soviet Union. This will lay out the historical precedent for an entity like BreadTube and the purpose it serves both domestically and internationally. I bet it won't. The Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union began in 1946 after the Second World War and ended in 1991 when the Soviet Union was dissolved. The Cold War can be divided into two distinct periods. The first period of the Cold War, beginning in the mid-40s and ending in the late 60s, involved American intelligence agencies and geopolitical strategists operating under the assumption that the enemy was communism. That is such a wild... I don't want to say misrepresentation there, but oversimplification. Like, whether or not it was truly an ideological battle is very, very contested. Like... Didn't he just say up here geopolitical? Yeah, there's also geopolitics that come into it. Oh, He's not going to know any of it. He's not... Oh, okay. The Truman Doctrine of Containment involved the United States building the NATO alliance and seeking to unify the world against China, the Soviet Union, and other countries in which Marxist-Leninist parties had taken power. This period involved 2 massive US military interventions, one on the Korean Peninsula and the other in Vietnam. Here's the international politics education throw-up. Oh, good. Okay. Both of these operations came at heavy cost to the United States in terms of human life, domestic morale, and international credibility. Such a simplistic view of Cold War historiography. Absolutely. It is. And I'm sure it's going to get dumber. Like, the more he talks, it can only get dumber. From everything I've seen so far, it's only going to make me angrier and angrier. During the Korean War, the world was shaken by the use of massive bombing of civilian targets by the US military. European allies and other international observers looked on in horror as US Army General Douglas MacArthur threatened to drop atomic bombs on China without even the permission of the elected US president. Domestic opposition to the Korean War was limited due to McCarthyism and post-World War II patriotism at home. However, among the soldiers on the battlefield, it was a different story. So let's look at this picture. At first, only communists like the WB Du Bois clubs and Youth Against War and Fascism protested the Vietnam War. However, by 1968, mass anti-war sentiments and a domestic political crisis had unfolded. Why is this on this page, where they're only talking about the Korean War, and they're still talking about it? On to the next page. Poor layout. Poor editing, poor layout. Okay, many American soldiers were disgusted by their orders to bomb civilians. Roughly 4,000 captured US soldiers signed confessions to war crimes and declared themselves to be communist sympathizers in POW camps. This launched a wave of fascination with brainwashing in American media and among American intelligence researchers. At the war's conclusion, Korea remained divided, and the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, which the USA had sought to eliminate, remained intact with a highly loyal population. Oh yeah, he's a tank. He supports North Korea, doesn't he? It's what they teach you in international politics second-year university, but really, really basic, reductive, etc. Yeah. I find it wild that someone goes out of their way just to write a book on BreadTube. Like, how many people will read it seriously? Yeah, actually, that's an interesting point. Like, what was his motivation for doing that? Huh. That's a good question to explore, actually. The setbacks experienced by the United States during the Korean War came back with an even greater vengeance during the Vietnam War. Talk about... Earlier he was saying how something was written like it was a movie trailer. You're writing like a movie trailer, Caleb. Protests against the war took place all across the world, where the Vietnamese people celebrated as peasant anti-imperialist heroes resisting the foreign occupiers. I mean, look, I'm only thinking from an Australian point of view, but that was not the prevailing narrative within the anti-war movement. Like, they weren't celebrating peasant anti-imperialist heroes. Okay. At home, protests against the war combined with the rising unrest of the African American community resulted in a widespread episode of domestic unrest. In 1968, almost every major US city went up in flames following the murder of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and campus anti-war protests became very popular. The communist factions of Students for a Democratic Society and the Black Panther Party emerged as explicitly Marxist-Leninist organizations seeking to overthrow US capitalism in alliance with Vietnam, China, Cuba, and the Soviet Union. Among the US Army, defections, insubordination, and fragging of officers became widespread. Yes, so glad to... I'm also glad that you stumbled upon this stream. However, just wait. Just wait. It will become painful. His motivation is showing he's smarter and correct because he wrote a book to respond to internet videos. Actually, potentially. With seeing the kind of vitriol that he was spewing out against the people that he had beef with, he's just been like laying awake at night, just stewing, thinking of comebacks like you do about, people that bullied you in high school, and you're like, oh, if only I'd said this. Oh my God, I just realized he's like the Onision of the left online. Actually, I don't know who No, it would probably be worse to be a Nissian. No, probably worse, yeah. The United States was ultimately defeated in Vietnam, and as a result, a new strategy for dealing with the Soviet Union and international communism emerged. This brought on the second stage of the Cold War, referred to as the Late Cold War. Zbigniew Brzezinski, a Polish-American academic, joined with the strategist Henry Kissinger to establish the Trilateral Commission. So, Brzezinski was a huge hawk a huge right-wing hawk. So the Trilateral Commission was a think tank funded by the Rockefeller family to reorient US foreign and domestic policy in light of the defeat of US forces in Vietnam and the widespread state of upheaval in the country at the time. In his 2-hour streams, which he does several times a week, often on weekends, to his cult following, he calls his detractors evil over and over. Very cultish. Wow. What? I got to say, I've been missing out on this entire world of Caleb Maupin. This is wild. Oh. Wow. Evil. That's something else. He focused on soft power and manipulating communists against each other. He was also Polish, and he was, I think, 14 when Stalin and Hitler divided Poland. In the, what was it? The Molotov-Ribbentrop? No, the Ribbentrop, the pact. Anyway, the non-aggression pact. Like Warsaw was no more. He had a reason to be against the Soviet Union, as it were, which was expansionist. Like it took over Poland. Yeah, I guess that having a book makes things seem a bit more legit. Yeah, probably. Oh, Caleb. Brzezinski's strategy for working against the communists involved scaling back the use of massive bombing and long-term military engagements, but instead utilizing proxy forces and exploiting the divisions that already existed among communists. Frank Kitson, the British intelligence officer who oversaw operations to defeat the Kenyan Land and Freedom Army, boasted of his use of counter-gangs to defeat the Kenyan resistance to the British Empire. During the 1950s, Kitson directed the British Army to form groups of black Africans and deploy them throughout Kenya. These counter-gangs pretended to be Mau Mau liberation fighters, but were actually allies of the British. These forces collected intelligence, committed atrocities that could be blamed on the Mau Mau, sowed division among the Kenyan population, and ultimately enabled the British to defeat the insurgency. I've been looking through Caleb's YouTube videos. A video called Xi Jinping and Chinese Communist Party are the cutting edge of Marxism. I can't even with this man. Why is he taken seriously? Yeah, what? That's such a weird... Like, who is he appealing to with that? The cutting edge of Marxism. That, like, because obviously they learned Marxist-Leninism in... dialectical materialism in Chinese schools. And then, teenagers, as teenagers do, 17, 18, 19-year-olds, get a little bit radicalized by it. And they're like, hey, why is our society not looking this way? Like, look at all these things and the contradictions. And then they'd get disappeared. It's mental. China's classless, moneyless, and stateless. Yeah, that's what Caleb loves. I've just realized that he is going to say that BreadTubers are a CIA psyop counter gang that do stupid things on the internet and make real leftists look bad, right? That's his entire thing. That's going to be his entire fucking argument. I think he's popular with people who can have a psychological, ideological identification with him. And I don't know if he consciously knows this or he's doing it unconsciously. That's interesting, actually. Because when I was getting the thumbnail for this stream, I typed in Caleb Maupin into Google Images, and there are a lot of pictures of him when he was younger, real long hair and out there, fighting the good fight on the streets. And I wonder if he's feeling slightly dejected. Now I'm just going to, just psychoanalyze a guy I've never met. But I do wonder if he's gotten to this point and, he's committed his entire life to this ideology. And suddenly, like, the revolution hasn't come, obviously. All the things he's been fighting for, you know, it looks like things are going the opposite direction. And then he looks and there's all these young people that... Burger King. And there's, all these young people, these young entertainers online who are espousing, you know, relatively leftist ideology, depending on who you're talking about. And I imagine that's going to make you feel pretty shit. And so then he's like, oh, actually, I'm the real ideologue here. Anyway, that was my little psychoanalysis of, this man whose book I've read for about 2 hours and never met. Frank Kitson later, later went on to oversee British military operations against the Irish Republican Army. In his work, he engineered a policy of arming Protestant extremists and enabling them to kill IRA members. Wait, haven't we already read this? Didn't he already talk about this dude? 2015 lawsuit was brought by Mary Heenan. What is that sentence? By Mary Heenan, whose husband was assassinated by Ulster Defence Association members in 1973. Did anybody edit this book, actually? Her lawsuit alleged that Kitson was responsible for the use of loyalist paramilitary gangs to contain the Republican nationalist threat through terror, manipulation of the rule of law, infiltration and subversion, all core to the Kitson military doctrine endorsed by the British Army and the British government at the time. Brzezinski directed the United States to take a page from Kitson and begin setting up counter-gangs around the world to fight Soviet-aligned communists, while the United States seemed apparently uninvolved. The first obvious use of the Kitson counter-gang strategy in the aftermath of the US defeat in Vietnam came in 1978 as the Kampuchea War. What? Cambodia? What? The Communist Party of Cambodia was overrun by a fanatical leader named Pol Pot and his followers. Pol Pot rejected industrialization and argued Cambodia could achieve... There you go, this is a picture of what he's talking about. Achieve full communism on the basis of the agrarian economy. Pol Pot attacked Vietnam, resulting in the Kampuchea War. China, arguing that the Vietnamese were acting as agents of Soviet social imperialism, sent its forces to invade Vietnam in support of Cambodia. It has later been revealed that Pol Pot, the crazed ultra-leftist who rejected basic principles of Marxism-Leninism and slaughtered hundreds of thousands of Cambodian and Vietnamese communists, was in fact a covert puppet of the United States. Wait, what? Is that true? Sorry, what? Pol Pot had been educated in France, and the US government was providing him with guns and weapons in his fight against the pro-Soviet communists in his homeland and against Vietnam. Sorry, but wasn't Kim Jong-un educated in Sweden? What? For a second, I misheard you and thought you were saying that Maupin was 14 in Poland during the NRP, and I was just imagining him as an old guy angrily scribbling out complaints of BreadTube. Literally, old man yells at cloud. Yeah. He doesn't get, like, YouTube jokes. I mean, he kind of is. He doesn't get, like, comedy, and then he gets super offended. Who knows if anything is true? Citation needed, Caleb. Exactly, yeah. What? Pol Pot and his allies represented a counter-gang, much like those engineered by Frank Kitson in Kenya. Okay. So this is the first that I've heard that Pol Pot was a secret CIA plant. But he thought, okay, maybe, I don't know what was in Pol Pot's heart, but I'm fairly certain Pol Pot thought he was putting into effect Marxism as he understood it. Like, he did think that he was going to have a revolution by doing all the things that Maupin was fucking talking about right at the start. Okay. The use of counter-gangs became a key staple of US strategic policy in the late Cold War. This is what he wanted to write the book about. He could have just written a book about the Cold War. He didn't need to have a fucking go at Vaush and bring up, apart from a debate with vegan gains, like in a book about the Cold War. Brzezinski bragged that he'd set up the Afghan trap for the Soviet Union, creating a situation in Afghanistan where the Soviet Union would feel obligated to send in the military, and then arranging for Osama bin Laden to build a global army of Wahhabi extremists from across the planet to fight them in the name of Islam. Okay, now I'm going to edit Malpin yelling at some clouds. Excellent. That is excellent. I would love to see that. Oh, okay. Where are we up to? Blah, blah. In Angola, the United States armed a group called UNITA, led by Jonas Savimbi, a literal cannibal and mass murderer who claimed to be a Maoist communist. Savimbi's forces fought against the pro-Soviet ruling party of Angola, murdering civilians as well as Cuban and Angolan soldiers in a lengthy civil war. In Ethiopia, the United States armed Eritrean separatists to fight against the pro-Soviet Derg government. In the Middle East, two anti-imperialist governments, the Islamic Republic of Iran and the Ba'ath Socialist Arab Republic of Iraq, were played against each other. The US government first supported Saddam Hussein in his invasion of Iran, and later, the US government supported Iran in its fight against Iraq. There were mass deaths on both sides among both fighters and civilians. He already wrote all these parts before as part of his journalism, just pieced it together, I think. Oh, yeah. I absolutely would believe that. Because there's no thread, there's no link through the whole thing to anything to do with BreadTube anymore. During this time, many pro-Marxist college professors and writers in Europe received covert support from the US Central Intelligence Agency. Actually, that would also explain why, because he's already talked about the CIA earlier, and he'd already used their acronym. So you don't need to keep introducing it as US Central Intelligence Agency when you've already done that and established what CIA means. But that lends credence to the fact that these are all just cobbled together works that he already had, and he just didn't bother doing any editing at all. So they were carefully being nudged to push a more anti-Soviet brand of Marxism, focused on cultural issues, rather than class struggle. Are you shitting me? Is he going to talk about cultural Marxism? What? Oh, okay, I'm excited again now. Also, though, a lot of people on the left after it was, what was it? Fucking was it 53 or 57 when the Soviet Union went into Hungary and did that? The left was like, oh, okay, now we get it. It's a big reason why he keeps using first and last names too. Not within the same pages and stuff. That's just bad writing. But throughout the book, yes. You want to see him talk about cultural Marxism? Well, yeah, if he's going to be talking about they're focusing Hungarian Revolution 1957. Thank you. Yeah. After that, and the Soviets went in, people on the left were started questioning the Soviet Union and started distancing themselves from it. Although apparently for Caleb, it's all just the CIA. I can appreciate some of his writing about these histories. His take on BreadTube is seemingly based on some personal issues. Yeah, absolutely. And like I was saying, this is the stuff that he's actually interested in. And you can tell. And so what he's done is just tried to cram and shoehorn his bad takes about Vosh and Thoughtzheim into some larger thing about the Soviet Revolution. Oh, God, search Caleb Mapp and so-called cultural Marxism facts and myths. Oh, no. God. Okay, I'll do that after I finish this chapter. All right, what are we looking at? The CIA boasts about the Congress for Cultural Freedom program, in which magazines like Partisan Review, Encounter, and Demonat were covertly funded to reorient Marxist thought among European intellectuals. In 1978, the Italian, French, and Spanish communist parties cut ties with the Soviet Union, and Brzezinski labeled them Euro-communists. Interesting. But, okay, no, Caleb doesn't care. Caleb wouldn't give a shit. Counterculture-oriented religious groups like Reverend Moon's Unification Church. What? Counterculture-oriented. Wow, wait. Okay. Transcendental meditation, Tibetan Buddhism, and the Hare Krishna movement were deemed to be very useful by American intelligence in rolling back the influence of communists among intellectuals and dissidents at home. All of this covert manipulation of armed communist groups, socialist countries, and leftist intellectuals culminated in overthrowing the Soviet Union in 1991. Many of the confused students who marched to overthrow the Marxist-Leninist governments in Eastern Europe did not think that they were helping to bring in neoliberalism and the economic demolition of their homelands. They believed it was just to make a more democratic form of socialism, or socialism with a human face. Anyone know of any particularly crazy Maupin videos? I didn't realize how many videos he's made. Oh no. All right. Decades later, in conditions where information travels much faster in the age of the internet, BreadTube appears to be yet another counter-gang. Does it? These people that I don't like appear to be just another bunch of these other people I don't like. Convenient. Like the Khmer Rouge unit to Congress for Cultural Freedom of the various counterculture religious cults. It speaks in the name of left-wing sounding ideals. In reality, it is most likely serving one section of the American ruling elite and the intelligence agencies. Covert support is most likely being provided in order to enable the algorithmic hacking that has allowed BreadTube to flourish as the primary left-wing voice online while waging a relentless campaign against others. What? That is wild. He's literally saying covert support is most likely being provided in order to enable the algorithmic hacking. What? What? Wow. You are wild, Caleb. While waging a relentless campaign against others. Okay, two things I'm going to bring up. So yes, obviously the CIA was funding different groups and et cetera, around the world to engage in proxy wars. So was the Soviet Union. Like, they were doing it at the same time. That, like, does he not know that? Or he either doesn't know it, doesn't want to talk about it because it makes his side look bad, or he agrees with it when the Soviets are doing it. Jesus. And the other, what was I going to say? Oh, compare the amount of money and funding that the left has on YouTube to the right on YouTube, to like Daily Wire and shit, or Steven Crowder, like, or Blaze, or Rebel, or are they the same thing? Anyway, there is so much money in right-wing YouTube and right-wing online presences. And then Caleb's like, oh, actually, the CIA is probably like teaming up with YouTube to make the algorithm play Thought Slime. What? The important thing to remember about counter-gangs in the late Cold War is that they are generally not conscious deceivers. Some will read the above contents and believe that African Maoists, UNITA, left-wing intellectuals, or the BreadTubers of 2021 are all secret CIA agents, or some other crude interpretation. Nothing could be further from the truth. Dude, I agree with Caleb about one thing. He definitely agrees with it when the Soviets do it. Yeah, I would wager that he does. There is no doubt that the fighters of UNITA, the Wahhabis who fought alongside Osama bin Laden in Afghanistan, the intellectuals who pushed Eurocommunism, or even the BreadTubers of our time legitimately believed in what they said and did. While they may be naive about the support they receive, what makes them useful proxies is their sincerity. Selecting certain ignorant and confused young people to be the voice of the movement, and perhaps carefully nudging them to frame their rhetoric in a certain way, is key. You know, if you posit enough conspiracy hypotheses, eventually one or even a few will eventually come true. Yeah. Oh, all right. By rewarding them with patrons and clicks, the narrative can be carefully reinforced. Does he think that the CIA is subscribing to these BreadTubers' Patreons? Because where's mine, CIA? Oh, and clicks. God, a new socialism that is not anti-imperialist, not even genuinely anti-capitalist, but is very useful in containing and beating back the right wing, can be cultivated to serve imperialism. So he views the right wing as just part of, like the right wing. Communism is when the government plays thoughts like. So conclusion. An overview of the personalities, histories, and connections of various BreadTubers and affiliated personalities highlights certain similarities. I don't think it does, because I don't think you really overviewed the connections, etc., except for like 3 people that were on Destiny. Including you. You were one of the 3 people on Destiny. What are you talking about, Caleb? What the fuck? Oh, none of them have any direct ties to any existing communist, anarchist, or socialist activist groups, aside from perhaps Democratic Socialists of America. Okay, 1. So? Also, isn't Thought Slime a big Workers of the World? What is it? Union? That big union. The cat one. Thought Slime's all into him. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. So no record of actual activism as Marxists can be found when looking over their public history. So he's just angry they're not all Marxists like him? Much like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, they seem to have appeared out of nowhere to suddenly become representatives of left-wing politics. She's a sock dem. Like these people... appeared out of nowhere. Which means what? Funded by CIA. Okay. International Workers of the World. That's it. Thank you. Yeah. Thought Slime's always talking about them. It's like join an organization. I wonder what Caleb thinks about labor unions. He probably would say that they're anti-imperialist. I'm sure they serve imperialism somehow. So while they do not have ties to Marxist, Leninist, or anarchist activist groups, wasn't he talking about how they're all like encouraging people to go out and become Antifa street fighters? Is Antifa not an anarchist activist group to this dude? So they do have apparent ties to the US power structure. Their work is celebrated in mainstream US media outlets. They are presented as a safe kind of leftism and a needed counterbalance to the rise of Donald Trump. By who? Some of them have odd skeletons in their closets. Natalie Wynn's sudden rise to prominence. Wait. What? Natalie Wynn's sudden rise to prominence. Some of them have odd skeletons. What? So I was a ContraPoints fan before she transitioned, like publicly, and there were some great videos and all of that older stuff, and like ContraPoints put in a heap of effort over years. I wonder if because obviously all of those older videos now have been deleted, so I wonder if Caleb, looking back through her back catalogue of videos, is like, oh, all of a sudden her first video's got 1 million views. How did this even happen? It's just a basic lack of understanding of what he's written a book about. Jesus. Vush's shady history in relation to topics like child pornography and lack of charisma. Oh man, stick the knife in, Caleb. Oh Jesus, lack of charisma. Oh, the criminal conviction of Matt Thought Slime's mother and his fixation on topics like suicide and self-harm. Fuck you, Caleb. Holy shit. He is so gross. Destiny's shift from libertarian to social democrat, followed by his celebration of right-wing attacks on protesters. Mysterious social media history of socialism done left. Caleb Kane's celebrated status as an ex-right-wing extremist despite any real history of right-wing activism. Activism, oh man. I was waiting for you to read that one. It did not disappoint. Lack of charisma. Oh, man. All of these indicate that BreadTube has powerful allies who are using them to serve a purpose other than communist revolution. Oh, man. Oh, I thought that was going to be the end. He's continuing. All right. Divisions within the capitalist... Okay, sorry. This is like 200 pages. 206 pages. This is chapter 1. And we're at page 50. Before, when I was talking about pacing. What? That's not how you write a book. Okay. Divisions within the capitalist ruling class are the natural outgrowth of an economic and social crisis such as the Western world is currently experiencing. The alt-right and white supremacist groups put forward a toxic ideology that leads to hate crimes. Wait, you literally just up here. Caleb Keynes celebrated status as an ex-right-wing extremist despite any real history of right-wing activism. And then we go down here. The alt-right and white supremacist groups put forward a toxic ideology that leads to hate crimes, mass shootings, and a justification for political repression. What is it, Caleb? Is it a toxic ideology that leads to like terrible outcomes, or oh no, it's just not any even, you just watched some YouTube videos, didn't even need to be de-radicalized. Make up your mind. The existence of BreadTube is as an entity pushed forward by elements within the deep state to defend the liberal order from right-wing opposition is not really in itself a scandalous revelation. Trust me, Caleb, it is a scandalous revelation that the CIA is like giving these people patrons and clicks and making the algorithm watch, like, oh, do you want to watch a philosophy? Actually, why didn't you look at PhilosophyTube? PhilosophyTube is obviously left-wing and is obviously one of the OG BreadTubers. Like all the security in the state and all the kind of blah, blah, blah. What? Here's the thing. I want to live in a classless, moneyless, and stateless society, but who really thinks human society is mature enough to handle such a thing at this point in time? Best to ease into it. I mean, the thing that I always think is there are, like, not in America at the moment, but in Australia, we've had 8 or 9 years of centre-right government at the federal level. And the majority of people are voting for... Like, the majority of people are holding these values. Like, you have to convince people that the values that they are currently holding and currently expressing, oh no. Yeah, it's a big, yeah. I don't know what Caleb thinks is going to happen. Oh, crap. No. Oh, my God. All right. Okay. No, what? All right. Whew. So, it is to be expected in times such as these. However, in addition to demonizing the Trump movement and the various online currents aligned with it, BreadTube has another target. One thing that all these figures agree on is that China and Russia, and to some extent Iran, Venezuela, Cuba, Vietnam, and Nicaragua, are somehow toxic totalitarian societies, and it is the duty of Western leftists to undermine and destabilize these countries. What? Like, I see how he didn't put non-compete on here, who I would say is one of the more prolific anarchist YouTubers. And obviously, they're married. He's married to Luna? Anyway, Luna is a literal Vietnamese Marxist-Leninist who lives in Vietnam and who makes videos for BreadTube about Marxist-Leninism. And Non-Compete and Thought Slime are great friends. And so clearly Thought Slime would have a lot of time for Luna and her ideas. the fact that, I mean, he just knows nothing about it. And it's exactly the same thing as like, oh, you think differently to me, therefore you must be are somehow toxic totalitarian societies, and it is the duty of Western leftists to undermine and destabilize these countries. What? Walsh has been the most explicit in equating pro-Chinese communists with Nazis while celebrating the Hong Kong protesters who unfurl Pepe the Frog signs and Trump banners, but these sentiments are more or less prevalent throughout the entire BreadTube sphere. More or less. I would say less. The narrative that somehow Trump supporters and QAnon are an extension of the illiberalism of the anti-imperialist bloc is also implied in much of BreadTube's material. It would be great if you linked any of it. The main problem with BreadTube is not that it dissects the ideas of the far right. This is largely a noble task, though it is sometimes very poorly executed due to the ideological limitations of those who avoid offending the liberal order. What? The main problem with BreadTube is that it is blatantly miseducating people and misrepresenting key concepts of Marxism, socialism, and communism. BreadTube does not seek to make those exploring these concepts in a time of economic crisis into revolutionaries and anti-imperialists. Rather, they seek to make them into something much like they are, foot soldiers of the liberal order. Oh, man. They embolden the most powerful capitalists in their efforts to maintain power, beat back anti-imperialist states, and suppress unrest and rebellion at home. Deconstructing the various misrepresentations and delusions presented by BreadTube in order to achieve this goal will be the purpose of the remaining pages of this book. Oh, Caleb, my brain is going to fall out of my head when I vomit it up. Oh, my dad's a Vietnam vet, and in the 90s went back there and ended up staying with someone whose brother died as one of the attackers during the Tet Offensive, and my dad was on the US side. He said that the lives of the Vietnamese were doing really well as they worked towards communism peacefully. Yeah, and I think the whole thing is that we recognize, and I think that's where, tankies and shit go so off the rails, is that people, we can connect with people. That saying, we have more in common with, normal people in other countries than we do with our own, billionaire class or our own politicians. And that's true. It's, all the division, et cetera, and then people like Caleb just come along, and everyone that doesn't agree with him is just CIA funded. I love the idea that BreadTubers are being funded by the CIA, and the way that they are doing that is by becoming patrons, clicking on their videos, and affecting the algorithm. I mean, it's pointless to try and make any kind of fucking good actual argument. I'm going to be reading more from Caleb's book, BreadTube Serves Imperialism. It's already horrendous. Very, very terrible. So I guess getting straight into it, we've got chapter 2, which is about 40 pages long. We are indeed, unfortunately, back. So the name BreadTube is derived from a book published in 1892 by anarchist Russian activist Peter Kropotkin. I'm going to say it was only this year that I realized that BreadTube had something to do with Kropotkin. I just assumed that it was linked to how white all of LeftTube was. I literally just thought BreadTube was like LeftTube so white. But now so Caleb's one up on me on this one. So there you go. So the book, entitled The Conquest of Bread and nicknamed The Bread Book, is considered a primary text of anarcho-communism. In the book, Kropotkin critiques both feudalism and capitalism, proposing a decentralized, voluntarist, collective society as the alternative.
Peter Kropotkin's ideas were fundamentally opposed to those of the Bolsheviks, who ultimately toppled the Tsarist autocracy and later established the Soviet government in October of 1917. However, to discount Kropotkin and his ideas would be mistaken. That's poor writing. The legacy of Peter Kropotkin. Kropotkin was born in the Russian aristocracy, but from his youth he became dedicated to the liberation of the Russian peasantry, who were brutally repressed. Kropotkin joined the International Workingmen's Association, the First International, and worked alongside some of the most important revolutionary thinkers of the age. He spent years in prison for his beliefs and took great risks. And when the Russian Revolution occurred in 1917, Kropotkin embraced it as a positive development despite his criticisms and ideological differences. When Kropotkin died in 1921, Lenin personally approved a funeral procession of thousands of people to march in his honor. In 1957, the Soviet government named a subway station in his honor. God, talk about repetition in writing. You can't end unless that is a literary device, ending each following sentence like that with "in his honor," which it isn't. You shouldn't be doing that, Caleb. Like I said yesterday, I will edit your books for you. You're probably also not going to like a lot of the comments that I leave in the margins, but there you go. Kropotkin's influence spread well beyond Russia. Many anarchists and leftist intellectuals across the world found his work and writings to be inspiring. Among those who were influenced by Kropotkin's work was a young man named Mao Zedong. Before joining the Chinese Communist Party at its founding Congress in 1921, Mao Zedong was the leader of a Kropotkinist organization called the New People's Study Society, and many see the influence of Kropotkin popping up throughout Mao's life as a revolutionary and statesman. The primary difference that Kropotkin had with the Bolsheviks was about who in Russian society should be the focus of the revolutionary movement. Kropotkin's focus was on the peasantry as the backbone of a potential revolution, while the Bolsheviks, as Marxists, viewed industrial workers as the sector of society where revolutionary work should be focused. Kropotkin rejected some of Marx's economic ideas, arguing that the concept of surplus value was mistaken. As an anarchist, Kropotkin argued that a post-capitalist society could only be built voluntarily and that attempts to reform or seize political power were a waste of time. Kropotkin's vision was for the Russian peasantry to seize control of land themselves and begin growing crops cooperatively, much like German peasants had done during the event of 1524 to 1525. Kropotkin was an agrarian socialist rather than an industrial one. Kind of surprised that Caleb is talking about Kropotkin in a positive light. I know, it doesn't. He doesn't have the snark and the vitriol that he usually directs at people that aren't full-on Marxist-Leninists. Chapters 4 to 12 of his magnum opus, for which the BreadTube community has taken its name, are dedicated to laying an intricate vision of his ideal society of a decentralized, voluntary socialism with vast abundance. Kropotkin writes, "Citizens will be obliged to become agriculturalists, not in the same manner as peasants who wear themselves out ploughing for a wage that barely provides them with sufficient food for the year, but by following the principles of market gardeners' intensive agriculture, applied on a large scale by means of the best machinery that man has invented or can invent. They will reorganize cultivation, not in 10 years' time, but at once, during the revolutionary struggles, from fear of being worsted by the enemy. Agriculture will have to be carried on by intelligent beings, availing themselves of their knowledge, organizing themselves in joyous gangs for pleasant work, when man invents and improves his tools and is conscious of being a useful member of the community." Kropotkin's writing has an almost religious faith in the good intentions of human beings and their willingness to cooperate without coercion, combined with a gentle pacifism that fears the cruelty of authoritarian structures. He writes, "We shall see then what a variety of trades mutually cooperating on a spot of the globe and animated by the social revolution can do to feed, clothe, house, and supply with all manner of luxuries millions of intelligent men. We need write no fiction to prove this. What we are sure of, what has already been experimented upon and recognized as practical, would suffice to carry it into effect. if the attempt were fertilized, vivified by the daring inspiration of the revolution and the spontaneous impulse of the masses. So I will say, once again, another point for Caleb. He's actually including references to the works of these people. Very interesting. However, despite holding a vision of a voluntary society where all cooperate with each other in the absence of coercion, Kropotkin was not opposed to using force and violence to achieve his goals. The anarchist organizations and networks he associated with throughout Europe advocated propaganda of the deed, the use of bombings and assassinations in the hopes of sparking a rebellion among the wider population. How much Kropotkin was directly involved in such activities remains unclear, but it is clear that many people who were inspired by Kropotkin's teachings and worked with his organizations engaged in left adventurist terrorism. What? Did he just make that up? I've never heard of that before in my life. In 1916, most anarchists and revolutionary socialists were protesting and opposing the war between imperialist powers. Kropotkin published his Manifesto of the 16 that announced support for British and American imperialism in their war against Germany, Austria, and Turkey. This earned Kropotkin a large amount of scorn and was seen as a slap in the face and betrayal of the many socialists like Rosa Luxemburg and Eugene Debs, who went to prison for opposing the war. Peter Kropotkin is a figure that is worthy of respect despite criticisms of his political line and actions. He was willing to make great sacrifices and take great risks on behalf of oppressed peasants and factory workers, and he did a great deal to put forward a vision of post-capitalist society that would resolve the injustices of the world. Marxists, of course, reject left adventurism and terrorism along with idealistic fairy tales. They favour instead to build a mass movement of workers to seize control of the state and create a rational, centrally planned economy to eliminate all scarcity, marching towards the ultimate goal of a stateless, classless world. I mean, so I know he's a Marxist, but, like, no, we're not going to go into it. He can have it. That being said, he very clearly has at least done somewhat of a misunderstanding of Kropotkin. Yeah, and he is going to, like, I'm surprised that he's been so good faith about Kropotkin, seeing what we did in both the introduction and chapter 1. But yeah, obviously he doesn't just have a perspective, he is biased towards his ideology. For example, Kropotkin's work, Fields, Factories and Workshops, Kropotkin wanted a joint revolutionary act in between industrialists and agriculturalists. Yeah, and this is where it's because Caleb has to differentiate anarchists, Kropotkinist, anarchists from Marxists, so that down the line he can talk about how BreadTubers are only Kropotkinites and blah, 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 and they want the peasants something. I'm sure that's going to come up. But yeah, so misrepresenting the work for a specific purpose. The fact that the BreadTube internet universe claims Kropotkin's legacy and presents itself as the main representative of not just Kropotkin's ideas, but all anti-capitalism in 21st century America is deeply problematic. The intellectual laziness and shallow analysis So shallow analysis could be the subtitle for this book, Caleb. Presented by various BreadTube voices is a total disservice to his legacy, however complex it may be. The Mayor Kropotkin, yeah, right? Zoe Baker has more reliable info on anarchism. Yeah, there's a lot of... And so this is the thing that I think Caleb is... This is where he's maybe confused. Because he was talking about, in chapter 1, none of these people are associated with any organizations. And here, like the fact that the BreadTube internet universe claims Kropotkin's legacy and presents itself as the main representative of not just Kropotkin's ideas, but all anti-capitalism in 21st century America, like, I don't think they do. It's a bunch of, individual content creators who are all kind of academic and, as such, enjoy talking about ideas and enjoy analysing things and obviously have their own perspectives and ideologies. I think Caleb is trying to, because he is part of organisations, and that's the kind of role that he sees, a vanguard organisation taking. And so he has to, in his mind, his kind of ontological view is that, well, then BreadTube must be an organisation, and as such, because they're more popular than, whatever communist organisations Caleb's a part of now, and they're not saying what he wants, they're a counter gang and they're paid by the CIA and blah, 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 blah. Instead of just recognizing that the fact that individual content creators on YouTube now can just become popular and famous and they talk about the left. So I think he's gone off half-cocked. I like this chapter better because it's funny to read over the clattered grammar mistakes. At least in this one, he's making gross character stand. Yeah. This is, it's a nice little Wikipedia article, or it's a bit of a news article about the history of blah, blah, blah. As opposed to, like you said, just the really vile shit that he was saying yesterday. Well, saying in the previous chapter that I was saying yesterday. The Marxist definition of capitalism. The teachings of Karl Marx understand socialism to be a result of the innate human drive for progress and the expansion of productive forces. For most of humanity's existence, we lived as hunter-gatherers in tribes. The first social revolution came with the domestication of animals and the growing of crops. The dawn of agriculture brought forth a new mode of production and a new set of social relations to correspond with it. Soon society was divided between landowners and slaves. Eventually, feudalism, a more efficient mode of production, replaced slavery. In the 1700s, capitalism emerged in Europe as the mercantile classes replaced the kings and nobles, and industrial production replaced subsistence farming. Capitalism resulted in the creation of two social classes, the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. The bourgeoisie are those who own the banks, factories, land, means of transportation, and other centres of economic power and operate them in order to make profits. The rest of society makes up another class, the proletariat, a class Marx described as the modern working class, developed a class of labourers who live only so long as they find work and who find work only so long as their labour increases capital. These labourers, who must sell themselves piecemeal, are a commodity like every other article of commerce and are consequently exposed to all the vicissitudes of competition, to all the fluctuations of the market. That's an excellent description of 1700s and early 1800s, like the kind of industrial revolution landscape, 100%. The interests of the capitalists who own the means of production and the workers who sell their labour power to capitalists are diametrically opposed. Capitalists seek to drive wages down and maximise their profits. As a result, workers form unions and organise strikes in the hope of increasing their pay and bettering their conditions. Capitalism is defined by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels as a system in which the means of production are privately owned and operated to make profits for those who own them. Marx described capitalism as the anarchy of production. Engels explained, for in capitalistic society, the means of production can only function when they have undergone a preliminary transformation into capital. Mao Zedong, the leader of the Chinese Communist Party, said that capitalism was a system of profits in command. The capitalist system is defined as a system of production for profit. I don't know, bro. The fact he mentioned banking makes me nervous. I'm sure it's nothing, but still, no, I've seen some little excerpts from some of his live streams, and he does talk about international bankers quite a bit. So we'll see where it goes. The capitalist is always looking to make production more efficient in order to increase his profits. As Marx explained, the bourgeoisie cannot exist without constantly revolutionising the instruments of production and thereby the relations of production. The capitalist seeks to hire the least amount of workers, replace human labour with machines, de-skill jobs, and make human labour more easily replaceable, all in order to churn out more and more products for lower and lower cost.
The capitalist seeks to increase his profit margin so those profits can be reinvested and his operations can expand only to make more profits, which can then be reinvested again. This is what Marx referred to as the general law of capitalist accumulation. Driving down labour costs, however, has an unplanned side effect. The purchasing power of workers is derived from the wages they are paid. In the drive to efficiently produce goods and maximise profits, the capitalist system is prone to cyclical crises of overproduction. The workers cannot afford to buy back the products they produce. The market becomes glutted with products that cannot be sold. As a result, prices drop, companies go out of business, and workers lose their jobs because too much has been created. Marx wrote in his text The Poverty of Philosophy, "From day to day it has become clearer that the production relations in which the bourgeoisie moves have not a simple, uniform character, but a dual character, that in the self-same relations in which wealth is produced, poverty is also produced, that in the self-same relations in which there is a development of the productive forces, there is also a force-producing repression, that these relations produce bourgeois wealth, i.e. the wealth of the bourgeois class, only by continually annihilating the wealth of the individual members of this class and by producing an ever-growing proletariat. This problem of abundance creating poverty is uniquely capitalist. In previous systems, people starved because not enough food had been created, but in capitalism, starvation can occur because too much food has been produced. In previous systems, homelessness resulted from a lack of housing, but in the aftermath of the 2008 financial crisis, when the housing bubble burst, many Americans lost their homes or became homeless because too much housing had been constructed. I don't think that's a fair representation of the subprime crisis. Like financial speculation was the biggest, one of the biggest contributors to that. And, go off on that, but it's not just because too many homes had been constructed. Marxists often will cite a parable dialogue between a coal miner and his son. Also, was it Mansa Musa, who was like the richest person in history, a West African king? And when he traveled through, I believe it was ancient Rome, he threw out so much gold that Rome had inflation for 2 years after that. So it's not just, and that was well before, even feudalism. Again, it's all very reductionist and all very simplistic. So, son, father, I am very cold. Why can't we light the stove? Father, we cannot light the stove because we don't have any coal. Son, why don't we have any coal? Father, because I lost my job at the coal mine and we do not have any money to purchase coal. Son, why did you lose your job at the coal mine? Father, because there is too much coal. Okay. Friedrich Engels explained why cyclical economic crises result from the built-in problem of production organized for profit in his text Socialism, Utopian and Scientific, writing, "The whole mechanism of the capitalist mode of production breaks down under the pressure of the productive forces, its own creations. It is no longer able to turn all this massive means of production into capital. They lie fallow, and for that very reason, the Industrial Reserve Army must also lie fallow. Means of production, means of subsistence, available labourers, all the elements of production and of general wealth are present in abundance." So, I'm not a Marxist. I think there are interesting ideas in Marx. I like listening to Richard Wolff talk, but that could be because of his kind of Jersey or New York little, colloquialisms. But Marx was writing about the same time as Charles Darwin. And Charles Darwin, also, revolutionary. But people today that are interested in evolution aren't only looking at Charles Darwin. That's now an introductory text. And they are looking at all the advancements that have happened in the field of evolutionary studies over the last, 170-ish years? Caleb's preoccupation with, understanding the theory and going back only to this kind of thing, it's like what's happened since then, dude. Like I said before, he tried to take Carl's, weren't first name terms, where he tried to take Marx's, one of his pieces of, writing and apply it wholly to the
the 2008 financial crisis, which it wasn't like it didn't just map onto it one to one. Like maybe there is stuff in Marxism that you could apply to the subprime crisis, but it wasn't just that capitalism bad. It was specifically about the bundling up of debt and the financial speculation on that debt. Your voice is great. You should do audiobooks. Oh, thank you. Also, I don't think it's Manson Wants anymore. Pretty sure Musk and Bezos surpassed him now. That's depressing. My day is ruined. The trials and tribulations of Caleb Mappin, the wandering leftist. He is wild. Imperialism, the capitalism of our time. Much of BreadTube's discussion of capitalism centres around the inequity of relations between employers and employees. This is certainly a very big aspect of Marxian analysis of capitalism. Marx described the alienating environment of the worker, the way workers are reduced to appendages of machines who sell their labour power to the employer like any other commodity. Marx described how the worker is not paid the full value of his labour, with the surplus value being stolen from in order to become the profits of the capitalist. However, the bulk of Marx's analysis was focused on the problems that flow from production being organised for profits, as shown above. The irrational profit motive leads to capital centralising into fewer and fewer hands, gluts overproduction, poverty amidst plenty, and all kinds of social chaos. In the aftermath of Marx's death, Vladimir Lenin analysed the further development of capitalism. So I'm just going to stop here and go back up for a second. So I think where he's going to go, and one of the things that I also am not upset about, but wish that, people on the left could do more of, is international relations. And so that was my degree. And so, also I'm not American. And so when the vast majority of the analysis is on kind of American capitalism and individuals in that system, like I get that, but I think there is a lot of space that the left is giving up to the kind of people on the right who have very oversimplistic answers and analysis of international relations, but that they're the kind of only voices in that space. So I think I can agree on that kind of premise, but I doubt we're going to agree where it goes. Lenin showed that increasingly the industries became dominated by financial institutions and that the banks who supply credit become the central institutions in Western countries. In the 1890s, capitalism in the United States, Britain, France, Germany, and other Western countries became dominated by huge conglomerates. Banks and industries tied together in huge trusts as multinational corporations spread their tentacles across the globe. The Western monopolies worked to stop economic development in Africa, Asia, and Latin America and maintain their dominance in global trade. Excess commodities were dumped onto the developing world that served as a captive market. This higher stage of capitalism was called imperialism. So, being a modern history teacher, I don't agree. I don't think imperialism has to have a capitalistic... Oh, I've just realized why they call it why imperialism for them has to come from capitalism, because then it means that, like, the Soviets weren't imperialist, right? Okay. I get you, Lenin. Lenin described the 5 stages of imperialism. We have to begin with as precise and full a definition of imperialism as possible. Imperialism is a specific historical stage of capitalism. Its specific character is threefold. Imperialism is monopoly capitalism, parasitic or decaying capitalism, moribund capitalism. The supplanting of free competition by monopoly is the fundamental economic feature, the quintessence of imperialism. Monopoly manifests itself in 5 principal forms. 1. Cartels, syndicates, and trusts. The concentration of production has reached a degree which gives rise to these monopolistic associations of capitalists. 2. The monopolistic position of the big banks. 3, 4, or 5 giant banks manipulate the whole economic life of America, France, Germany. 3.
seizure of the sources of raw material by the trusts and the financial oligarchy. Finance capital is monopoly industrial capital merged with bank capital. 4. The economic partition of the world by the international cartels has begun. There are already over 100 such international cartels which command the entire world market and divide it amicably among themselves until war redivides it. The export of capital as distinct from the export of commodities under non-monopoly capitalism is a highly characteristic phenomenon and is closely linked with the economic and territorial political partition of the world. 5. The territorial partition of the world colonies is completed. Yeah, the actual meanings of the words is kind of important. Yeah. Okay, I just realized he hasn't talked about BreadTube in a while. Maybe this is the proper amount of setup needed, but I don't know. I've never written a book. Okay, probably have more fun. Oh, it froze. Well, I hope you can hear me again now. Yeah, he's not like I said last night. It seems as though he's had a couple of run-ins with a couple of people on BreadTube, and he's decided to write an entire book debunking them, but he's got nothing except, all of this stuff. Obviously, he knows about Marx and Lenin and the Soviet Union and the history of blah, 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 because he loves it all. This is his jam. This is his bag. But, he said basically nothing about BreadTube for ages now. It's just like, CIA ops and there's some bad people. Anyway, let me tell you about Lenin. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. It is because of this global setup called imperialism that Nigeria can be the top oil-producing country in Africa, exporting more of this valued commodity than any other country on the continent. Yet they still have only 62% literacy, along with a very low life expectancy and a high infant mortality rate, according to the CIA World Factbook. Bro, you hate the CIA. What? You can't quote the CIA World Factbook. You fucking hate them. Oh, bro. Is the CIA World Factbook where he also learnt that BreadTube are the main representatives of Marxism online? It is because of imperialism that Honduras and Guatemala... Okay, so this is his weird reductionist... Like this is where he's showing his bias. Because, modern monetary and fiscal policy and the interaction that it has in a globalized system is very complex. Like, all of these things are very complex. And yes, there are things like exploitation and all of that, and, countries continuing to exploit Africa, obviously. But just to say, it is because of imperialism that Honduras and Guatemala are drug and gang-infested countries where much of the population lacks access to education and running water. Like, dude, you can't just make that, particularly when you're just looking at... Yeah, right. You can't just quote the CIA like that when you hate them so much. But yeah, and he's using something from 100 years ago, like this list of 5 things that Lenin came up with. Lenin, who was also not ideologically neutral, and look, critical theory, like in international relations, also says that everybody is talking about something, but sorry, he's an ideologue, isn't he? I guess that's what I just need to be like. Oh, Caleb the ideologue. He's read all the Marx, he's read all the Lenin, he loves them, he loves the Soviet Union. Okay. In comparison, Nicaragua, which has broken out of imperialism, has been able to roll back poverty and raise living standards. What does he mean by broken out of imperialism? The Central American countries that have economies and governments dominated by the United States are kept poor, subject to foreign domination and impoverishment. When the British colonised India and Bangladesh, they burned the looms and forced people that had been weaving for thousands of years to import their cloth from British textile mills. More recent... But why is that, dude? You can't just say it like that, as though that... the East India Trading Company. You need to go into the history of why that is. And it's because specific companies were going to India. Like, you can't... okay. I get you. He's not exactly impartial. No, he's not. But he's not upfront about that either. If he came out and said, look, I'm a Marxist, here's all the things I believe, and as a Marxist, I'm going to tell you this. But he doesn't. Like, he just states, when the British colonized India and Bangladesh. Like, okay, in more recent times, a North American free trade agreement devastated the agricultural sectors of Mexico, Haiti, and other countries. Writing for the New York Times... So now we trust the New York Times? Oh, earlier it was like advertisements in... Okay. On November 24th, 2013, Lara Carlson explained, as heavily subsidized US corn and other staples poured into Mexico, producer prices dropped and small farmers found themselves unable to make a living. Some 2 million have been forced to leave their farms since NAFTA. At the same time, consumer food prices rose, notably the cost of the omnipresent tortilla. As a result, 20 million Mexicans live in food poverty. 25% of the population does not have access to basic food, and 1/5 of Mexican children suffer from malnutrition. Transnational industrial corridors in rural areas have contaminated rivers and sickened the population, and typically, women bear the heaviest impact. Much of the developing world is very rich in terms of natural resources and human labour. In order to maintain a monopoly, the Western multinational corporations, with full support of the government apparatus and international institutions like the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, and the World Trade Organizations, force countries into unnatural poverty due to foreign economic domination. And this is all historical as well. Has he made any connection to how any of this shows us how BreadTube supports imperialism, or did I miss something? No, not really. The mechanism for enforcing the rule of Western monopolies is war. If countries break out of the grip of Western capitalism and begin to develop their economies, they become subject to attack. If one looks at the economies... Wait, what? The mechanism for enforcing it is like the IMF and the World Bank and the WTO. If one looks at the economies of Russia, China, Venezuela, Iran, Cuba, Syria, or any other country the imperialists target for regime change, one will see a level of independence and striving toward development that the international monopolies cannot permit. Often this independence is directly related to the most valuable commodity in our outmoded fossil fuel economy, petroleum. Wait, Iran? What does he back the revolution? Like in the 80s? Was it 78 or 88? Like with the Shah? Caleb. All right. Vincent Copeland's text, Expanding Empire, describes in clear terms the nature of imperialist economics. Economics. Wow, I can't even read. The expansion into foreign countries resulted from a new stage in the expansion of business, the export of capital. Business had been exporting ordinary commodities of trade for centuries. The export of capital was something new, especially for the United States, and it couldn't be done without foreign wars. The reason for this isn't very complicated. The export of capital goods, that is, machinery, mining equipment, railroad engines, earth-moving tools, etc., is intended not to make just a quick small profit, but a constantly repeating profit that can go on forever if the exploiter can hold onto the investment. The investment of capital in a foreign country should be regarded somewhat like sending a huge suction pump. The pump pulls out the metals from the ground, the products from the soil, and the fruits from the trees, with the help, of course, of the labour of the native people working on this suction pump. It is as if the pump were connected to pipes that run back to the home country via the banks and big corporations. All the rich products are showered from the pipes into the treasures of these institutions in the form of profits. Whole nations are drained by these great suction pumps or investments, and the profits are so great that rival groups of big business, led by small cliques of big banks, go to war with each other over the exploitation of these nations. I will just say, going from not doing any quotations when he was talking about all the people that he disagrees with to now these, the quotations are too long. It's not enough of his own work. Yeah, Caleb supports the Iranian revolution, and he's even done some work for Iranian state media. Of course. Because they're anti-US and everything that the US does is bad. Okay, and so it's that thing that I was saying before then, that imperialism has to be an outshoot of capitalism, because then you can look at socialist countries and you can't accuse them of imperialism. Oh, man. We're back, finally. BreadTube voices tend to talk of capitalism in merely the simple factory floor analogies rather than... I don't think I've ever heard... Maybe like ContraPoints has done factory floor analogies. But nearly all the BreadTubers that I've heard talking about capitalism talk about it as in like service industry jobs and stuff, like the majority of the jobs that most people are doing now in the West, rather than understanding the concentration of global economic power in the hands of monopolistic associations. BreadTubers talk of pencil factories, where workers produce the pencils, but a capitalist gets the profits. These analogies are certainly relevant in understanding the nature of capitalist production, but BreadTube voices obscure the big picture for a microcosm that obscures analysis of global events. Like, could you give us an example? Like, no, he can't, can he? Like, which is interesting, given Caleb isn't on good terms with Jason Uri, who works for Press TV. Lots of ML support the economies of Iran, Russia, and Ukraine as if they're not capitalist imperialists. All right. See that Jason, who is it? Unruh? I'm just going to say Jason. I think I've seen people, seen thumbnails of response videos to him, but I've never actually even, listened to anything. But is there lots of infighting on the ML tanky left, is there? Basically two people who effectively work for the state who don't think highly of each other. Furthermore, BreadTube voices tend to argue that anything resembling Lenin's analysis of capitalism in its imperialist stage is somehow anti-Semitic. BreadTubers will often claim that references to bankers, international bankers, or globalism is merely a coded repackaging of Nazi conspiracy theories about Jewish global domination. This allegation is absurd and would render not just all adherents of Marxism-Leninism, but also many liberal critics of globalization, such as Noam Chomsky, Arundhati Roy, and Naomi Klein, to be Nazi propagandists. But, so they're not... Okay, when people point out the thing about international bankers, they're not saying you are a Nazi propagandist. They're saying, oh, that train of thought, can end not well. Watch out, because people do couch their terms, like the far right, the alt-right, do couch things that they believe about Jewish people as international bankers. 3 brackets, he's so disingenuous, even when... okay. The world is not dominated by low-level businessmen who own individual factories, but by an elite of ultra-rich, globally oriented capitalists. These capitalists do not focus their business efforts on a single national market. The ruling class of Wall Street and London are globalists, and they dominate the world economy with gigantic financial institutions, international banks. To analyze a world of gigantic multinational corporations that beat down entire nations simply in terms of the inequity between the owners of an allegorical pencil factory and his employees is simply inadequate. By declaring analysis of gigantic corporations or finance capitalists dominating the world to be fascist or Trump-like, BreadTube is, in essence, blocking out and cancelling essential contemporary Marxist analysis. Okay. I think I said yesterday when reading the first chapter, or even the introduction, he views it not as, systems, but as it's this very US focused view, where individuals dominate. Evil oh yeah, someone was saying how on his streams he's always talking about how the people he disagrees with are evil. And that's what he's viewing it, because so I'm obviously Australian, you can pick that. But seeing right-wingers in the US be so preoccupied with Fauci, he's
it's not one dude that's like ruling, the health of America. Like he is the head of, I assume, I'm pretty sure he's the head of like the CDC or something, but these are entire organizations. Like he's not just out here, one man being, quote unquote evil, but they're treating it like that. I mean, and in that sense, it's a very easy fix. You get rid of Fauci and the evil man is gone. Like for Caleb, you get rid of these evil ruling class and then apparently the world is going to be better? Like, dude, LMAO, Jason and Caleb are quarreling and it's way funnier than you think. Jason claims that Mappin is working with the CIA to frame him of owning CP. Oh, man. Oh, my, how the turntables. And it's the ultimate... So I teach the French Revolution in year 11 on history. And the ultimate irony is when Robespierre eventually gets guillotined himself. Like, hilarious and ironic. The fact that now other communists are accusing Caleb of working with the CIA, that is just like, oh, that's beautiful. Lenin's understanding of imperialism enabled him to reorient much of the Marxist movement. Marx argued that all nationalism was a barrier to workers' solidarity, though in his later life, he became somewhat sympathetic to the Irish freedom struggle. Marx argued that European colonialism was bringing development and progress to places like India. Lenin's understanding of how capitalism developed in the late 19th century laid the basis for revolutionaries embracing the national liberation struggles of colonized people. As the Chinese Communist Party's document Long Live Leninism, published April 16, 1960, summarizes, Lenin pointed out that the oligarchy of finance capital in a small number of capitalist powers, that is, the imperialists, not only exploit the masses of people in their own countries, but oppress and plunder the whole world, turning most countries into their colonies and dependencies. Imperialist war is a continuation of imperialist politics. Jason vs. Maupin is like Godzilla versus King Kong. And they're both accusing the other of being CIA funded. Lenin understood that an aristocracy of labour, a strata of well-paid workers, enabled European social democratic parties to become reformist and eventually support the First World War. Lenin saw that the revolutionary energy was coming from the East and the colonized world. In the light of the law of the uneven economic and political development of capitalism, Lenin came to the conclusion that, because capitalism developed extremely unevenly in different countries, socialism would achieve victory first in one or several countries, but could not achieve victory simultaneously in all countries. So he's just stating this. Lenin understood. But you're not justifying it, dude. Like, it's just stating it as though it's like established fact. Lenin argued that socialism in the developing world would come about with the working class leading the struggle to liberate entire nations from the yoke of imperialist domination. Because of the stratification of the working class within the imperialist homelands and the rise of social reformism and the aristocracy of labour, communists in Western countries had a special task. The liberation movements of the proletariat in the capitalist countries should ally themselves with the national liberation movements in the colonies and dependent countries. This alliance can smash the alliance of the imperialists with the feudal and comprador reactionary forces in the colonies, all dependent countries, and will therefore inevitably put a final end to the imperialist system throughout the world. I mean, there is... So... And this is the problem, is like, he's skipping over all the interesting stuff. There's so much interesting history around like decolonial movements. Like, was it 63 that the president of Indonesia, Sukarno, went and gave a speech at like was it the Bandung conference? Super interesting. Like, that anti-colonialist stuff, there's actually a rich history. To just put it all down to, Lenin was right. So, yep, you got to be a Marxist-Leninist, and that's why BreadTube's wrong. That's why a bunch of 20-somethings on the YouTube are wrong. Imperialism, the rule of the world by Western monopolies who keep the world poor in order to make themselves rich, is the capitalism of our time. Okay. Opposing capitalism in our times means opposing imperialism. Okay, this is his whole point, and this understanding is essential, especially for those living in the imperialist world centres. The lack of any analysis of imperialism and anti-imperialism, and the constant allegation that those who do analyse such things are covert anti-Semites, reveals a very big flaw in the BreadTube sphere and its viewpoints. But dude, like, you are constantly alleging that people that you don't like are like covert CIA operatives. Like, what are you talking about? What page are we up to? Okay. God, I think we're about halfway there for this chapter. The Marxist definition of socialism. Marxism views socialism as resolving the inherent contradictions of capitalism, a system of production organised to make profits. Socialism is when the means of production become public property and are forced by the state to serve society overall, not the profits of private owners. I thought capitalism was the capitalism of our time. I mean, yeah, the fact that it's still around would lead one to believe that capitalism is in fact the capitalism of our time. It's almost like imperialism is the imperialism of our time. Marx did... Oh, okay, and so Caleb's thinking that he's like a continuation of this revolutionary lineage, and now he's fighting the capitalism of our time, which is imperialism, because everything's changed, and to do that he has to try and shit on Thought Slime. Okay, Marx distinguished between the higher stages of communism, the ultimate ideal of a stateless, classless world, and the lower stage of communism, i.e. socialism. Marx, Engels, Lenin, and other scientific socialists specifically defined socialism, the lower stage of communism. In the Communist Manifesto, Marx wrote, "The proletariat will use its political supremacy to wrest by degree all capital from the bourgeoisie, to centralise all instruments of production in the hands of the state, i.e. of the proletariat, organised as the ruling class, and to increase the total productive forces as rapidly as possible." Of course, in the beginning, this cannot be effected except by means of despotic inroads on the rights of property and on the conditions of bourgeois production, by means of measures, therefore, which appear economically insufficient and untenable, but which, in the course of the movement, outstrip themselves, necessitate further inroads upon the old social order, and are unavoidable as a means of entirely revolutionising the mode of production. These measures will, of course, be different in different countries. Almost as if the time of our time is the time of our time. Marx went on to list in the Communist Manifesto 10 measures that the proletarian might adopt. The original 10 rules for life. Upon taking power in order to enact the transition to socialism. Tell me that rule number 1 is clean your room. All right. This list is commonly misrepresented by libertarians and rightists who point to planks such as income tax and public education as proof the USA is already a communist country. Social democrats and reformists will also sometimes misrepresent this list. In his pamphlet, Socialism, Utopian and Scientific, Friedrich Engels also defined socialism. He wrote, "The proletarian seizes the public power and by means of this transforms the socialised means of production, slipping from the hands of the bourgeoisie into public property. By this act, the proletariat frees the means of production from the character of capital they have thus far borne, and gives their socialised character complete freedom to work itself out. Socialised production upon a predetermined plan becomes henceforth possible." Using different words, Engels explained, "Whilst the capitalist mode of production more and more completely transforms the great majority of the population into proletarians, it creates the power which, under penalty of its own destruction, is forced to accomplish this revolution. Whilst it forces on more and more of the transformation of the vast means of production, already socialised, into state property, it shows itself the way to accomplishing this revolution.
The proletariat seizes political power and turns the means of production into state property. So, but this point, like, this is where you can tell they're writing 170 years ago, because capitalists also understand this. Like, they understand that if you just have the vast majority of your nation is an underclass, they're going to revolt. Like, was it a couple of years ago that Bill Gates and Warren Buffett, I think, together released a book like Moral Capitalism, or the moral case for capitalism, or why capitalism has to become moral, something like that. Because they recognize, and that's why they're not totally, let's ignore the United States for a minute, because they seem very extreme. But in most countries, you have, universal healthcare. You have superannuation systems and pension systems. You have means of public support. You have state-run public transport. Like, these conditions don't exist anymore, at least not in the West, which is Caleb's audience, So he also wrote, "This point is now reached. Their political and intellectual bankruptcy is scarcely any longer a secret to the bourgeoisie themselves." Oh, there you go. Their economic bankruptcy recurs regularly every 10 years. In every crisis, society is suffocated beneath the weight of its own productive forces and products, which it cannot use, and stand helpless, face to face with the absurd contradiction that the producers have nothing to consume because consumers are wanting. The expansive forces of the means of production burst the bonds that the capitalist mode of production had imposed upon them. Their deliverance from these bonds is the one precondition for an unbroken, constantly accelerated development of the productive forces, and therewith for a practically unlimited increase of production itself. Nor is this all. The socialized appropriation of the means of production does it away, not only with the present artificial restrictions upon production, but also with the positive waste and devastation of productive forces and products that are at the present time the inevitable concomitants of production, and that reach their height in the crises. Further, it sets free for the community at large a mass of means of production and of products by doing away with the senseless extravagance of the ruling classes of today and their political representatives. The possibility of securing for every member of society by means of socialized production an existence not only fully sufficient materially and becoming day by day more full, but an existence guaranteeing to all the free development and exercise of their physical and mental faculties. This possibility is now, for the first time, here, but it is here with the seizing of the means of production by society. Production of commodities is done away with, and simultaneously the mastery of the product over the producer. Anarchy in social production is replaced by systematic, definite organization. The struggle for individual existence disappears. Then, for the first time, man, in a certain sense, is finally marked off from the rest of the animal kingdom and emerges from mere animal conditions of existence into really human ones. God, like I said before, way too much quotation. Like, dude. But also, again, like, we have had other things come into play since then. And maybe he has talked about this, but what is his view on Keynesianism? Like, what is his view on modern monetary policy? Like, these things have been implemented to try and deal with some of the contradictions within capitalism. Some are more effective, some are less effective. Why'd you almost spit out yogurt? Oh, it said before that Marx released a list of 10 things that the proletariat could do, and I was like, the original 10 rules for life. And hopefully the first one was clean your room. And then, by step 10, after clean your room, step 10 is revolution, In his book, The State and Revolution, Lenin defined... it has got boring. I'm hoping to try and power through the rest of it and then just make a video about how bad of a person Caleb is. Just a gross little person. But thank you for coming. Defined socialism, the lower stage of communism, in the following passages. It is this communist society which has just emerged into the light of day out of the womb of capitalism, and which is in every respect stamped with the birthmarks of the old society. The Marx terms the first or lower phase of communist society. The means of production are no longer the private property of individuals. The means of production belong to the whole of society. Every member of society performing a certain part of the socially necessary work receives a certificate from society to the effect that he has done a certain amount of work, and with a certificate, he receives from the public store of consumer goods a corresponding quantity of products. After deduction is made of the amount of labour which goes to the public fund, every worker therefore receives from society as much as he has given to it. Lenin also clarifies, the first phase of communism, therefore, cannot yet provide justice and equality. Differences and unjust differences in wealth will still persist. He then goes on to make clear, and so, in the first phase of communist society, usually called socialism, bourgeois law is not abolished in its entirety, but only in part, only in proportion to the economic revolution so far attained, i.e. only in respect of the means of production. Bourgeois law recognises them as the private property of individuals. Socialism converts them into common property. To that extent, and to that extent alone, bourgeois law disappears. Marx wasn't a statist. Probably the most blatant distortion of Marxism that is spread in the BreadTube universe is the belief that somehow Marx did not believe in creating a centrally planned economy or having the means of production become public property. As the previous quotations make clear, this is the very definitive act of the social revolution that overturns capitalism and creates socialism. Yet with smug arrogance and childish desperation, the BreadTube voices insist that this cannot be the case. After all, they have been told by US media and educational institutions that each and every society where this transformation has taken place, it has resulted in a brutal human rights violating dictatorship and utter economic failure. I mean, wait, is he going to defend Stalin? Oh, man. Lacking the courage to question these narratives, like a biblical creationist confronted by the fossil record, they seek to reinterpret Marx so both he and mainstream US media can be correct. They wish to uphold Marx, but discount and dismiss all who have put his ideas into practice in order to maintain respectability within and funding from the very institutions and society Marxism seeks to overturn. Matt Thoughtslime insists that Marx and Engels never called for a centrally planned economy. In a video released on February 5, 2021, wow. I'm almost positive that this is the first BreadTube video that he has referenced. Like almost 80 pages into his book about BreadTube. Wow. Entitled Prager University Does Not Understand Democracy, the content creator simply bluffs, pretending that the quotations above do not exist and assuming that their audience will never bother to fact-check assertions. How? Can you give us a... So he gives us the video and the title of the video, but no actual quotes from it. Where's the bluff? Furthermore, Matt goes on to claim Lenin personally invented the idea of a centrally planned economy, calling his newly invented concept democratic centralism. A simple Google search for the term democratic centralism shows how laughingly inaccurate and ignorant this social media appointed expert is. He's not a social media appointed expert, it's just someone that makes videos, bro. Democratic centralism was the model for decision-making in Lenin's Party of a New Type. Democratic centralism was a process through which the Bolshevik Party made decisions and obligated all members to carry them out. It's distinguished the Vanguard Party model from the looser social democratic organizing methods of the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party, i.e. the Mensheviks. It has nothing to do with economic planning in a socialist state. It is a method of political organizing by Marxists under capitalism in order to take power. Such a gaffe should be embarrassing and discrediting, but Matt Thoughtslime has not been discredited for spreading such blatant misinformation. Over 200,000 people have watched this misinformative video about socialism, most of them probably believing its contents to be accurate. Oh man. Ian Vaush Koczynski also claims with the authority of the algorithm... with the authority of the algorithms. So, is Caleb also a little salty that his videos don't do as well as these guys? These other people's? Frequently claims Marx wasn't a statist. To justify this, he utilizes a quotation from Marx's Civil War in France. Matt Thoughtslime also invokes this quotation, where Marx proclaims the working class cannot simply lay hold of the ready-made state machinery and wield it for its own purposes. The misuse of this quotation seethes with ignorance, if not blatant intentional deception. Caleb, you would know about blatant intentional deception. The passage comes from Marx's presentation, Civil War in France, in which he discusses the Paris Commune of 1871. This briefly existing regime that took power in Paris after the capitalist government had already surrendered to the Prussian invaders is considered by Marx to be the first historical example of his concept of dictatorship of the proletariat. Marx points to the Commune not as an example of why states are not necessary, but rather for the lessons it taught about what post-capitalist states will look like. The particular quote refers to the fact that the existing French state had been created to serve capitalism, and the Paris communards who led the workers' uprising were forced to create new state institutions, not simply seize control of the previously existing ones created by capitalism. Marx spends the following paragraphs describing in detail the nature of the new proletarian forms of state power the communards created and praising them. To claim this quote means Marx opposed states existing at all as laughable. Oh God, here is the entire passage from Marx. So 2 people on YouTube misquoted Marx or took a quote out of context, and it's getting pages from Caleb. Like, this doesn't... out of a 200-page book, this thing so far has got more than 1% of the entire time. And his claim is that BreadTube serves imperialism. Although now we know what he means by imperialism. So, yeah, I guess it's a lower bar than I had thought. All right, here is the entire passage from Marx. But the working class cannot simply lay hold of the ready-made state machinery and wield it for its own purposes. The centralized state power, with its ubiquitous organs of standing army, police, bureaucracy, clergy, and judicature, organs wrought after the plan of a systematic and hierarchical division of labour, originates from the days of absolute monarchy, serving nascent middle-class society as a mighty weapon in its struggle against feudalism. Still, its development remained clogged by all manner of medieval rubbish, seigneurial rights, local privileges, municipal and guild monopolies, and provincial constitutions. The gigantic broom of the French Revolution of the 18th century swept away all these relics of bygone times, thus clearing simultaneously the social soil of its last hindrances to the superstructure of the modern state edifice raised under the First Empire, itself the offspring of the coalition wars of old semi-feudal Europe against modern France. The direct antithesis to the empire was the Commune. The cry of social republic, with which the February Revolution was ushered in by the Paris proletariat, did but express a vague aspiration after a republic that was not only to supersede the monarchical form of class rule, but class rule itself. The Commune was the positive form of that republic. The first decree of the Commune, therefore, was the suppression of the standing army and the substitution for it of the armed people. The Commune was formed on the municipal councillors, chosen by universal suffrage in the various wards of the town, responsible and revocable at short terms. The majority of its members were naturally working men or acknowledged representatives of the working class. The Commune was to be a working, not a parliamentary body, executive and legislative at the same time. Instead of continuing to be the agent of the central government, the police was at once stripped of its political attributes and turned into the responsible and at all times revocable agent of the Commune. Public functions ceased to be the private property of the tools of the central government. Not only municipal administration, but the whole initiative hitherto exercised by the state was laid into the hands of the Commune. The judicial functionaries were to be divested of that sham independence which had but served to mask their abject subservience to all succeeding governments to which in turn they had taken and broken the oaths of allegiance. The unity of the nation was not to be broken, but, on the contrary, to be organised by a communal constitution and to become a reality by the destruction of the state power which claimed to be the embodiment of that unity, independent of and superior to the nation itself, from which it was but a parasitic excrescence. Okay, so what Vaush claims about his cherry-picked quotation is nothing but blatant distortion. Either Koczynski was handed this quote by someone else. He said this earlier as well in previous chapters, that like someone else is doing his research, and never bothered to look at the context, or he intentionally misrepresented its meaning with deceptive intent. To claim Marx was arguing that no central authority or state power should exist is simply inaccurate. On the contrary, Marx was emphasizing how new forms of state power must be created to correspond with a new class in power and its interests. So that was like 4 pages out of 200, and not even all 200 have writing on them. So at the very least, 2% of his entire book was dedicated to just one Marx quote that 2 YouTubers took out of context. It really has no, like it has nothing to do with this. Like, dude. All right. Maintaining what? 82. Okay, we're almost there. Maintaining profits in command. Armed with his misrepresentative quotes from Marx, Ian Vaush Koczynski. I am so annoyed at this book and how it is presented. We know it is Ian Vaush Koczynski. Dude, edit your fucking writing. Seriously. This is so fucking annoying. I can't, I feel sorry for people who paid for this. It's just like the most amateurish bullshit fucking writing. All right, let's continue. Armed with his misrepresentative quotes from Marx, Ian Vaush Koczynski has repeatedly said that socialism in the United States would mean everything would be exactly the same, except every corporation would be a worker cooperative. Maybe. I don't know if he said that. Maybe he has. He said a lot of bullshit, but no reference. Like, you gave a reference to Matt's video. Why not a reference for this one? Well, worker ownership and cooperatives are not a bad thing. The problem with this definition of socialism is that it does not eliminate capitalism. Capitalism is a system where, as Engels put it, the means of production only function as preliminary transformation into capital, or as Mao Zedong put it, profits are in command. Simply instituting worker ownership does not eliminate what Marx called the anarchy of production. But okay, even if it doesn't, like I've already established that he's not giving any recent, economic analysis. Like, Marx wrote this 170 years ago? Maybe things have changed, dude. Maybe our understanding from, the very, rudimentary forms of capitalism that Marx was looking at. It would, capitalism was revolutionary back then. It's been around for a while now, and it's been mitigated to differing degrees in different parts of the world over the past 170 years, and particularly over the last, I would say, 100 years. You need to talk about that more. Employee stock ownership programs, co-determination, co-partnership, or profit sharing are not at all foreign to capitalism. Furthermore, those putting forth these ideas have generally not been socialists, but theoreticians and academics assigned with the task of making capitalist corporations more productive and efficient. Okay, but if it increases people's material conditions, surely that's a good thing. He's just got this stick up his own ass about, being a Marxist and being a Marxist activist, and apparently wanting to be the most prominent Marxist activist on YouTube, I guess. While BreadTube adherents fetishize the Mondragon Corporation, a federation of worker cooperatives located in the Basque region of Spain, the examples of such schemes within the capitalist system are much more widespread. The Oxford University Act of 1854 in Britain required that the faculty of the university be represented on the board of directors. The Port of London Act of 1908 passed such a requirement for representation of dock workers on the board governing London's port. The Weimar Republic in Germany passed the Supervisory Board Act of 1922, requiring labour unions to have representation on the board of directors of corporations. Many Western European countries maintain such laws up to today. In the United States, the retirement plans offered to many corporate employees are described as profit-sharing plans, where the pension paid to retirees is related to the performance of the corporation. Many employees across the USA and the world have stock options, incentive pay, and other mechanisms that theoretically make them co-owners of the corporation in which they work. Many different stock ownership, employee representation, and co-ownership programs exist, and they vary in their degree of success. During the 1920s and 30s, industrial unions often fought hard against piece wages. Often, factory employers would attempt to maximize their profits by paying employees only for each item produced, rather than a set hourly wage. In 1938, the labour movement celebrated the passage of the Fair Labour Standards Act, which required all employees receive a minimum hourly wage on top of whatever incentives or productivity-linked wages they received. These reforms brought a new level of economic security to industrial workers because they knew how much money they would receive rather than having their income subject to the unpredictable fluctuations of the market and however many products the capitalists assign them to produce on a given workday. BreadTube adherents will generally dismiss the many examples of their ideas being put into practice within capitalism. Will they? Will they generally? So sometimes, not generally, they don't dismiss them? What do they say about them then? They will insist that piece wages, employee stock ownership programs, worker representation, co-partnership, and profit sharing are not enough. They will say they advocate 100% worker ownership and democratic control. Dude, that's what you're saying. That's your whole thing here is saying that, well, all this stuff, it might be good, but it's not enough. So, okay. However, no matter how egalitarian and democratic a worker cooperative model may be, it still does not eliminate the very essence of the capitalist system, profits in command. A worker cooperative will seek to maximize profits for its employee shareholders. But why? Like, if it's the proletarian and they understand all this, like, not everybody is inherently selfish. They might vote not to do that. Like, people in corporations vote to, like, freeze their pay increases in order to offset layoffs. Like, some people are going to get fired, and they will vote that, no, rather than that happen, we'll freeze our pay increases for a year or 3 years or something. So they're not always seeking to maximize their individual profits, dude. Imagine... yeah. Oh, another hypothetical from Caleb that I'm sure I'm going to love. Imagine if the US defense industry were operated under a worker cooperative model. Would this end the military-industrial complex long decried by leftists? Would the drive to make profits from war no longer influence US foreign policy? Not at all. If anything, the lust for war profits would expand beyond the corporate boardrooms to the factory floor. Why? Employees would be motivated to see the government go to war and for government military spending to increase, as it would directly impact their incomes. Caleb, you're just assuming, like, you're fucking assuming all the same things about, like, quote-unquote human nature that libertarians do. Like, this is a very capitalistic way of viewing people. Like, not everyone's out for themselves like this, dude. Kind of telling on yourself, though. Like, if he was in the defense industry and it was a worker cooperative model, he'd be like, no, fuck the government, fuck peace. Let's get going with that war. Having the guards as equal democratic co-owners of private prisons would not eliminate the inherent societal problems flowing from the much decried prison industrial complex. Having workers as equal co-owners of pharmaceutical giants would not eliminate the drive to overprescribe potentially addictive or dangerous medications. Dude, this is so... Oh, man. What a gross view of people he has. Other problems inherent to the capitalist system of production for profit would continue as well. Employee owners would certainly be incentivized to replace labor with machines. No, you wouldn't. You're the labor. Oh. As the fewer workers hired by the cooperative firm, the larger their share of the profits would be. Employee-owned enterprises would compete with other employee-owned enterprises producing the same products and services. Environmental regulations and laws affecting other externalities would still be an impediment to the profits of corporate owners, just as they are now, even if the corporate owners were the employees themselves. Yeah, but the employees themselves are the proletariat. They don't have all the bourgeois interests that the bourgeois do. Like, normal people don't have the same interest to, like, fuck over, like, environmental protections that, you know, Elon Musk does. Particularly when they would, like, be able to view the trade-off. They might get an extra $50 a week, but they would know that their trading off is, like, the environment. It's different for Elon Musk because he might get $50 million a week. And that's a bigger trade-off for him. That's a better... Oh, man. A system of profits in command is still irrational and unsustainable, even if those profits are shared. Simply declaring workers to be co-owners of profit-centered entities functioning in the chaos of the market does not eliminate the irrationality of capitalism. In the context of a centrally planned economy, worker cooperative ownership is very different. The most successful examples of worker cooperatives tend to be those that emerge in the absence of the anarchy of production, when an overall state central plan guides their activities. The most successful example of a profit-sharing corporation by far is one that BreadTube avoids highlighting. The largest telecommunications manufacturer in the world is Huawei Technologies, a cooperative corporation established by the Chinese government and its military in 1988. An article in Harvard Business Review published on September 24, 2015, hails it as a case study of when profit sharing works and speaks of the company in glowing terms. In the context of China's 5-year economic plans, receiving huge subsidies and directions from the state and military, Huawei has become very successful. The model of worker ownership, profit sharing, and coordination with state central planning and a socialist economy has made Huawei a model that many corporations in the capitalist world have studied. Huawei is widely respected for its efficiency and success. Sorry, but doesn't Huawei sell outside of China? Aren't they then, like, engaging in all the same, like, capitalist, the chaos of the market and crap that Caleb was talking about? Kind of weird that he doesn't bring that up. Okay. Of course, BreadTube voices largely remain silent on Huawei as it takes its lead from the US State Department, deeming anything associated with China or other anti-imperialist states to be toxic and evil. Fuck off, dude. Oh, man. I'm just getting to the end of my tether because I'm starting to swear when I was trying not to swear at all during these streams. He's just so arrogant as well. Elements of worker ownership have been implemented in many socialist countries. The collectivization of agriculture in 1931 resulted in the prevalence of collective farms as the dominant form in the Soviet countryside. While some state farms that operated much like state-owned factories existed, most of the Soviet Union's agriculture was carried out by independent kolkhozy, which sold agricultural goods to the state at a set rate. This motivated the farm workers to produce as much as possible in order to maximize the payout they would receive from the central government. This model became the dominant form of agriculture in really existing socialism of the Cold War beyond the Soviet Union. Mao Zedong launched the creation of a collective farm system with his Hail the Communes campaign in the 1950s. Cuba, North Korea, and various Eastern European countries adopted the collective farm model. Trotsky criticized this. I was wondering if Trotsky was going to make a... all right, of course he fucking hates Trotsky. Arguing that state farms were more socialistic in nature than collective farms, and arguing that material incentives and differing abilities among farmers would lead to inequality. Stalin defended this model, arguing it was more efficient. Che Guevara and Mao Zedong both upheld the collective farm model as being more egalitarian and decentralized, and presented the Soviet Union as being a bit too centralized and bureaucratic in its planning of production, leading to a lack of participation by the working class and a level of alienation. During the Cultural Revolution in China, the model of a 3-in-1 combination was adopted, where each factory was governed by an elected worker representative, as well as a Communist Party official and a technical expert. Mao Zedong put forward the 3-in-1 combination as an alternative to the model of total factory autonomy, put forward during the infamous January storm of 1967, which established the Shanghai People's Commune. Joseph Broz Tito developed a model of worker self-management. That's a full stop. Albania declared this model to be state capitalism because it relied on material incentives to motivate labour, but other socialist countries considered Tito's model to be more effective. Tito's worker self-management model was most likely a big influence on Deng Xiaoping's reform and opening up policies in 1978. Vietnam and Nicaragua have developed self-employment programs where workers become individual entrepreneurs in coordination with the state's overall vision. What fucking tangent are we on now? How is this having a go at BreadTube? Venezuela has created many collectivos and communes which produce goods and render services while being subsidized with state revenue and directed by state central planners. Worker cooperatives are not bad, but the fetishization of them and the rejection of the need to eliminate the anarchy of production distorts the nature of socialism. BreadTube's insistence that socialism is everything exactly the same except every corporation is a cooperative is particularly problematic in the context of imperialism. BreadTube's insistence. So he went earlier from saying that Vaush said this multiple times, didn't provide any examples, but okay, maybe Vaush has said this. And now it's BreadTube's insistence. Fuck, dude. Capitalism in the 21st century involves huge multinational corporations based in Western countries reaping super profits at the expense of the developing world. Wars are waged to enforce that system, with socialist and anti-imperialist governments being the primary targets. Imperialism is a global economic order in which the world is made poor and kept poor so that the finance capitalists of London and Wall Street can remain rich. Simply offering a greater share of the super profits of empire to the workers within the imperialist homeland is not dismantling this global system. If anything, it is a scheme that would likely stabilize and enhance it. Citation needed, bro. The myth of the 20th century. How long have we got? All right. Underlying BreadTube's redefinition of socialism is the same motivation and sentiments that are highly present in Trotskyism, anarchism, social democracy, and other brands of left-wing anti-communism. All right. In the United States, anti-communist propaganda about the 20th century is widespread and inculcated among the population. It is so central to the rhetoric of every faction in the ruling class that repeating it is almost mandatory for any voice that seeks to avoid being marginalized. In order to conform to the party line that is almost universal among every faction of the US ruling class, BreadTube must accept the premise that communism failed everywhere it has ever been tried. Bro, they don't. They don't say that. Like, maybe Vaush does? Maybe he's just watched a whole bunch of Vaush? It's brutal. It is tragic that so many adherents of socialism who claim to oppose the capitalist system are so cowardly that they cannot state what is obvious. Socialism works. When Yale economist Dr. Richard Wolff debated Stephen Destiny Bennell, he confronted this mythology head-on, proclaiming, "I have no idea what this silly remark that I so often hear, that no socialist society has succeeded at anything. I have no idea what you are talking about. Let me give you an example. One of the most important metrics used in the economics profession around the world to assess the success of an economic system is the rate of economic growth. You measure GDP and you look at how it grows over time, and then you compare one country to another to assess their relative success, not a society's, because that's a vague generality. It's not the only metric, but it's a widely used one, so I'm now going to use it. In the 20th century, the fastest growing GDP in any country measured was the Soviet Union. And in the 21st century we're living in, the fastest growing GDP in the world has been the People's Republic of China. This is not an endorsement of one or another economic system. It's a statement of facts verified by any reliable source of information, the UN, the projects of the University of California at Berkeley, and others who keep track of this. So I'd say that Richard Wolff is pretty prevalent on BreadTube. Like, Mexi is always talking about him, and I believe that Mexi's had him on. A bunch of people have talked about Richard Wolff. Like, he's a leading left-wing economist. Benel quibbled, trying to say that Japan had been more successful than the Soviet Union and that the industrialization of the USSR was irrelevant because many countries underwent similar growth at the time. Wolff further ripped this illogic to shreds, proclaiming, "Those are the facts. You can play whatever games you want. The fact of the matter is that the Soviet Union's performance in the 20th century completely outshines that of Japan. In 1917, when the Soviet Union began, it was the poorest country in Europe by far. It then goes through 70 years of World War I. Oh, pardon me. Of a civil war, of collectivization, and of World War II, which did more damage in Russia than in any other country. Notwithstanding that it was the poorest country at the beginning of this horrific story, it ends up in 1965 being the number one competitor of the United States for global hegemony. That's only because of its number one status in economic growth that it achieved the overcoming of all those horrific losses. I'm not arguing in favor of this or that about the Soviet Union, but the fact of its achievement is a staggering reality that you can dance around today and tomorrow, but it doesn't go away because it is inconvenient to confront it. The same thing is true now. If you read Pearl Buck's novels about China before the revolution, you read about a society whose depth of poverty literally blows your mind. And here they are about to surpass the United States by the end of this decade. And that was accomplished by a communist revolution and a government that has been run by a communist party to this day. BreadTube's insistence that socialism is merely a worker cooperative scheme reveals further the thesis of this book. Okay, I'm just going to pause here because one of the biggest advocates of worker co-ops is Richard Wolff. His book is literally what's it called? It's not on my shelf right here. I lent it to my friend. Cooperative democracy or democracy at work. It's Democracy at Work, where he talks about the importance of worker co-ops. And you've just had 2 pages quoting him, blowing Destiny out of the water. Destiny, who isn't even fucking part of BreadTube. I ended up making that whole mouthy yells at cloud thing. That is excellent. I cannot wait to see that. All right. BreadTube's insistence that socialism is merely a worker cooperative scheme reveals further the thesis of this book, that I hate BreadTube, that BreadTube is dumb and ugly and no one even wants to ask him out. The BreadTube is largely the creation of the more powerful globalist wing of the ruling class in its efforts to beat back the rebellions of Trump and lower-level capitalists. The pro-imperialist narrative where communist revolutions only made life worse, is repeated by BreadTube voices, despite being overwhelmingly inconsistent with reality. Do you have any evidence that they're saying these things? Is that why he included Destiny? So he could, in this part, say that Destiny disagreed with the Marxists and therefore Destiny's bad, when Richard Wolff is actually more prevalent on BreadTube and made those claims? Because BreadTube targets the same governments that the US State Department targets. What? And repeats the same narrative of targets the governments. What are you talking about? Oh, God. And repeats the same narrative of the 20th century that is widely promoted in US society. It also allows the most common argument against socialism to go unchallenged. Right-wingers have long mocked the comment, "That's not real socialism," which BreadTube-aligned voices frequently fall back on. Evidence. Again, evidence, bro. During the Iraq War, right-wingers who taunted leftists would carry sarcastic placards reading, "Communism only killed 200 million people, let's try it again." What? There is a refusal of leftists to challenge the historical record, not about human rights or the shortcomings of existing socialist societies, but about basic economic data. This is the greatest weakness of the socialist movement in the United States. However, it fits with the overall weakness of BreadTube's analysis, which is a refusal to confront or discuss imperialism in an age where Western capitalism is imperialism. So there's that. I'm pretty sure I've heard Thought Slime recommend. Is it Vicky1999? I think that might be the YouTuber. Vicky1999 the real death toll of communism. And they go through and they actually look at, all of these claims, from the Black Book of Communism and et cetera, et cetera. And they've also done a video called The Real Death Toll of Capitalism. So this kind of thing is not like brushed off or disagreed with by leftists on YouTube. Like, dude. All right. Basic economic data shows that the Soviet Union had a consistently high rate of economic growth throughout its existence. In 1917, Russia was an agrarian, undeveloped country. You've literally just included like a page-and-a-half quote from Richard Wolff about this very thing. You can't then just go on and reword it. By 1936, the Soviet Union was fully electrified and had become an industrial powerhouse. The Soviet Union produced more steel and tractors than any other country in the world. It wiped out illiteracy, built a modern university system, and constructed some of the largest power plants in the world. In the field of culture, the Soviet Union spawned the films of Sergei Eisenstein, the music of Shostakovich, and some of the greatest ballet performers and Olympic athletes. There is a lot of gymnastics moves named after Russians. I'll give them that. With an economy where the state controls the major industries and banks and issues 5-year economic plans, China has become the second largest economy on Earth, lifting 800 million people from poverty. Cuba's achievements in terms of healthcare and literacy are marveled at by international observers. Prior to the fall of the Soviet Union, North Korea experienced huge explosions of growth with Soviet aid. A BBC article from August 26, 2008 admits the mass mobilization of the population, along with Soviet and Chinese technical assistance and financial aid, resulted in annual economic growth rates estimated to have reached 20%, even 30% in the years following the devastating 1950 to 53 Korean War. As late as the 1970s, South Korea languished in the shadow of the economic miracle north of the border. It's pronounced kinda like Shostakovich. Shostakovich. Okay. Thank you, Shostakovich. Ba'athist Arab socialism in Iraq and Syria oh, fuck. Don't you tell me that he's gonna... Oh. Ba'athist... Oh. Not Saddam Hussein. Tell me no. Ba'athist Arab socialism in Iraq and Syria resulted in massive economic achievements in terms of literacy, education, and industrialization. Years of pro-Western regimes have not undone the great achievements of Gamal Abdel Nasser, who took great strides to industrialize Egypt, constructing the Aswan Dam in coordination with the Soviet Union. Kwame Nkrumah, Julius Nyerere, Muammar Gaddafi and other African revolutionaries who established socialist planned economies achieved similar victories in terms of basic societal health. The Islamic system labeled not capitalism but Islam, in which the state and the Revolutionary Guards control the commanding heights of economic power, has resulted in a huge level of development in Iran. Criticisms of these societies related to issues like human rights, consumer goods, or other issues are certainly reasonable. Thank fuck. To say Marxist-Leninist governments and anti-imperialist states never accomplished anything or only made life worse is a sick joke that is completely contrary to all basic economic data. Who said that? Give us some examples. If BreadTube is just generally saying these things, wouldn't it be easy to find these examples? If you were writing and publishing an entire book about it, wouldn't it make sense to spend a couple of hours one day, maybe a Sunday, I don't know, scrounging through and just copying URLs? Watch all the videos on double speed. I don't care. Copy down some URLs so you can actually have some fucking references. Oh, Caleb. This is painful. However, BreadTube's vision of socialism as merely profit-centered worker cooperatives, its demonization of the very same governments the imperialists target, all make BreadTube a version of socialism that is deemed acceptable by the ruling class. In rare instances, breadtubers will even defend cuts in social spending and the erosion of the welfare state, arguing that we don't want state socialism and socialism has nothing to do with the government. Who said that? Is that Destiny? What? Who? What breadtuber is defending cuts in social spending? That's one of the most fucked up things in this entire book. Who on BreadTube is defending cuts against, in rare instances, breadtubers will even defend cuts. I guarantee it's Destiny. That's why he had to include him in it. Because it's like he had like a big problem with Destiny after he like had his debate with him, which we know like he's pretty thin-skinned, so he would have stewed about it heaps. Started writing this book, like, fuck you, Destiny, fuck the left, and then realized that he's not even on the left. Somehow, various adherents of BreadTube thinking, various adherents of BreadTube thinking have determined neoliberal economics and austerity is not a threat to socialism because their worker cooperative schemes will still be permitted. Who? Who has said that? I could just write a book that's like, Caleb clearly thinks that the smell of his own farts is delightful, and that if more people were to smell his farts, Marxism-Leninism would become more and more popular. Finally, if every single human being in the world were able to smell Caleb's farts, Marxism and pure communism will be achieved. I literally went through every single Dennis Prager video and marked down every time he said Judeo-Christian values for a clip that I didn't end up making. I think Maupin should have been able to do that. Right? Also, that whole Judeo-Christian thing, right? Like, all the Christians that work with, Dennis Prager and Ben Shapiro, they think that they're going to hell, don't they? Like, Steven Crowder would think that Ben Shapiro is going to hell. Right? I don't get that Judean Christian thing, as in doing research. Yeah, exactly. All right. It is clear in my mind that makes up a whole bunch of shit that BreadTube has created a brand of socialism that is not very threatening to the status quo. Rather than calling for society to control the means of production, even a minimal class struggle program like stopping cuts in social spending or opposing imperialist regime change wars, BreadTube simply wants to experiment with profit sharing and employee stock ownership as imperialism and austerity are allowed to roll ahead. I mean, it sounds pretty bad when you put it like that, but like the problem is that you've given us no evidence. Dude, like, you have given us no evidence that the people that you disagree with believe this stuff. Link some fucking videos. Just give us a sentence in quotation marks. Vaush said this. Matt said this. ContraPoint said this. H-Bomber Guy said this. You introduced those people and you've talked about Matt and Vaush and Destiny. That's it. Just going to have a little bit more beer. Just wait. All right. Not surprisingly, this deviation from everything Marxists and socialists have advocated for hundreds of years, interesting, has been enabled to go viral and speak in the place of genuine anti-capitalism. Not surprisingly, BreadTube, famous supporters of austerity politics, especially Thatcherism. Yeah, man, that's why in the backgrounds of all their videos, they've got like pictures of Reagan and pictures of Thatcher. They love that shit. Oh, wow, what was that? An hour and 46 minutes for one chapter. And what page are we up to? 97. So now we're halfway through the book. Nazi, Nazi, Nazi. This is because he got accused of being a Nazbol. Because of him palling around with Alexander Dugin, who's the Nazbol guy, the nationalist Bolshevik guy. Oh, man. Well, thank you everybody for joining me What's today? Tomorrow's Christmas Eve, so it'll probably be a couple of days before I do this next chapter, which will probably have a lot more to do with actual BreadTube videos. Like, I'm assuming that because he's going to be talking about being called a Nazi or calling everybody a Nazi, he's actually going to go back and look at some YouTube stuff. So that'll be nice, finally. But I hope you're enjoying this. I mean, enjoying me suffering, going through it. It gives me... Because I've always thought, I can never write a book. That would... But now, wow. I definitely could. I might even throw in some references. Well, thank you very much, and I will see you all next time.
Nazi, Nazi, Nazi. Now, I am hoping that, unlike the previous chapter, which I'm pretty sure was about 50 pages, about a quarter of his entire book, and really had nothing to do with YouTube, BreadTube at all, I'm hoping that this one is going to have a little bit more to do with what we're actually talking about. So, let's get into it. Chapter 3, Nazi, Nazi, Nazi. Biden's first joint address to Congress, delivered on April 28, 2021, contained some subtle but dangerous rhetoric. In his... Okay, I'm already off on a tangent. Didn't this guy praise Trump when he was like in that little conference with Alexander Dugin? And he's like, there were things that Trump said that I applauded. But no, Biden's the fucking terrible one, isn't he? Okay, no, I'm not going to swear on this stream. In his opening, Biden invoked the January 6th Capitol riot when Trump supporters vandalized the halls of U.S. Congress. Vandalized? They were trying to take it over, dude. Okay. As I stand here tonight, just one day shy of the 100th day of my administration, 100 days since I took the oath of office, lifted my hand off our family Bible, and inherited a nation in crisis, the worst pandemic in a century, the worst economic crisis since the Great Depression, the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. Biden used the bulk of his address... Contained some subtle but dangerous rhetoric. Okay, you must be getting to it. Biden used the bulk of his address to promise sweeping economic reforms such as infrastructure, healthcare, guaranteed college, and labor union protections. The speech was far more social democratic in its content than anything heard from a US president in recent decades. However, underlying the progressive economic content was hostility to a number of countries, most especially the People's Republic of China. We're in a competition with China and other countries to win the 21st century. We have to do more than just build back. We have to build back better, he told the American people. In my discussion with President Xi, I told him that we welcome the competition and that we are not looking for conflict. No responsible American president can remain silent when basic human rights are violated. A president has to represent the essence of our country. America is an idea, unique in the world. Throughout the speech, Biden used the word autocrat to refer to anti-imperialist governments. Oh, God. Okay. In the final moments of the speech, Biden spelled things out more clearly. America's adversaries, the autocrats of the world, are betting it can't. They believe we are too full of anger and division and rage. They look at the images of the mob that assaulted this capital as proof that the sun is setting on American democracy. They are wrong. We have stared into an abyss of insurrection and autocracy, of pandemic and pain, and we, the people, did not flinch. Insurrection and autocracy. Biden's use of phrase insurrection and autocracy after Biden's use of the phrase? Oh, God. Caleb, get an editor. Seriously. After referring to anti-imperialist leaders as autocrats was an attempt to equate the right-wing crowds that participated in the January 6th events with the governments of Russia, China, Iran, Venezuela, Cuba, and North Korea.
However, this is simply the opposite of reality. The bulk of Trump's crowd of supporters chanting "Stop the Steal" were white Americans of working class or middle class origin. However, a big chunk of the crowd were from specific right-wing immigrant constituencies long cultivated by the US intelligence apparatus to fight against anti-imperialist countries. It's always the CIA, isn't it, Caleb? The Falun Gong religious cult that opposes the Chinese Communist Party and publishes the Epoch Times were among the protesters. This group of anti-communists glorify feudalism in China and call the empowerment of women since 1949 a sign that the world is in a Dharma-ending period. The group is very hostile to LGBT people. Supporters of the anti-communist riots in Hong Kong were also present. Supporters of the Pahlavi monarchy, deposed by Iran's 1979 Islamic Revolution, were present, unfurling the monarchist flag and chanting against the Islamic Republic. Busloads of Cuban anti-communists from Miami, along with exiled rich from Venezuela, Nicaragua, and Bolivia, were at the rally echoing Rudy Giuliani's claim that the US elections had been rigged by communists. A large number of Israeli flags were unfurled as supporters of Netanyahu and the Likud party marched in support of the man who murdered Qasem Soleimani and moved the US embassy to Jerusalem. Is there any evidence for this? I mean, it's pretty convenient for Caleb that at Trump's rally, literally every single group that he that he hates, that he has a problem with, were there with their big flags everywhere, like all these royalty people that want monarchies in all these countries that he loves. Very convenient, I'm just going to say. Joe Biden's attempt to link the Capitol riot with the progressive anti-imperialist states targeted by US imperialism was simply inaccurate. Progressive anti-imperialist states. Yeah, when I think of Iran, I think of a progressive anti-imperialist state. I mean, when I think of China, I think of a progressive anti-imperialist state. This is the whole problem with Caleb, is he has just this dichotomized thinking where it's good or bad and you have to break everything. I mean, it's Cold War thinking, isn't it? It's exactly that same thinking that fed into the Cold War, where you're on our side or you're on the other side. And then if you're on the other side, oh, you must believe every single thing, that I dislike. Everything that I'm for, they must be against. It's just... he's a baby. He's a grown baby. Adult baby, Caleb. Joe Biden's attempt to link the Capitol riot with the progressive anti-imperialist states targeted by US imperialism was simply inaccurate. This was a pro-imperialist mob. The Proud Boys chanted, "West is the best." Okay, they do. They're Western chauvinists. That doesn't mean they're pro-imperialism. Not going off on tangents. We're going to get through this. And the forces blamed for the supposed rigging of the vote were Chinese communists and Bolivarian socialists. To think this right-wing crowd of anti-communists, Zionists, feudalists, libertarians, and anti-Islamic bigots have anything in common with the emerging bloc of 21st century socialism around the world is an absurd delusion. However, this distortion fits the narrative of mainstream US media and BreadTube. Oh, God, I'm so sorry. Well, they're both funded by the CIA, aren't they? Endless attention was given to the racist Confederate flag displayed by white nationalists and neo-Confederates who attended the rally, while the various highly visible pro-imperialist counter-gangs were ignored. Nobody's pointing out that these are all pro-imperialist counter-gangs, that thing that only I talk about. The narrative of mainstream US media, echoed by BreadTube, is that the bulk of America's working class are racist white trash and that Donald Trump was a Nazi attempting to stir them up. Fucking dude. Now I have to swear. Dude, fucking give us an example. I hope he is about to give us a bunch of examples. The narrative of mainstream US media, echoed by BreadTube, is that the bulk of America's working class are racist white trash. Fucking really. This suggests that this populism somehow is the equivalent of Bolivarian socialism, Chinese communism, or the Islamic Revolution of Iran. Dude, it doesn't. You can be opposed to two things and not think those two things are the same. Like, I'm opposed to murder and I'm opposed to people being, like, assaulted and beaten up in the street. I'm not suggesting that they are somehow equivalent, though. I can, it's possible to walk and chew gum at the same time. Unless you're Caleb, apparently. No. The enemy in the BreadTube narrative is populism, and socialist governments around the world are just another variant of this evil, the equivalent of fascism. Are they? Did you have any source? I mean, dude. He doesn't. He's just making this shit up. Okay, when the ignorant, inferior working people are rising up and demanding that the state protect them, rallying around a charismatic leader, this is a threat to the non-conformity and freedom of the superior caste of cosmopolitan intellectuals. Jeez, dude, fucking hell. Tell us how you really feel. If I'm taking breaks, it's because I'm drinking scotch, because it's the only way I'm going to get through this shit. This bizarre narrative that views average Americans as the enemy and equates socialist states that control the means of production with Nazi gas chambers has nothing to do with Marxism. Fuck. Oh, man. Okay. However, it is not new. It is a narrative that was carefully cultivated by the Congress for Cultural Freedom and covert manipulation of intellectual discourse throughout the Cold War. BreadTube has taken this toxic narrative to a new, far more illogical and far more absurd level in an attempt to defend the liberal order from right-wing opposition. So wait. So a narrative that's created by the Congress for Cultural Freedom, right? And the CIA during the Cold War, but now BreadTube has taken it even further. So if you think Cold War US propaganda was bad, fuck, wait until you watch like a philosophy tube video or like a thoughts line video where like he's shitting on landlords. Oh man, just you wait. A counter-revolutionary mass movement. Among Marxists and scientific socialists, 3 narrative definitions of fascism are commonly used. The most common narrative repeated by social democrats and mainline communist parties. Is he equating the two? That mainline communist parties are basically the equivalent of social democrats? No, Caleb, you can put two things. Is that fascism is merely a right-wing dictatorship. If conservatives become more authoritarian and totalitarian, this represents creeping fascism. This is the narrative usually used by leftists in the United States to justify voting for the Democratic Party, as Republicans are presented as potential Hitlers. The second definition, put forward by Trotskyites, is that fascism is an ever-present middle-class political movement that condemns both big capital and the labour movement. Trotskyites argue that the current is utilised by big capital to wage a campaign of violence against socialist revolutionaries and progressives in times of capitalist crisis in order to lay the basis for a police and military state. The third definition of fascism, utilised by Soviet-aligned parties during the third period of 1928 to 1935, following the 6th Congress of the Communist International, is that fascism is a cheap capitalist imitation of socialism used to prevent revolution and stabilise the economy in a crisis. On this basis, the Comintern referred to social democrats, who at the time called for political repression of communists, as social fascists. Of course they did. All of these definitions contain an element of truth, but all of them miss the essence of fascism. Fascism is defined by a mass mobilization of destruction and driving down of living conditions intended to resolve an economic crisis. That's a very interesting take. I'll give him that. I've never heard it laid out like that before. But, yeah, interesting. Let's see where he goes with this. Finally, an interesting take from Caleb. Sorry, I just spilled scotch all over me. As Georgy Dimitrov, the leader of the Communist International, explained in 1935, with the development of the very deep economic crisis, with the general crisis of capitalism becoming sharply accentuated and the mass of working people becoming revolutionized, fascism has embarked upon a wide offensive. The ruling bourgeoisie more and more seeks salvation in fascism, with the object of taking exceptional predatory measures against the working people, preparing for an imperialist war of plunder, attacking the Soviet Union, enslaving and petitioning China, and by all these means preventing revolution. Fascism involves a mobilization of society to destroy and drive down living standards in the hopes of resolving an economic crisis. Okay, Caleb, so what you're meant to do, if you have a picture, what you put under the picture explains the picture. You've done nothing of the sort. You've just got some like jackboots here, and then you just like lay out your thesis again. Just begging the argument. All right. The imperialist circles are trying to shift the whole burden of the crisis onto the shoulders of the working people. This is why they need fascism. They are trying to solve the problem of markets by enslaving the weak nations, by intensifying colonial oppression, and repetitioning the world anew by means of war. That is why they need fascism. They are striving to forestall the growth of the forces of revolution by smashing the revolutionary movement of the workers and peasants, and by undertaking a military attack against the Soviet Union, the bulwark of the world proletariat. That is why they need fascism. So they are striving to forestall the growth of the forces of revolution. So they're counter-revolutionary. I wonder what Caleb would make of George Orwell's indictment of the Soviet Union as counter-revolutionary in Homage to Catalonia, where he said that the conservatives and the Soviets worked together essentially as counter-revolutionaries. The most scientific study of fascism is Fascism and Social Revolution, written by British communist intellectual R. Palmdutt in 1934 after Hitler took power in Germany. Really? Like, dude, I get wanting to read old books and old theory and, you know, be the person that knows all of the esoteric, weird stuff. But I don't think you could say the most scientific study of fascism is a book from 1934. Before World War II even started. Like, oh man. He's just stuck in the past. And it's basically, he's arguing, you know, his favorite, like, law, Lore. Dutt explained what fascism is in practice. To endeavour to strangle the powers of production, to arrest development, to destroy material and human forces, to fetter international exchange, to check science and invention, to crush the development of ideas and thought, and to concentrate on the organisation of limited, self-sufficient, non-progressive hierarchic societies in a state of mutual war, in short, to force back society to a more primitive stage in order to maintain the existing class domination. This is the path of fascism, the path to which the ruling party... the path to which the bourgeoisie in all modern countries where it rules is increasingly turning the path of human decay. Dutt rips to shreds the notion that there is some set of ideas or principles that define fascism as a distinct political ideology or economic system. Dutt in 1934, he did this. I mean, all of these things with Caleb are an appeal to authority. The fact that he will just pull out his Marx and quote verbatim which we've seen in here actually, the really, really long quotations, is because he's not making an argument. He's just pointing us to, look, the argument already exists. The answer already exists. You just have to follow this book. He's really zealous in that. Dutt writes, fascism in this specific or narrower sense is marked by definite familiar characteristics. In the case of the fascist movements, by the characteristics of terrorism, extra-legal fighting formations, anti-parliamentarism, national and social demagogy, etc. In the case of the completed fascist dictatorships, by the suppression of all other parties and organisations, and in particular, the violent suppression of all independent working-class organisation, the reign of terror, the totalitarian state, etc. Most Tankies seem to have a negative view towards Orwell, although I know of at least one Trotskyist who views him in a positive light. Yeah, no, I am... So I'm not a Tanky, I'm not a communist, and I... yeah, you are correct that, you know, me chucking Orwell out there isn't going to be like a slam dunk for any Tankies that are listening. But yeah, it was reading A March to Catalonia that really, and particularly that line where he talked about the Soviet Union as counter-revolutionary, that kind of crystallized in, for me, that, you know, the whole dichotomy that Caleb's laying out here, I think is a false one, between, you know, Soviet Union good, America bad, basically. After summarising the diverse creeds, principles, economic theories, mythologies and rhetorical styles utilised by fascists, Dutt shows that all of them are mere bombast. Fascism is defined by action in the form of political violence and repression, not any clear set of principles. All these abstract general conceptions, which are paraded as the peculiar outlook of fascism, have no distinctive character whatever, but are common to 1,000 schools of bourgeois political philosophy, which are not yet fascist, and in particular to all national conservative schools. Fascism, in fact, developed as a movement in practice, in the conditions of threatening proletarian revolution, as a counter-revolutionary mass movement supported by the bourgeoisie, employing weapons of mixed social demagogy and terrorism to defeat the revolution and build up a strengthened capitalist state dictatorship, and only later endeavoured to adorn and rationalise this process with a theory. It is in this actual historical process that the reality of fascism must be found, and not in the secondary derivative attempts post festum at adornment with a theory. Dutt points out that unlike revolutionary leftist movements, fascism does not achieve power through struggle, but rather is called upon by the power structure after a long period of grooming. Fascism has never conquered power in any country. In every case, fascism has been placed in power from above by the bourgeois dictatorship. In Italy, fascism was placed in power by the king, who refused to sign the decree of martial law against it and invited Mussolini to power. Mussolini's legendary March on Rome took place in a wagon-lit sleeping car. In Germany, fascism was placed in power by the president at a time when it was heavily sinking in support in the country, as shown by the elections. The bourgeoisie, in fact, has in practice... Wait, I'm going to stop there. In Germany, fascism was placed in power by the president. Does he mean when Hindenburg made Hitler chancellor? I mean, that was an attempt at... because I think it was in Hitler's cabinet, it was like a coalition, and they had normal conservatives that they thought would temper Hitler. It was an attempt to simmer everything down, yeah, but it wasn't by saying, go for it, be fascist. It was, let's give him, a little bit, let's concede a little bit, and he'll play fair, and he'll back off. So very wrong on that one, Caleb. What a surprise, Caleb is wrong. The bourgeoisie, in fact, has in practice passed power from one hand to the other and called it a revolution, while the only reality has been the intensified oppression of the working class. After the establishment of the full fascist dictatorship, the policy has been... Oh, sorry, this isn't... This is not Caleb. I thought, because we're reading Caleb's book, I thought this was Caleb talking, but no, this is just another in a long line of gigantic fucking quotations from someone else. Blah, blah, blah. Despite the show of a few gestures of assistance to small capital, the most unlimited and ruthless policy of monopolist capital, the whole machinery of fascism mercilessly turned against those of its former supporters who had been innocent enough to expect some anti-capitalist action and called for a second revolution. So conclude then. Like, you've used all of... So, now I'm going to, put on my teaching hat. He's just included so much of somebody else's stuff, and then he just goes straight on. You should never end with a quotation. Like, what he now has to do is explain what that means for his argument. Although he hasn't fucking made his argument, has he? I mean, unless it's BreadTube serves imperialism because they're all CIA-funded Trotskyists. The myth of fascist ideology and aesthetics. This scientific understanding of fascism as an attempt to stabilize capitalist scientific understanding. How is it scientific, Caleb? Do you mean because it's an analysis? How is it scientific? Love it. I mean, he's clearly just throwing that in there in order to give it a little bit more authority than just saying this dude from 80-something years ago, his whole thing about fascism, but no, it's this scientific understanding of fascism. As an attempt to stabilize capitalist society amid a crisis through brute force, economic regression, and a mobilization of destruction and barbarism, leading toward war, was the understanding used by those who were most successful in defeating fascism. The communists who mobilized to beat back Oswald Mosley in Britain at the 1936 Battle of Cable Street held this understanding of fascism. Were they all communists? Sorry, I'm gonna put a pin in that because I don't think obviously the Battle of Cable Street is fucking fantastic. But to just try and claim that for only communists instead of just, an uprising of working class people of various different agendas. A certain pattern is coming out in this where everything from history is just kind of little massaged in a little way, and just, just everything kind of leads to Caleb's point. And he just says it as though it... So the underground resistance in Germany and the occupied countries, which sabotaged armaments and bombed railways, was led by communists who had this understanding of fascism. The underground resistance in Germany and the occupied... The Red Army that liberated Auschwitz concentration camp and eventually took Berlin had this understanding of fascism. Did it? Did they? I mean, Dude, you've just spent like 5 pages of some other dude's book, basically. And then you're just like, yeah, everyone that I like also thought that. Did they? Like, how did the Red Army have that understanding of fascism? However, since the end of the Second World War, there's been a huge attempt... huge. Not a concerted attempt. He's just wonderful with words, Caleb, isn't he? A huge attempt to erode this scientific understanding and replace it with one that is more convenient for the Western capitalists. Recognizing that fascism emerges from the natural workings and failures of capitalism is certainly an argument in favor of socialism and against the capitalist system. Undermining this definition and replacing it with subjective, aesthetic, and philosophical obfuscations has been a key task of the US intelligence apparatus. Dude, fucking... As if you... Okay. The Congress for Cultural Freedom, formed in 1949 as an association of left-wing artists, scientists, and academics who opposed communism, is considered by the US Central Intelligence Agency to be one of its most successful operations. The organization was funded by the CIA and the Trotskyite Irving Kristol, an associate of Max Shachtman, who later became known as the father of neoconservatism. was selected to lead the operation. That's a bad sentence, dude. Literary magazines such as Partisan Review, Encounter, Paris Review, and De Monet were subsidized and circulated throughout the United States, Britain, and Western countries to nudge leftist circles away from the Soviet perspective. I mean, the Soviet Union did pretty well with that when they invaded Hungary, but kind of a late reply. Wasn't accusing you of anything, mostly mentioned due to the observation of them. Yeah, no, I mean, and when I said that initially, when I threw out the Orwell, I was like, well, yeah, Caleb's not going to fucking like that. And there's a whole bunch of, communists that, like left communists, small c communists that fucking hate Orwell anyway, for how he acted in the late 40s and the early 50s. But yeah, no, but that's cool. Theodore Adorno, a Marxist intellectual associated with the Frankfurt School, had his work subsidized and promoted as part of the Congress for Cultural Freedom operation. His work was published in De Monet, and his research for the authoritarian personality was conducted with individuals tied to the Tavistock Institute of Human Relations, an entity widely known to be utilized for research by British intelligence. The conclusions of Adorno's writing on the concept of an authoritarian personality are a complete departure from scientific Marxism. Okay, so without going any further, things evolve. Like, I think I made this in one of the other streams when I was reading this book. It would be like getting really interested in evolutionary biology and only reading Darwin. Just going back to Charles Darwin every single time because he was the first one to do it. Ignoring like a century and a half, getting up to 2 centuries now, of work that's been done on evolution. And it's the same with this. Like, anything that goes against orthodox Marxism or Marxist-Leninism, it seems, like it just needs to be thrown out, or is like purposefully trying to like misrepresent or like be mean to Marx. Like the fact that, Adorno's writing might depart from Marxism doesn't necessarily make it wrong. I mean, it makes it bad for orthodox Marxists. It makes it bad for someone like Caleb, who wants to point to Marx and just say, look, there it is, everything we need, except for a bit of Lenin. Among his sources, Adorno cites the crackpot. I mean, it's the kind of emotive language and the language features that he used in this are very telling. The crackpot psychoanalyst Wilhelm Reich, infamous for his orgone machine that supposedly captured a magical energy source created from human orgasms. Reich also claimed that he was in contact with extraterrestrial creatures. Much like the crackpot Reich, who was expelled from psychoanalysis by Freud and expelled from the German Communist Party before moving to... We're going to read this one. Psychoanalyst Wilhelm Reich was convicted of fraud by the Food and Drug Administration for marketing an orgone machine that had no real medical value. Reich's narrative that Nazism is rooted in sexual repression is a key influence on Theodor Adorno, Susan Sontag, and the synthetic left's reinterpretation of fascism. Like, so... I don't care about this dude. Whatever. Like, I mean, it seems... Is he like getting chicks into this machine and then giving them orgasms? Like, good for him. Good for them. What is it, the 40s? Fucking go nuts. So this notion of primary versus secondary sources, because it's like, Adorno and all these other people that reinterpret it down the track, they clearly, must be... they mustn't have the best stuff available for them. Primary sources are good for some things, okay? But they're not necessarily, or, in all cases better than secondary sources, because secondary sources can include a synthesis, a collection, a collation of information that you can use to draw wider conclusions from. And so the fact that, they're reinterpreting it, or it's a, in some cases like historical revisionism isn't necessarily a bad thing. Historical revisionism isn't necessarily a bad thing. And this is where we get into things like historiography and there's lots of really interesting and complex conversations and issues around that, around changing, with new evidence, what we thought we knew about the past. But Caleb's not interested in that. And, okay, New York City in the 1930s, Adorno argues that fascism is rooted in psychological and cultural trends, not the breakdown of capitalism. But what if he's fucking right, dude? Like, he's just, so he has yet to, and maybe he will he'll demonstrate how Adorno is wrong. But he's not doing that currently. He's just saying what Adorno's argument is, and then because it's different, saying, what an idiot. He can't even see. Like, he clearly knows nothing. Like, what you have to do is you have to then demonstrate why that argument is wrong. And maybe he's about to, but, I've already read over 100 pages of this book, and so I don't have high hopes. Among the various leftist intellectuals and cultural critics who are now documented to have been covertly promoted by the US intelligence in the post-World War II years, a new narrative exists about what fascism is. Adorno documents an authoritarian personality of individuals who are deemed to be deviant because they would be predisposed to be part of a mass political movement and seek to make sacrifices for causes greater than themselves. The way that he has phrased that makes it seem like, on the face of it, to be bad. Like, seek to make sacrifices for causes greater than themselves. The fact that he has summarized it and he hasn't included a direct quote for what, authoritarian personality actually is, makes me seem like he is lying. Susan Sontag, another CIA favorite, spent pages reflecting on the fascist aesthetic in a New York Times Review of Books piece. In Sontag's mind, fascism is extravagant effort and the endurance of pain. Oh, see? So Sontag gets a big old reference, but not Adorno. Interesting. So, extravagant effort and the endurance of pain, the massing of groups of people, the turning of people into things, the multiplication and replication of things, and grouping of people, things around an all-powerful hypnotic leader figure or force. The fascist dramaturgy centres on the orgiastic transactions between mighty forces and their puppets, uniformly garbed and shown in swelling numbers. Its choreography alternates between ceaseless motions and a congealed, static, virile posing. Mass athletic demonstration, a choreographed display of bodies, are a valued activity in all totalitarian countries. And the art of the gymnast, so popular now in Eastern Europe, also evokes recurrent features of fascist aesthetics, the holding in or confining of force, military precision. Hannah Arendt, a favourite of the partisan review Milieu, composed a book entitled Eichmann in Jerusalem, which was widely praised. In the book, she put forward the widely celebrated concept of the banality of evil, arguing that genocidal Nazi war criminal Adolf Eichmann was just an ordinary person, essentially making the case that all populism and mass mobilizations are fascistic in essence because deep down ordinary working class people are potential Nazis. Where he said essentially making the case that in the other ones he's just summarized it, and I think summarized it in a misleading way. The fact that he then even takes a step further back to say, well, essentially making the case that because deep down ordinary working class people are potential Nazis. Sure, Caleb. All of these concepts and redefinitions were implied throughout the Cultural Revolution of the 1960s and 70s, when long-haired counterculture youth decried their pro-military right-wing parents as fascists. This redefinition of fascism to be people working together in groups for a common aim. Fuck off. or people acting like responsible adults and controlling their impulses. Why have you put quotation marks around that? Who is saying that? Oh, people acting like responsible adults and controlling their impulses is literally fascism. Flowed from the New York Times, academia, and everywhere else in US society. I love that the cultural revolution of the 1960s and 70s is given one paragraph, and it's basically just fanfic. Caleb's fanfic about all the people that he doesn't like. The ultimate purpose of this non-materialist, idealist retelling of the 1930s was revealed in 1982 when Susan Sontag spilled the beans in front of a crowd of protesters who had gathered to protest in support of the anti-communist and anti-Semitic Solidarność dock workers of Poland. Sontag said, "Communism is fascism, successful fascism, if you will. What we have called fascism is, rather, the form of tyranny that can be overthrown, that has largely failed. I repeat, not only is fascism an overt military rule, the probable destiny of all communist societies, especially where their populations are moved to revolt, but communism is in itself a variant, the most successful variant of fascism. Fascism with a human face." Okay, interesting. Susan Sontag equated the Red Army that took Berlin, the Abraham Lincoln Brigade volunteers who fought Franco in Spain, the activists who organised in support for the Scottsboro Nine against Jim Crow, and almost all of the greatest heroes of the 1930s and 40s with the very entity they successfully defeated. Did she? When was this? 1982. So 1982 communism, which still would have been the Soviet Union. What was the Soviet Union like in 1982, Caleb? What? Were they in Afghanistan then? Pretty sure they were, right? Have you heard the stories of what shit they did to the Afghanis? Like, I mean, yeah, I'm not pro-Soviet Union. I'm not pro-America, so I don't have to support fucking either of them. And yeah, like, critique away, dude. Oh, man, it is like, oh, everybody. Everybody on. Okay, sorry, we're gonna get through this. To the synthetic left, brought to you by the CIA. Fascism is not a form of Bonapartism intended to hold off revolution as capitalism enters a crisis. Rather, it is people refusing to become atomized and easily controlled individuals and holding on to any notion of solidarity and joint effort. Do you think that's what she meant in that thing? You don't think she was talking about a regime? Because there's a difference between, like, the theory of communism and a regime, right? Like, you wouldn't smear all of Marx with, like, Stalin, the Holodomor. You wouldn't point to the Holodomor and say, well, that's why Marx can't work. That's why we can never look at the contradictions within capitalism. That's why you can never be anti-capitalist, because it's Stalin. Like, that's ridiculous. That's exactly what you're doing, dude. Okay, progressives who refuse to embrace their individualist anti-populism that view average working people as a dangerous mob, most especially communists, are deemed to be fascists. Dude, such a fucking reach. All right. More scotch, sorry. 15 pages in. Pretty sure this chapter's like 50 pages. Natalie Wynn's Fascists. Natalie ContraPoints Wynn, the shining star of the BreadTube internet sphere, who stands shoulders above her colleagues in terms of production values and coherent narrative, gained mainstream appreciation for her video Decrypting the Alt-Right, How to Recognize a Fascist. I would say that PhilosophyTube also has incredibly good production value. And probably H-Bomber Guy now too. And actually, so many people's production value is very good. It comes with practice, I guess, as well, and seeing other people do it. All right. While much of ContraPoint's work contains useful insights, this particular video is almost comedic at points. Oh, Caleb is laughing at you. One is forced to think of the 1964 film Dr. Strangelove, which mocked the anti-communist hysteria. In the film, a particularly crazed general speaks obsessively about bodily fluids and brags that he only drinks rainwater because he believes most liquids have been contaminated by a secret communist conspiracy. Dude, I'm also a film teacher, and I would take nothing that Caleb has to say about a film. What would I say? At face value, to be interesting analysis, I can't imagine that Caleb would have an interesting critique of a film or an interesting take on a film. It would all just be, is this CIA funded? What do they say about communists? They said one bad thing about Stalin. They must be for the atomization of working class people. ContraPoints begins the video stating contemporary fascists hold 3 core beliefs. She lists them as a belief in the sacredness of the white race, the conspiracy theory that Jews seek to conduct white genocide or replacement, and the ultimate goal of creating a white ethno-state in which non-whites and degenerates are purged. This is certainly an accurate description of what white nationalists believe. However, the right wing, especially in the age of the internet, is far more vast and ideologically diverse. Many far rightists are anarcho-capitalists who advocate unregulated free market capitalism. They want no government intervention whatsoever in the economy or on matters of sex, race, or social justice. Many far rightists are anti-Islamic bigots who do not believe Jews are a secret cabal, but rather see Israel as an outpost of civilization against the menace of Islam. Amir Yasser, hello. Hello to you as well. Far-right circles are full of followers of Julius Evola, traditionalist Catholics, neo-Confederates, libertarians, incels, etc. The white national current exists as one of many strands of dissident right-wing thought. Okay, so the Julius Evola people, traditionalist Catholics, neo-Confederates, I would guarantee a large proportion of those also believe in the things that ContraPoints laid out, those 3 rules. There are some people that read Julius Evola because of the esoteric, nature of it, kind of like the people that read Nietzsche because of that kind of, the chic vibe. But, yeah, dude. The white national current exists as one of many strands of dissident right-wing thought. ContraPoints then spends the... Yeah, wait. So Caleb's like, well, fascists can't just believe these things because all these other right-wingers don't believe that. I thought... Anyway, ContraPoints then spends the rest of the video developing all kinds of loopholes through which individuals who have nothing in common with white nationalism can be linked to it. So if you want to recognize a fascist, you have to know how to read subtext and hear dog whistles, because 99 times out of 100, a fascist will disavow fascism, racism, and white supremacy, at least when talking to you, a non-fascist. ContraPoints explains. I'm not a fascist is exactly what a fascist would say. Is it true that many white nationalists conceal their views and operate covertly in broader conservative circles? Yes. Is it true that many advocates of a white ethno-state who harbour anti-Semitic views will conceal this message when creating broader content? Yes. However, ContraPoints video, okay, you needed an apostrophe in there, basically argues that anything can be a dog whistle, anyone can be a fascist, and all that is necessary to prove it is something as meaningless as a hand gesture, a slip of the tongue, or most importantly, a disagreement with the mainstream of the left. I mean, it's just it's like arguing with a teenager. You will say something and then they go, oh, what? So, and then they lay out something, like really ridiculous. Oh, so you believe that, right? It's like, no. Like, what I believe is, and what I'm saying is the thing that I just said. Like, Caleb can't take anything on its own terms. It seems from, being 115 pages into this fucking book. He always has to, and whether this is because he's purposefully trying to be sneaky or not, he always has to create some straw man and then attack that. It's like, oh, ContraPoint says this. Oh, well, what she's basically saying then is, and then creates this ridiculous straw man. And then it's like, It's pretty stupid, isn't it? It's like, yeah, Caleb, that is pretty fucking stupid, but that's not what she said. That's what you said. Scotch break, sorry. All right. The overwhelming majority of people in the United States feel patriotic, but according to ContraPoints, statements like, I love my country, could be interpreted as coded fascist messaging. Like, yeah, it could be. That's the entire point. Oh. That is the entire point of subtext, Caleb. It's that, yeah, it could be. It's, I was reading something. No, I think it was watching R.M. Brown the other day. Arun Brown. And he was talking about, I think it was the Hays Code in America that prohibited films from, being overtly sexual or things of that nature. And so what then they had to do is develop so much subtext because people still wanted to see those stories and sexuality and all of the kind of things that were banned were part of storytelling, were part of human experience. And so there was so much that was made subtle and not overtly. God, what's the opposite of overt? Subtextually sexual, and there's deniability there, and that's exactly what this kind of thing. I love my country could be interpreted as coded fascist messaging. Does the book mention Vosh? It does. So at the start, pardon me, there was a huge section on Vosh. I think it was in the first... So they're up on my channel. I uploaded them as videos. I think it was in the first one that I did. He introduced ContraPoints. Pretty sure she got like 1 to 3 paragraphs. And then Vosh got like 5 pages. Because I'm pretty sure that he's been on Vosh or Vosh has done a video about him. And so he just was trying to shit all over Vosh. And that's basically what this entire book seems to be, is that he's had a couple of interactions with people on BreadTube. And then he's just had this whole thing where he's like, oh, well, obviously then BreadTube, because they disagree with me, they just serve imperialism. It's very funny. Oh my God, I hadn't seen this excerpt. He has obviously never spent any time looking at fascist communities online. No, right? And that's the thing, so this next bit, gestures like thumbs up or OK signs are used by millions of Americans each day. But according to ContraPoints, these could indeed be secret Nazi hand signs. Where has Caleb been? I know he has a YouTube channel. He apparently writes books. He's been an activist, political activist for decades. How has he not seen any of that? That's exactly what they were doing. And then the milk thing and the entire reason is because then people can say, oh, okay, it's just the okay hand signal. You can calm down. It's that deniability. He's just so uninformed, ill-informed, or just purposefully misrepresenting it. ContraPoint's video would be laughable if it were not taken seriously by many of the millions of people who viewed it. One of the primary targets of this bizarre cancel culture conspiracy theory is anti-imperialist leftists. One of the primary targets of this bizarre cancel culture conspiracy theory is anti-imperialist leftists. It took a fucking turn. Yo, what up? I just saw this. Taking a break from editing footage for Caleb. Joe. For a vid I'm working on. What are the chances? Wow, I feel incredibly sorry for you. But I can't wait to see it. That will be excellent. Can you tell us a little bit about what the video is about? All right. Across the internet, commentators like Jimmy Dore, Kim Iverson, and others who do not agree with US foreign policy are considered to be fascists and crypto-fascists. Why? Why might they be considered that? So again, putting on my teacher hat, when you're making an argument, you bring up counter-arguments. You bring up contrary points to your argument, and then you prove why they're incorrect. And it bolsters your argument. Caleb just goes, oh, well, here's all the counter-arguments, and then crosses his arms and goes, right, as if. Literally, fascists will talk openly to each other about stuff like this online. Contra doesn't. Yeah, exactly. We on for later. Absolutely. I am, fully, I've got a heap of scotch. I got some beers in the fridge. I am in for a night of just hilarious streaming. So yes, absolutely am. I'm just trying to, because I've been offline for a week because I've had my kids and just trying to warm up again. It's painful. I imagine it must be. Okay. Didn't age well chucking Jimmy Dore in there, but... So the proof, okay, is that they support anti-imperialist countries like China, Syria, Venezuela, Russia, etc. Just etc. These countries have been declared fascist by US media, and therefore anyone who shows sympathy with them is fascist by default. No, so this is the thing with the Uyghurs in Xinjiang. You can criticize the Chinese government for what seems to be amounting to genocidal treatment, of a minority. And that doesn't make you, pro-imperialism. Fucking stupid. It's about Caleb, but also all of these white socialists, my brain hurts from editing right now, so it's hard to explain. Oh, good, that would be great. I just got locked out of my house, got back in, shit hella sucks. Oh, no. That sounds like a terrible day. I hope you've chilled out now, though. I hope you can relax a little bit. And I hope you didn't have to break anything either. If you're reminded of McCarthyism, you should be. If one showed sympathy... this is a screed. This entire book is a screed. It's yeah, that's all I can say. If one showed sympathy for the Soviet Union or Mao's China during the 1950s, you were dismissed as a communist. Careers and lives were destroyed by the House Un-American Activities Committee. Yeah, fuck yeah. McCarthyism fucking sucks. You know who's an interesting US president that I hadn't, until recently, heard much about or looked into was Eisenhower. Obviously a Republican, did he lead the Allies at Normandy and D-Day? Anyway, huge war hero from World War II. And he was pretty thinking of what the Republican Party is now, the fact that he warned about, the growing, the burgeoning military-industrial complex. He wasn't super on board with McCarthyism in private. He tried to, ream it back, but, he kind of got dragged along with it. Yeah, super interesting dude. He's literally doing McCarthyism with his book, calling everyone he dislikes CIA over and over. Exactly. 100% what he's doing. I'll be right back. Do want to chill in the aircon? Yeah, absolutely. McCarthyism was a mobilizer... Okay, whoa. Okay. Organizations with the word worker in their name were falsely accused of being communist front groups. Individuals were forced to disavow their friends, relatives, and co-workers. I will also say that, the Soviet Union was trying to export their brand of communism. Communist parties from around the world would send their people to be trained in the Soviet Union and then to come back. They were clearly trying to spread it as well. Now, this is not saying that what America did was groovy, okay? I'm not saying that. I'm anti-US and anti-USSR. You can be both. Walk and chew gum at the same time. Just saying. Individuals were forced to disavow their friends, relatives, and co-workers. McCarthyism was a mobilization to silence all critics of US foreign policy as the Cold War exploded following the Second World War. Wow, finally, a sentence that is true. in the new Cold War, BreadTube is being... Oh, Caleb, I just said that I agreed with you. Okay, in the new Cold War, BreadTube is being utilised to destroy the lives and careers of all who don't echo the rhetoric against Russia and China. You've written and published a book. You get paid to fly to these countries to like, oh man. Eisenhower was handpicked by the corporate religious right, though. He was trying to bridge the gap between the remnants of the social gospel and the new right-wing prosperity gospel. That's really interesting. I didn't realize that the prosperity gospel stuff was that new. I guess I had just assumed that was... So were there like social gospel, like I guess conservative, like religious conservatives in the 30s that were kind of like not super anti-New Deal then? I am not, clued up on that aspect of American history. Interesting. True sentence followed by insanity. Caleb's modus operandi. Yeah, if you like this, just wait for this next bit. ContraPoints and BreadTube do not apply this guilt by association and conspiratorial decoding to liberals. Are you kidding? They fucking hate liberals, dude. Joe Biden can salute the flag, shake hands with Republicans, give a thumbs up, or do whatever he wants and not be declared fascist by BreadTube. Joe Biden's series of racial gaffes, his string of sexual assaults, rape allegations from Tara Reade, his support for the Iraq War, his crime bill, are all forgivable mistakes. What the fuck are you talking? Is it just because some people said, vote like pragmatically? I don't think that they have forgivable mistakes, dude. And I don't think people on BreadTube consider them gaffes. I think they consider them racist. There's a really good book about it called One Nation Under God. But yeah, the New Deal and stuff like that was widely supported by a lot of Christians. Oh, that is so interesting. And I mean, on Reddit, I think it's called like Radical Christianity or something. And it is. It feels like that more social justice kind of religion that in Australia, I mean, we've kind of had a lot of. And, now though, with our fucking Pentecostal Prime Minister, and he's got a bunch of Pentecostals in cabinet. I mean, the religious right in Australia is very different. But yeah, we've got like Father Bob who writes things, and he's always out, doing stuff on the street, ministering, but with homeless people, and yeah, it's that's very interesting. So what is it? One Nation Under God. I will check that out. Thank you. Okay, let's go back to just lies. None of these vicious actions and blatantly racist words render Joe Biden to be part of the secret fascist conspiracy that sits at the center of the BreadTube worldview. I'm pretty sure people on BreadTube are like, he's a Republican. Like, yeah, he is. There was Some More News. I know if Some More News is considered part of BreadTube, I probably would. A couple of years ago where Some More News put out a thing, Joe Biden primary Donald Trump as a Republican. Because that's what you are. Why? Unlike the right wing and the legitimate anti-imperialist left, he defends the status quo, so by definition, he cannot be fascist. Fuck. Oh my God, my brain is melting. So I need more scotch. BreadTube routinely insists phrases like international bankers or Western civilization are fascist dog whistles, yet Hillary Clinton's use of the term super predators is deemed to be merely an understandable mistake or error. Who on the left on YouTube has said that it is an understandable mistake or error? Fucking who has said that, Caleb? I wish I was arguing with Caleb. Does Caleb do debates? I'm not a debate bro. But I just want to yell at Caleb and just tell him that he's very, very stupid. But then, I mean, that's me giving him the benefit of the doubt, though. I mean, something he doesn't do. I'm assuming that he is coming at this legitimately with good intentions and a good heart. I mean, he might not be. For all I know, this is all purposeful propaganda where he's twisting everything he can because ThoughtSlime made fun of him. Legitimate anti-imperialists are routinely baited for supporting anti-imperialist states like Russia or China deemed fascist by mainstream media. What? When? What are you talking about? However, the Democratic Party's embracing of Israel, Saudi Arabia, and other US-aligned regimes that violate human rights never renders them red browns or crypto-fascists. No, but they're neoliberals. We know that. Like, there's a difference between, like, being neoliberal and being a fascist. Like, you can argue about the effect of each, but the intentions are not the same. Like, neoliberals that support Israel and Saudi Arabia, even though they're committing just the most horrendous human rights violations in Yemen, and like are pro-selling weaponry and like, you know, pro the military-industrial complex, that, like, there's a difference. They're bad too. Like, oh, okay. Extremely good formatting in his self-published book. No notes. Exactly. Like, even if he had some little footnotes every now and again. Like, he doesn't need to include it. He just needs to have some footnotes and, like, go to this video. I mean, particularly because it's all about BreadTube, right? Or the mainstream media. Like, if he's getting these things from somewhere, he could just link this article by the New York Times and the URL. Or even not, just the article title and the year in the footnotes. He could link ContraPoint's video here. And even if he didn't give a timestamp, it's like, okay, she must have said it in there somewhere. I honestly just think his problem is that he wants communism with American characteristics and doesn't understand that's an irreconcilable contradiction. Yeah, I mean, it's like the whole American patriotism. What is it? The communist patriot, whatever that shit, the whole infrared thing at the moment is. And is it to be edgy? Is it because he doesn't actually, understand it? I mean, maybe Caleb doesn't understand that that's a contradiction. Because from what he's presenting in here, and like I said earlier, that, you know, the 1930s, 1934 is the newest book that he has referenced. Everything is earlier than that. And so he has none of the scholarship of the past 150 years post-Marx. Like, he's just very ignorant, I think. ContraPoint's video. You might want a little apostrophe in there, Caleb. Infrared will be in this video I'm making. More pain. It is brutal. Has blocked me on Twitter, unfortunately. I'm just gonna assume that is because I owned him so bad. That's the reason that he blocked me. But yeah, very funny. Also, I haven't seen any other people say that they were blocked by him, so I don't know. Why am I so special? ContraPoint's video has been utilized to destroy the lives of countless individuals. Oh, man. Internet harassment campaigns are mobilized frequently against all kinds of people. Jeopardy contestants, adolescents on social media, confused conservatives, random Trump supporters, legitimate anti-imperialist leftists, and all who do not immediately bow before NATO and the Pentagon run the risk of being declared a literal Nazi by the internet cult of anti-fascists who demand 100% adherence to MSNBC talking points. Oh, man. He should take up comedy. He would make great YouTube videos if he just made all these like bizarre conspiracy bullshit. Like in here, that's so many assertions, and he doesn't even say Jeopardy contestant Tom Smith, confused conservative congressman, blah blah blah, like nothing. I think it's an attempt at populism to create a mass movement via concession to the right, because he views the American right as the idealized working class subject. Yeah, and I mean, I think it's the Fox News view, right? One of is it Hinkle or one of the infrared people the other day posted some comment that was like, "I'm a conservative in Appalachia, and if all the left wing stuff." Messaging was like this, they'd win so bad, and they were like, "See, this is exactly why we need to do it." It's like that's one person. Also, who knows if it was real? I'm not blocked, and I talked mad shit to him too. Pure insanity. Antifa cocaine. Biggest man of straw. Has Antifa come up in this? I don't know if Antifa has come up at all in this entire book. Like much of BreadTube, ContraPoint's another missing apostrophe, Caleb. Ideology is inconsistent. Sometimes she seems like a social democrat or anarchist, but other times it seems like she's merely pro-establishment warrior working to purge the US government apparatus of an evil, secret fascist conspiracy that has taken it over. Okay. I'm going to say two things here. One, it's possible to have a variety of beliefs, and sometimes they conflict and contradict each other. We're humans. We're fallible. We might hold contradictory views. Being hypocritical also is not like a nail in the coffin for someone's case. I think it was, I went through a Sam Harris phase about a decade ago, but I'm pretty sure it was Sam Harris said that, humans have about 90,000 different ideas or opinions or views or something like that. So obviously within that 90,000, there are going to be a bunch that are contradictory. And, that's the dialectic, right? Like the Hegelian dialectic is bringing those up and then, seeing which one it's... But so the second thing I'm going to say is he on one hand, it's evil, blah, 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 pro-establishment. And then the other, a social democrat or anarchist. Those things are very different, Caleb. Like, very different. Hinkle used to run as a SOCDEM environmentalist for public office, and now he's just some phony media personality. That sucks. Just getting into the, edgelord shit. Yes, oh my God, hypocrisy is such a bad counter-argument. Yeah, I mean, pointing out someone's hypocrisy should lead to, it should be done in it's like, that seems hypocritical, doesn't it? To make them think, maybe it does, instead of hypocrisy, full stop, AOC, blah, 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 then, and also blah, blah, blah. Nope, she's CIA Trotskyist shill. Oh, okay. Okay. So he's just going to make shit up now. Much like the anti-Semitic narrative that views Western capitalism and imperialism as inherently good, much like the anti-Semitic narrative that views Western capitalism and imperialism as inherently good, but merely corrupted by a sinister cabal. Okay, ContraPoints seems to argue, yeah, it seems to you, dude, okay, that the evils of American capitalism are due to a sinister conspiracy of white nationalists, not the system itself. If only this conspiracy can be purged, everything will be fine. So I've watched a good deal of ContraPoints videos. I have to say, since they got longer and longer form, I haven't actually, because it's such an investment. So I actually haven't watched a bunch of the new ones. But I follow ContraPoints, even before she transitioned. And she's been making anti-capitalist critiques for all of that time. And never. So the only thing I can think of that he might be referencing here is, those skits where she had, like the lizard people, the bourgeoisie is lizard people. And, she goes on to say that, I don't think it is a secret cabal of, evil lizard people. It's more the corrupting nature of, being in that position within a capitalist society where so much exploitation has had to happen and that you kind of have to be evil. Or, the implication is that you must be kind of bad if you are profiting from that. But she's not arguing that it's, we just get rid of this secret cabal of lizard people and then, capitalism will sort itself out. Of course, oh, here we go. Of course, in the worldview extolled by much of BreadTube, if you dare disagree that the West is a bastion of tolerance and freedom... Okay, no one fucking says that, dude. No one on BreadTube is saying that. They're all criticizing the societies in which they live. Okay. While China, Russia, Syria, and Venezuela are evil fascist regimes, you must be a fascist yourself. Who says that? Who has said that those regimes are a fascist regime? Also, fucking Syria, dude. I think I've skipped that. How have I been skipping? I think maybe I've been thinking he's talking about Libya. How... Syria? You wanna defend Bashar al-Assad? The dude who's president because his dad was president? Like, oh man. I don't think he's going as deep as you're giving him credit for. He's literally just mad that she's naming signs of fascism. That's also true. Like I said earlier, with particularly, how hard he goes at Thought Slime, Vosh, and Destiny, who I think he has to throw in because, those are the three people that it feels like he's had disagreements with and has just been, laying awake at night and just getting angry and angrier over. And then he's just gone and written this entire book just to try and have a go at them. And someone, I think it was No Epiphany, said in a previous stream how these all just feel, either they are or they feel like just previous essays that he's cobbled together. And, like I pointed out, how he would, Central Intelligence Agency, and then he'd have in brackets CIA, and then just progressively he would keep saying Central Intelligence Agency or Ian Vosh Kaczynski or whatever, and then just keep saying Ian Vosh Kaczynski instead of Vosh. Either, well, these aren't mutually exclusive, but poor editing, obviously. But also, yeah, it just tends to feel like a bunch of cobbled together arguments that he didn't even then fucking read over. You're being extremely charitable, which speaks to your credit, but he really doesn't deserve it. Well, I might be here, but because I wanted to read the entire book before I did a little video on Caleb, and I don't think I'm going to be in that video. I think he is a vindictive, mean-spirited little dude, and the thing that really got me was bringing up Thought Slime's mum's white collar crime, laying that out. He's clearly gone and done a bunch of fucking research on that, nothing else it seems, and then just bringing that shit up, just so mean-spirited and vindictive. And I'm probably going to call him, a bunch of pretty terrible names. So I'm looking forward to that. Who cares if you are anti-racist or have spent over a decade working against racism? Remember, I am not a fascist is exactly what a fascist would say. Every time I read that sentence, I can just hear it in ContraPoint's voice. So that's nice. That's nice for me. The cancel culture conspiracy belief in which, who's talking about cancel culture? What are you talking about? In which almost every conservative and every dissident leftist is part of a secret white nationalist cabal that must be stopped at all costs is not an honest delusion, much like the John Birch Society of the early 1960s. The conspiracy theory has been weaponized to serve one wing of the political establishment in its fight against the other. The intent is to cultivate a mob of paranoid fanatics who will function as the foot soldiers of the establishment. Is it? Interesting thesis. You have all your work ahead of you to prove that, but okay, go off, sis. A gift to actual fascism. Oh, here we go. Hilariously, according to ContraPoints, she herself must be a fascist. it's like Tim Pool's like, isn't it ironic that the Holocaust Museum is asking for vaccination papers? Irony. Oh, man, that's so good. I'm actually really sad that Peter Coffin fell in with this dude. I feel like I can hear some of Peter's language in this. Yeah, I watched Peter Coffin a couple of years ago, I think when I was getting into, the Lefty, branching out from H-Bomb. I got there from, I'm going to talk about this in a video. Like, I was a Sargon viewer, fell into the whole, went from Thunderfoot's Why Do People Laugh at Creationists to Why Do People Laugh at Feminists? And then, thankfully, Christy Winters went on to Sargon's program and YouTube channel, rather, and had that debate with him. And the things that she laid out, I was like, wow, actually, there seemed to be some legitimate issues that, she wasn't a blue head screaming blah, 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 like I'd been led to believe. And so it was that Christy Winters debate that got me branching out. And then, where was I going with this? Oh, yeah. So yeah, I watched some Peter Coffin stuff and it seemed really interesting, good production value, some interesting, discussions around media and stuff, I think. But yeah, now they just... it's just so bizarre seeing the weird stuff that they post, hey. These are certainly words. Yes. Maybe he did try and get this edited, and that's that was just the feedback from the editor. These are certainly words. It's certainly what looks like a book. Good luck. Yeah, Peter will be covered quite a bit in what I'm working on. I feel like they fell into a cult. Yeah, sad. It really is. I forget where I said this, but yeah, when I first stumbled upon Infrared, and particularly Has, it was kind of fun to watch for a bit, and I was like, oh wow, this dude's like really going for it, and has, everything covered and is really knowledgeable and blah, 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 blah. And then I thought, I watched enough of it to get a grasp on it. And I thought, oh, he's just a weird grifter. He yells a lot. I'm like, okay, now I get it. Yeah, Peter really supported my channel early on. And then when I started speaking negatively about fascist co-option of communist aesthetics, he dropped off. That's super sad. That's such a weird... Isn't that a weird line in the sand? So it's not just Caleb then. And because I'm assuming that Caleb in this is going to defend Alexander Dugin, right? And the National Bolshevik shit. Let's see what he has to say. Okay. Conjure points as a fascist. I'd already forgotten. Throughout her video, she wears a Nazi-esque costume, shows images highlighting the work of far-right commentators, despite disavowing them, something she claims doesn't matter, and shows various hand signs and images known to be coded fascist imagery. Yes, that's like when I went to see The Sound of Music, and there were literal Nazis in the play, which was a strange choice for 2018 Australia to have literal Nazis in the Sound of Music play. Oh, Caleb. It really is, like arguing with teenagers. So I'm a high school teacher. And yeah, he's then she can do whatever she wants then, can she? Because you're getting at me. No. You just have to not be swearing at her and throwing things at the back of her head. It doesn't mean that she gets to... Oh, man, he's such a child. I bought Peter's book too. Was that for the video? It's definitely not just Caleb. This had been a current in the online left since early poll stuff. Oh, that's weird. Is it? I guess tankies, and correct me if I'm wrong. There's an element of, strength there being projected, isn't there? And so I guess when that is criticized and critiqued, these people are going to flip. Also, hello from America again. Oh, hello to you as well. What is it? It's Monday. It's about 6:30 in the evening here. Does that mean that it's Sunday night where you are? All right. Furthermore, it is worth noting that claiming innocent gestures and symbols of fascist was actually a stated maneuver of white nationalists at one point. The idea was to make the left look delusional, paranoid and stupid by claiming all kinds of benign things were fascist. It appears this maneuver has been effective. When? At one point. Do you mean in 2017? Do you mean in 1987? Do you mean in 1945? What the fuck are you talking about? Like, dude. I bought it a few years ago because I dug his stuff. Weird how that went. Yeah. It's Monday at 2 a.m. here in Arkansas. Oh, that is brutal. I said Arkansas, right? I mean, correctly, right? Because it does not, I don't think it sounds like the way that it's spelled. Though the BreadTube community and its content is certainly loved by the YouTube algorithms, certainly. Ben Shapiro, Steven Crowder, Tim Pool, they are loved by the YouTube algorithms. Like, I would say that BreadTube has, you see the lists at the end of big videos, big content creators' videos of all of their patrons. I would say there's a huge, groundswell of support for these creators, and that a lot of that reach is organic then. And, then they go and share it, on Reddit or on Facebook groups and things like that. But the amount of money that's pumped into, like, the right-wing channels clearly makes them just super algorithmically favorited. Sunday night ended about 3 to 4 hours ago. But basically, you said it right. Excellent. That is how you say it. Okay, look at that. The little rural Australian dudes, not doing too bad. Okay. Oh. I keep remembering that I'm reading Caleb. Okay. Few Americans have been convinced that most of their friends and neighbors who use the wrong words or question US foreign policy are part of a secret white nationalist cabal. Interesting. Is it because that's not the point of anyone's videos? Right. I feel like he's an anti-SJW kind of dude, but, that shtick ran its course in, like 5 years ago. That, who's that kid on YouTube that said, everyone is racist, everyone is sexist, everyone is homophobic, or something like that. It was some teenage kid. And the amount of vitriol and backlash from, like, that anti-SJW, like the armored skeptics and the no bullshit of, the world was just insane. It feels like Caleb's on that. And, like, oh, my neighbor questions US foreign policy. White nationalist, fascist. Right-wing figures like Jordan Peterson have certainly benefited from popular disgust at cancel culture, and also from his pseudo-intellectualism. That Slavoj Žižek debate with him is just super good. It's golden. And that was like I think, also like one of the Sargon Christy Winters moments where you kind of just realize that these people are full of shit. Like, Peterson's got some really interesting stuff to say on, like myths and, mythology and all of that kind of, perennial traditionalism, Sophia perennialism and kind of, almost anthropological things about human history. Like, he does have interesting thoughts on that. But yeah, when you buy the Communist Manifesto and read it the night before a debate about capitalism versus communism, like, dude, get a fucking grip. Much like I'm just going to equate it to other people I don't like. Much like many Cold War Republicans, ContraPoints... Oh, oh, man. Oh, these sentences are wonderful. Okay, much like many Cold War Republicans, ContraPoints lives in an alternate universe where the world consists of two types of people. Caleb, that is you. There's communists and then there's CIA-funded everyone else. That's you, Caleb. The CIA funds BreadTube algorithms. Fuck off, man. All right. Those who agree with her and the US status quo and those who are part of a vast conspiracy of people pretending to believe all sorts of different things. But in reality, they are all working for the same sinister agenda. Caleb, that is you. That is 100% you. That is the biggest projection I have ever seen in my life. I wonder if Caleb is falling into the American liberal equal left mindset here. Like, if you don't want to recreate the USSR, you must be yas queening at Joe Biden. I think so. Because, and the way that he laid out imperialism, which is basically a Lenin definition where, it's, you can understand why Lenin would lay out imperialism as only being pro-capitalist, so that the USSR couldn't be labeled imperialist. He lays it out as only being pro-capitalist or an evolution of capitalism or some shit. And so it is a dichotomy for him. You're either imperialist, an American capitalist, or you're anti-imperialist. And if you are anti-imperialist in his mind, then, or anti-Caleb's ideas, then you must be pro-imperialist. And that's the way that he's managed to lay out his entire thesis of how BreadTube, all these individual creators, just, entertainers putting out left-wingy kind of analysis, how they supposedly support and are a huge benefit for imperialism. So much so that the CIA boosts their algorithm in Google, in fucking YouTube. It's ridiculous. The interesting things that you cited for Peterson is just him parroting the least valuable and weirdest parts of Jungian psychology. I don't think any of it is original. And maybe it's not, but I think he's he's certainly engaging. He's certainly charismatic. And I think he is a good popularizer for those aspects of Jungian psychology. And he would have done a great job if he just stuck to that. Like Richard Dawkins is a really interesting science popularizer. I saw him talk in, I think, 2010, and he was really engaging, and he obviously knows his stuff about evolution. And then he starts. Well, we've all seen where Richard Dawkins has ended up when he got access to Twitter, which was very unfortunate. This honestly feels like willful misinterpretation of everything she said, or he just absolutely cannot pass a joke or a metaphor. Yeah, and that's why I was saying earlier that I would not trust anything that Caleb has to say regarding a film, because I don't think he understands subtext. I don't think he understands, themes. He doesn't understand, jokes or metaphors. Everything he takes literally, and then if he doesn't understand it, he goes, oh, well, they must be against what I'm saying then, and what they must mean is they love capital domination and atomization and a pro-US foreign policy. I think you're right. He just doesn't fucking understand. He's charismatic. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, except when he fucking cries about Pinocchio. But if you're invested in Peterson and then he cries about Pinocchio, you're going to feel something. That's how I felt about Stefan Molyneux. I remember this really... So I've done a video about how I used to be into him. And this... there was this video he did where he was talking about US intervention in Iraq and giving this talk, this little diatribe about, a grenade rolling in to a room with babies in it and blowing up, and he started tearing up, and he was so emotive, and there was so much emotion and pathos. I remember tearing up. I might have cried from that video, and it was only later that I thought to myself, that was a very strange response to that video. And I realized the kind of manipulative techniques that he was using. I was like, oh, okay, I get it. John Mulaney, oh, okay. Okay. It is a vast conspiracy against our American way of life. Watch out for your precious bodily fluids. Okay, that just proves exactly what we were both saying, like how you were pointing out that he wants that communism with American characteristics, and then how, he just can't understand fucking metaphor or anything in film. Oh, Christ, Caleb doing film theory would be like an American Soviet version of those Christian sites that warn parents about all the secular and worldly content in pop culture. It really would. Actually, I would pay for that. If you ever see this, make a different channel where all you do is go through films and tell us what you think it means, and I will sign up for your Patreon for that. 100%. This kind of childish... that straw man that I made up, that weird thing, that's childish. Black and white totalitarian thinking is what much of the Cold War synthetic left was intended to undermine. Caleb, that's exactly what you do. Everybody that disagrees with you is CIA-funded fucking Trotskyists. The Congress for Cultural Freedom and the Frankfurt School were funded in order to undermine the dichotomy of with us or against us that often led to marginalized people like African Americans or LGBT people becoming sympathetic to the Soviet Union. Now, hilariously, the very mindset the synthetic left was set up to combat is being promoted by it. Agree with them, and US foreign policy, he has to get his fucking dig in, or no matter what you say or really believe, you are working for the fascists. Oh, man. The entire reason the synthetic left was covertly funded by the CIA is due to the reality that the Communist Party USA and the various Marxist-Leninists of the world were on the vanguard of combating racism and fascism. The Soviet Union brought the petition of William L. Patterson entitled "We Charge Genocide" to the United Nations, exposing the horrific realities facing black Americans. The Soviet... Oh my God. Okay. Caleb, the Cold War ended the year I was born. I actually do not remember. Are you sure? Are you sure that the CIA isn't funding you? All right, let's see this. BreadTube commentators regularly equate communists with white supremacists and neo-Nazis. Do they? Who? Tell us the kind of communists that they're equating with these people, and we will... It seems like it's Alexander Dugin, and it's that Jyoti Brar interview that he did, that he put out, that Thought Slime discussed and criticized for being class reductionist. Okay, despite the historical legacy of the two political currents being completely opposite, pro-Soviet communists such as William L. Patterson, Nelson Peary, Paul Robeson, and Harry Haywood were key in building the Civil Rights Congress and opposing Jim Crow segregation. Great use of the word vanguard. Yeah, right? Soviet Union convened demonstrations in the 1930s in support of the Scots for a Nine, a group of African-American men falsely accused of rape. Paul Robeson, Henry Winter, James Ford, many of the most anti-racist and anti-fascist voices in US society were sympathetic to or even joined the Communist Party USA. The Communist Party formed the Civil Rights Congress to fight for African Americans in the southern USA. This is all pre-1950s though. Like, there was a big break in the 1950s around the world for the fucking communist parties that aligned to the Soviet Union after the invasion of... it was Hungary, wasn't it? Hungary? Yeah. Dude doesn't even fucking... actually, maybe he would. Maybe he does know it all and he's just leaving it out. Would love Caleb to read Anarchism and the Black Revolution by Lorenzo Comboa Everin to find out exactly what contemporary Marxist-Leninism was doing for black liberation in the 20th century. And that's where I do feel like BreadTube, there are Marxists and there are communists, probably small c communists mostly. I don't think tankies are very big on BreadTube, but I would say that most BreadTubers are more influenced by anarchism as their operating philosophy. Like they utilize Marx and his critique of capitalism, but they don't then use that to lay out their ideology, which I think is a difference. Like you can obviously utilize Marx and his anti-capitalist critique, but you don't then have to be a Marxist, you know, or a big C communist. And I think that's what Caleb either dislikes or doesn't get. Like, oh, these people say they're on the left, but they're not pro-China. They're talking about the Uyghurs and they're being anti-imperialist. Okay, blah, 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 blah. While the US government coddled and did business with Hitler, communists rallied against him from day one. In 1935, Communist Party USA members led by Bill Bailey attacked a Nazi ship that had docked in the New York harbor and ripped down the swastika flag. While the US government did nothing to aid the Spanish Republic, members of the communist parties from around the world formed international brigades to fight Franco's fascism. Also, anarchists. Lots of anarchists. That's very interesting that he leaves that out. Communists formed the League Against War and Fascism Communists formed the League Against War and Fascism, rallying progressive writers and artists to oppose the Nazis. Admiration for Stalin and adherence to ideological Marxism-Leninism was widespread amongst the most vehement anti-racists and anti-fascists. BreadTube seeks to obscure this widely recognized historical reality and equate communists with the people they heroically resisted, like Hitler and the KKK. Who? How? What are you talking about? What the fuck? Dude, tell us. I mean, he's such a... I mean, I know before I was talking about how historical revisionism can be a positive, and there's a lot of stuff about, you know, historiography and blah, 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 blah. But this is just the most bizarre historical revisionism, and it's ideological. It's propagandistic for his cause. I don't think Caleb honestly considers anarchists as part of the left. Potentially not. I would say, yeah, he probably says that anarchists are not fighting to establish a communist state, ergo, in action, you know, as some kind of consequentialist, like what they're doing is being pro-imperialism because they're not helping me with my communism fucking state. They're pro-imperialism. Can't even. He's leaving out the part where the Stalinists guaranteed the fascist victory by purging the anarchists. Yeah, and the what was it? The Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, the non-aggression pact between Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union that split Poland in two. Kind of problematic. I don't want to cancel Caleb here. I don't want to cancel the USSR. The fuck is he talking about? The original anti-fascists were a wide mix of everything from Marxists to anarchists to soc dems. Yeah, I thought so. Oh, he fucking hates soc dems. I mean, yeah, he is just absolutely whitewashing everything from history. It's bizarre. All right. Yeah, apparently BreadTube's like, actually, everyone that fought against fascism was KKK. Natalie Wynn is merely the trendsetter, but she has given birth, mama contrapoints, to a whole layer of pathetic confusion and childlike thought conformity. But she has given birth to a whole layer of pathetic confusion and childlike thought conformity. What a bad sentence. Dude, that's getting my red pen through it. Ugh. Did Marxist-Leninism even exist during World War II? I know it was coined by Stalin, but had it been coined at that point? I actually do want to cancel the USSR. Yeah, fuck the USSR. All my homies hate the USSR. And in case Caleb ever watches this, Fuck the USA as well. All my homies hate the USSA. Walk and chew gum, Caleb. Across BreadTube, accusations of fascism grow on trees. Oh, was that about him not understanding metaphor? Oh, Caleb. Railroads are fascist? Do you think that's in relation to Sean's video about like the railroads in Britain, and I think it had something to do with Thatcherism? Railroads are fascist. Man, by the end of this, Caleb is going to have a bigger straw man than they have at Burning Man. It's going to be a fucking sick party, except it's going to be like, Caleb and Haz, and I mean, that's about it. And maybe some girls with 2 holes. Who knows? Railroads. All Trump supporters are fascist. No one fucking says that, dude. Neckties are fascist? What? Citing economic data as fascist? Yeah. Oh, fuck off. Quoting classical philosophers is fascist. Oh, dude. Leftists famously against railroads. If there's one thing that leftists hate, it is public transport and infrastructure. All my homies hate infrastructure. Knowing enough about what fascism actually is in order to defend oneself against accusations of fascism is smoking gun proof you are a fascist. Oh, Caleb, my sweet summer child. By declaring all questioning of the status quo to be fascist, BreadTube is the best friend actual Nazis and fascists ever had. You sure it wasn't the Soviet Union when they signed that fucking pact, dude? If they hadn't signed that pact, I'm pretty sure that Hitler wouldn't have been in the position he was. Seems like the USSR is the best friend actual Nazis and fascists ever have. Makes you think. The pathetic Confucian fan base is more of a problem of the platform and online patronage and things like that, in my opinion. Like, people do get pretty trigger happy online, but it's not creators' fault. Yeah, and I think there is the reason that I was saying, even though I'm trying to pivot my content to focus on Australian political stuff, the reason that I'm looking at this is because, the reason that I'm pivoting is because I have problems with BreadTube. And I thought, okay, I'll read this book. Some people have asked for it anyway, my thoughts on it. And so I wonder if Caleb's problems with BreadTube are the same as mine. And they are not. They are very much not the same problems that I have with it. And I think you're right. Like, there are valid criticisms, and particularly of the platform and the kind of things that YouTube as a platform constrains, or what's the opposite of constrains? Enables and constrains. The kinds of things that, and I think there's a critique to be had of YouTube that I haven't really seen out there of it as a medium. But yeah, this is nothing. I didn't realize, of course, that the CIA was funding BreadTube videos in the algorithm. So I'm glad that I've read Caleb's writing. Wait, is he saying that informing people about fascism is encouraging people to earnestly explore fascism? Knowing enough about what fascism actually is in order to defend oneself against accusations of fascism is smoking gun proof you are a fascist. Yeah, I don't know if he's keeping up the straw man there, or because it's the final sentence in the paragraph, whether that's his thoughts and his conclusion. He's a bad writer, so I guess we'll never know. What are some of your problems with BreadTube? I think it's very US-centric, and if you look on my channel, I have so many Ben Shapiro, Steven Crowder, videos, the kind of chud dunking videos that do pretty well. Like my Abby Shapiro videos did well. So my degree is in international relations, my first degree, and I'm very interested in international relations, and there doesn't seem to be a lot of BreadTube IR content. When the Afghanistan thing happened a few months ago. I was going to say this year. A few months ago, 6 months ago or something. I was expecting there to be a bunch of videos about the problems with the withdrawal and with the US intervention and US foreign policy as a whole. And I didn't see those crop up on BreadTube. And so I guess my interests are not reflected, and then the whole US centric part of it, where if you kind of it forces everyone to be looking at politics through a US lens, and then what happens is that this is just my opinion, but I feel like that places kind of an ontological lens on your work as well. And it's difficult to escape. And so that's probably my biggest one or two criticisms with BreadTube. And then, criticisms with the platform is it's very difficult to have, I guess on a side note, like the whole debate bro thing, and it's difficult to have discussions, earnest, interesting discussions, instead of debates. And I think that's a constraint of the platform. And particularly, in comment sections and stuff, it's difficult to have discussions with people instead of limited debates. And I think that's because of the term-based nature of, the comment system. I don't know what to do about it, but that's another platform-specific thing I have a problem with. By declaring all questioning of the status quo to be fascist... Oh, man. BreadTube is the best friend actual Nazis and fascists ever had. The result of their actions has been to channel millions of people who refuse to accept their mandated thought conformity into a position of interest or sympathy with actual fascism. Okay, many who would have just been attracted to anti-war leftism or class struggle economics in the past have suddenly began exploring the teachings of Adolf Hitler, Julius Evola, and Gregor Strasser after being informed by the BreadTube internet circus that they are fascists and red brands. Fuck, yeah, no, you're right. Sorry, I didn't read ahead before. He's 100% saying that. Holy shit. That's... I am at a loss for words. That is bizarre. That is so fucked up. So I teach modern history, and I get kids they're 16, to read chapters of Mein Kampf, mostly so we can laugh at how much of like a sad boy emo Hitler is. But that doesn't that doesn't make them go and explore the teachings of Hitler. That is so fucked. You're definitely right. St. Andrewism and FD signify, and foreign man in a foreign land have had some really good reflections about BreadTube and similar men. Interesting. I don't follow any of them. I think I've heard of St. Andrewism before. I'm just going to screenshot. And I don't know how to screenshot on this computer, so I'm just going to take a picture with my phone. All right. I'm going to look those up. Thank you. I'd be interested to see their thoughts on that. Okay, back to Caleb. Reader beware. In the aftermath of publication, buying, owning, or simply reading this book will be 100% confirmation to many BreadTubers that you are a fascist. Wait a minute. Is this Caleb's Dave Rubin arc? He could have named it Don't Burn This YouTube Channel. Oh, man. Such a disgusting trivialization of the millions who died in... Oh, fuck. Okay, sorry. I'm just going to need some more scotch before I read this, because I know it's going to fucking make me angry. Okay. Such a disgusting trivialization of the millions who died in Hitler's gas chambers and the millions more who died in the Second World War cannot even be imagined. I agree, Caleb. Your trivialization of the millions who died in Hitler's gas chambers and all the people who died in the Second World War, just so you can make a fucking shot at some people on YouTube that, I don't know, called you names? They didn't. They just had a go at you. It's pretty fucking disgusting. Wow. Oh, we got through another chapter. Wow. Oh, thank goodness. It was only like 25 pages. I thought it was I thought it was going to be 50 pages. Well, what do we think? No, I think I'm going to leave it there. I do not think that I can handle that anymore. Thank you, everybody, for coming along. As we read just more of the... I mean, for not straight-out conspiracy theory stuff, I would have to say this is some of the most ridiculous and inane writing that I've ever read. In some cases, it's less than worthless. In others, it's, clear projection. And in most cases, it's just bad faith views at propaganda. That's all I can call it. Fascism was famously only the genocide that occurred in the gas chambers, had no other characteristics of development, and ended when the camps closed. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's like a Tim Pool level fucking idea of what fascism is. Like, fascism is when the Holocaust Museum needs me to show papers, show proof that I'm vaccinated. Like, just fucking stupid. Caleb is stupid. Who would have thought? Actually, before I read this book, I would not have thought. And I gave him, I guess I just assumed that he kind of had some brain and knew what he was talking about.